Hey guys, tonight we journey into the kitchen where the morning light paints sugar in golden swirls. The aroma rises like a promise whispered along the windowsill. You probably won't survive this if you let the buns roll over you. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your location and local time in the comments so I can hear where you're dreaming with me tonight. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You hear the gentle clatter of pans, a low hum, and the faint clink of a spoon. The bread dough sits under a blanket of flour, waiting. You notice the first glow of dawn slipping through the old glass. The light caresses the dough like a touch of silver. Its surface catches the early sun, turning pale and translucent. You breathe in the scent of cardamom, warm and sweet. The spice curls in the air like curling smoke from a candle. Your mind drifts to a memory of a distant island where a small village sways with the breeze. Remember that crocodile-dung-sunscreen we joked about? It still lingers in your thoughts. The kitchen feels like a stage where every corner plays a note. Your fingers glide across the dough, feeling its tacky warmth. You pause, listening to the soft hiss of steam. A tiny bubble pops near the edge of a bun. You chuckle, thinking of a tiny fire that almost became your breakfast. The oven hums like a contented old man settling down. A single breath of fresh air enters through the cracked window. The breeze stirs the parchment paper, making a faint rustle. You recall a fact from yesterday's history lesson. The Roman Empire reached its greatest extent under Emperor Trajan. The memory feels oddly comforting, like a distant thunder. A quick, quirky tidbit slides into your mind. Some people believe the moon is made of cheese. The thought makes you laugh softly. Even as you work, you sprinkle more cardamom, letting the spice coat the dough. Your hands are steady, the dough soft, your breath steady. You hear a faint creak of the wooden counter. You watch the dough rise like a rising tide. You remember how your grandmother used a wooden spoon. That spoon had dents from every meal we shared. You feel nostalgia wash over you, warm and heavy. Historians still argue whether the early calendar was based on lunar or solar cycles. You let that debate tickle your mind as you roll the dough. You feel the rhythm of your wrists as you shape each bun. The shapes are uneven but charming, like a hand-drawn map. You place each bun gently onto the cooling rack. The rack is old, its joints slightly rattle. You stand beside the old windowsill, its stones cool to the touch. The stone echoes the rhythm of dripping water from yesterday's rain. The scent of cardamom rises up and touches the stone. The aroma lingers, mixing with the faint scent of rain. You lean back, feeling the air wash over you. You watch the quiet of the kitchen with no chatter, just a soft hum of appliances. You notice the sound of a distant gull calling from the coast. It brings a sense of peace, a stillness that feels sacred. The gentle wind whispers between the panes, a lullaby for the night. You lift a bun, its glaze shimmering under the morning light. You notice the slight sheen that mirrors the glass. You taste a burst of spice that seems to remember ancient kitchens. The taste is bright, sharp, and comforting at once. A small smile appears on your face as the memory settles. The kitchen feels like a stage, set for a quiet morning play. You close your eyes for a moment, absorbing the silence. The air cools around you, leaving a feeling of content. You think about how small moments can transform a day. The light continues to climb, painting the kitchen with bright hues. The morning stretches, slowly turning bright and hopeful. You breathe in the renewed air, filled with quiet hope. You lean into the space, feeling the world soften around you. You feel the dough under your fingertips, yielding like a gentle sigh. Your fingers press gently, exploring the internal crumb. You hear a faint crack, like a distant lull. The sound is subtle, almost a secret. The story of the buns goes from dough to delight, simple yet profound. You pause, appreciating the humble journey. The rhythm of cooking feels like a meditation. The sense of calm settles, steady as stone under your feet. Your thoughts drift gently to the small wonders in the world. You imagine a distant desert with a lone cactus that whistles when wind passes. Your mind wanders, but the kitchen anchors you. A soft breeze sighs past the pane, carrying the scent of cardamom. The aroma lingers, making the experience close to memory. The buns still rest, their sweet scent permeating the kitchen air. The warmth of the buns fades slowly, synchronized with your breath. You feel the final warmth dissolve, leaving crisp freshness. You finish the story with a gentle reminder. The subtle beauty of simple moments is often the loudest. You place your hand on the counter, feeling the residual heat. The comfort steadies thoughts, and you feel at peace. You leave the windowsill, stepping back into the light of the day. Your breathing slows, your mind relaxed. The journey of the buns ends, but the memory stays. Close your eyes, breathe, and let the calm linger as you move forward. You feel a gentle warmth crawl across the dough, soft, like a caress upon your skin. It rises in slow rhythm, each breath of heat whispering against the flour. The heat, a quiet conductor, guides the dough's golden heart to awaken. Steam curls like delicate ribbons, dancing just above the buns in a soft ballet. You watch them twirl, a silent choreography that could rival a child's first dance. The kitchen smells of adventure, of journeys that began centuries ago. You inhale, breathing in a scent that tastes like sunrise on a quiet morning. It's warmer than a cup of coffee, sweeter than a sunrise, and more reliable than your alarm clock. Historians still argue whether the earliest bread recipes came from Greece or Egypt. The debate continues, much like the dough, ever expanding, never quite finished. You feel a subtle tickle, as if the dough is humming a lullaby for your palate. That lullaby has its own rhythm, louder than the radio, gentler than the tick of a clock. You watch steam rise, a translucent curtain that frames the glowing buns. It feels like a soft, warm blanket, but without the risk of catching fire. If you close your eyes, you could taste the heat, almost like a gentle squeeze of orange peel. The buns settle, resting like coins on a polished surface, patiently awaiting their moment. You notice a tiny speck of flour on the window, a tiny star in a quiet galaxy. You laugh softly because the stars don't usually look like flour. The heat continues, but now it feels more like a comforting hug than an eager fist. You sense a subtle shift. The dough's surface turns from raw to golden, like an egg yolk emerging. The steam no longer just a curtain, it becomes a soft cloud that kisses the air. You inhale again, the scent of cinnamon and cardamom swirling around like a perfume that refuses to stay. A joke passes through your mind. Did the dough just enroll in a yoga class? You smile, because the dough was not invited to that class. You remember that the ancient Egyptians made bread with lotus leaves for flavor, a curiosity still debated. In your kitchen, the bread's aroma feels like an earnest apology for the world's clumsy chaos. You feel a gentle press of heat, like a soft pillow against your palm. The buns seem to breathe, exhaling warmth that feels like a sigh of relief. Each bubble that forms on the dough is like a tiny firework, quiet but bright. It reminds you of the first time you tasted a caramelized sugar swirl while watching a sunrise. You laugh softly, imagining how the world would end if everyone only ate sugar again. The heat begins to pulse, steady and patient, like an old heart in the dawn. You feel the warmth seep into your fingers, steadying you like a calm ocean under moonlight. That steady pulse is the secret of a perfect bake, a rhythm that soothes and satisfies. You stare at the buns, noting how each is a tiny sunrise wrapped in dough. Each one feels like a promise of sweet future, a gift from the oven to a waiting heart. Remember that quirky tidbit I told you? Some people believe cats can sense earthquakes early. You chuckle, picturing my cat as a miniature seismic monitor. The aroma lingers, turning the quiet room into a soft, aromatic hug. You lean back, letting the heat settle into your body like a steady tide. The buns are nearing their peak, their crust turning a honeyed shade, a subtle gleam. You can almost taste the edge between warm and crisp, like a fine line on a painting. You pause, breathing gently, feeling the time slow like a lazy river. The heat becomes a presence, a companion in this quiet, golden moment. You feel the kitchen walls humming, absorbing the scent like a sponge, a quiet testimony. The steam has turned to mist, wrapping the rooms like a gentle breeze. You notice that the light through the window dances, painting the floor with lacy patterns. You feel the glow settle, embracing the countertop like a warm blanket at dusk. Remember the debate about ancient breads. Some think the earliest came from Greece. Others claim Egypt, where loaves were baked inside temples, a story still debated. You hear the buns whisper, a quiet lullaby for the day ahead. The heat lingers, a gentle pressure that keeps the dough just right, neither too wet nor dry. You sense the texture shifting, like a soft cloth adjusting to wind. The buns are an edible sunrise, warm, fragrant, a moment in dough form. You smile, feeling the world gently wrap around you like a knitted scarf. The kitchen feels like a sanctuary, a place where heat and aroma meet in harmony. You pause to let the air settle once more, the room cooling with the buns. The gentle heat is a reminder that even small moments can carry a vast comfort. You look at the buns, sensing that each crumb is a little story of sugar, spice, and love. This moment feels heavy yet comforting, as if the world pauses to listen. You finish the last line of your narration, and the kitchen is still waiting. You feel a subtle crack in the oven door, as if the heat wanted a secret entrance. You wipe a finger across the stone, feeling the ancient material still humming. Steam swirls above the buns, forming tiny spirals like miniature galaxies. You think of the ancient Greeks, who first measured time with the sun's shadow. They might have tasted the same warm bread, unaware of your present delight. The buns, wrapped in their golden skin, feel like miniature sunbursts ready for the world. You laugh, wondering if the buns' whispering can be heard by your cat outside. Remember that quirky tidbit about cats predicting quakes? Maybe they're just good at detecting warmth. The aroma becomes a sweet lull that swirls around each corner of the kitchen. You taste a hint of cinnamon, recalling childhood mornings in a small attic house. The kitchen feels tight, yet the heat leaks out like a secret friend. You smile at the quiet, feeling the world outside seem far behind, soft and slow. Your thoughts drift to a memory of a friend who loved baking, always laughing at burnt dough. The buns release a faint dust of flour, floating like snow in slow motion. You notice the light turning amber, as if the sun is waving goodbye. You feel ready to write the final words, to let the kitchen breathe. The buns, now cool enough, begin to cool their own warmth into a subtle chill. You trace the grain, feeling the dough's patience reflected in its smooth surface. The silence between bites feels like a quiet promise kept by the oven. You taste a crumb, warm, fragrant, and the memory of an ancient hearth returns. The moment feels heavy yet comforting, as if the world pauses to listen. The kitchen air carries the scent of cardamom and baked stories like a treasure chest. You feel gratitude rise inside, gentle as the bread itself rises in the oven. The quiet hum of a fan is music to the ears of an afternoon. You sense the kitchen walls breathe with you, a partner in this soft, silent story. You let the last of the heat fade, like a dream dissolving at sunrise. The buns lie on the counter, like small moons waiting to be devoured. You smile, knowing that every bite will carry a whisper of this morning's calm. The last bun, still warm, offers a final echo of the morning's gentle heat. You feel the scent linger, a sweet promise that will follow you through the day. The warmth creeps deeper, like a hand resting on a calm heart. You notice the floor's wooden grain, a pattern that mirrors the dough's gentle rise. The kitchen feels like a stage, each bun a performer in a silent play. You recall the time someone tried to toast a bun, only to forget it. Classic mishap. The heat is calm, not fierce, it whispers, not shouts, inviting peace. You feel the gentle rhythm, a pulse that matches the quiet of the early hour. These buns carry a story of patience, waiting like a book, unopened on a table. You listen to the soft sigh of the buns cooling, a gentle lullaby for the soul. You feel the world outside blur, replaced by the quiet of these warm, soft loaves. Remember that quirky cat tail. They really do sense seismic vibes, but they prefer bread. You smile, grateful for the small joy that comes from just watching dough rise. At this moment, the kitchen seems to whisper, "Stay and taste the sunrise." You lean in, breathing deep, as the aroma embraces you in warm recollection. The buns have finished their roll, now resting like small suns on the counter. You can almost hear the faint hum of a refrigerator, a soft companion in dusk. The light outside fades, and the kitchen takes on a golden hush. The air holds the scent of cardamom and baked stories, like a treasure chest. You feel gratitude rise inside, gentle as the bread itself rises in the oven. You step away, the kitchen's warm memory trailing behind like a fragrant shadow. Around your wrist, a smartwatch chimed reminder of a day yet to unfold. You pause, feeling the moment stretch into a gentle, breathing rhythm of life. The bun's gentle rise echoes the rhythm of your own heart, slow and steady. You wonder if the quiet inside the kitchen carries your own thoughts, unspoken. The gentle crackle of the oven door is a lullaby, a subtle reassurance. You breathe in slowly, savoring each scent, feeling the world shift in your skin. The light flickers on the counter, creating tiny sunbursts that dance like fireflies. The air hums softly, a quiet soundtrack that matches the calm of the morning. You smile, realizing the kitchen is a place where memories are baked daily. You leave, but the scent of cardamom leaves an imprint, like a secret bookmark. You inhale deeply, the aroma of cardamom thickening the morning air like a soft shawl. The scent curls around your senses, winding through memories of tea houses and distant lanterns. You imagine a market where spice vendors shout discounts, a vivid movie scene in your mind. A single swirl of cardamom pulls your thoughts like a slow-motion dance. Each inhale, a soft giggle. The weight of the herb feels like a warm hug that never touches your jacket. You notice the faint sweetness that lingers, reminding you of childhood mornings in a small cottage. The air tastes almost buttery, a subtle echo of toasted flour and melted butter. You pause, letting the scent wrap around you like a knitted blanket made of words. The room feels smaller, focused on that single fragrant moment, a tiny universe in a kitchen. You feel your shoulders relax, the tension loosening as the aroma settles. The cardamom scent threads between the edges of the sunrise, painting the light with spice. You smile, almost laughing, because your brain has a habit of misfiring jokes at quiet moments. A quick joke lands. Why did the bun break up with the dough? Because it was too needy. The kitchen sounds shift. The refrigerator hum now feels like a distant lullaby. You feel the scent rise, almost a balloon, lifting your mind to a cloud of flavor. You recall trying to brew coffee with cardamom pods, a disastrous experiment. You chuckle, thinking of that smelly mess in the kettle and the empty spoon. The scent of cardamom reminds you of Persian bazaars, where spices are traded as currency. Historians still argue whether the earliest recorded recipe for cardamom bread came from Persia or ancient Egypt. The debate lingers, like a lingering note of cinnamon in a fresh loaf. A quirky tidbit stirs. In some villages, cardamom on rice is a wish for sunny weather. The aroma makes you pause, a gentle invitation to savor the now. Your senses vibrate like a tuning fork, ready for the next fragrant chapter. A small joke sneaks in. If aroma had a job, it would be a spice whisperer. The cardamom notes mingle with the morning mist, creating a subtle symphony of warmth. You watch the steam from the buns rise, curling like delicate feathered swirls. Each swirl feels like a whispered secret, a promise of flavor hiding beneath. The room feels cooler, like a breeze that arrived early from an unseen window. You inhale again, and the cardamom scent seems to hum a lullaby against your eardrums. The kitchen smells of butter and cardamom, a flavor combination that feels like comfort food for adults. The scent's presence feels like a soft hand, guiding you through the morning's gentle chaos. A tiny joke pops up. Why did the cardamom go to therapy? To spice up its life. The aroma swirls again, this time forming a spiral that resembles a galaxy in miniature. You feel your heartbeat sync with the rhythmic rise and fall of the warm dough. The sense of temperature shifts. A gentle heat on the counter, a cool breeze off the stone. You notice the light bending through the glass, painting striped patterns on the floor. The pattern looks like a constellation, but instead of stars, it's the reflection of morning light. Your mind drifts to the memory of an old recipe book, its pages brittle with age. The cardamom aroma anchors you back to the present, a living scent that refuses to fade. You hear faint clinks of metal. Perhaps a spoon slipped onto the counter during the baking frenzy. A quiet joke lands. Why are buns so good at making friends? Because they're so well-rounded. You consider that each bun has a personality, fluffy, caramelized, or daringly spicy. You savor the scent, letting it fill the gaps between breaths, a gentle pause. The smell reminds you of a field in India where cardamom grows, a green sea of spears. You imagine walking beside a river, the river's current humming with spices suspended in the air. The aroma tastes like hope. The word for hope in Swahili, kioja, is sweet in your ears. You pause, letting that foreign word resonate against your own silent heartbeat. A whisper escapes. The scent of cardamom can calm anxiety, as some studies suggest. The sentence feels like a promise, as comforting as a warm blanket on a cold night. You think about a childhood kitchen, the smell of fresh loaves filling the air. The scent lingers, stretching out like an invitation to stay a while and enjoy. Your mind follows a trail, a path through memories, to the scent that now anchors you. A quick joke again. Why does cardamom love silence? Because it likes to spice up the quiet. The scent fills the room, a steady glow that eases the weight of your thoughts. Your breathing deepens, the inhale exhaling like a sigh between two heartbeats. The kitchen becomes a sanctuary, a place where flavors and memories blend like paint on a canvas. The cardamom's perfume feels like a lighthouse on a calm sea, steady and bright. You recall a funny incident. Once, a loaf accidentally knocked over a teapot, spilling tea everywhere. The memory makes you laugh, the sound echoing the gentle hush in the kitchen. The scent remains, lingering like a secret whispered to the walls. You smile, realizing that the morning's aroma is a shared secret between you and the buns. A final joke. Why did the bun become a poet? It wanted to rise with words. The light fades slightly, a gentle dusk settling in the kitchen's gentle walls. You sit back, inhaling the cardamom aroma as if it were a lullaby for your senses. The memory of the bun's poetry lingers, soft and sweet like a whispered rhyme. You feel gratitude for the quiet kindness of simple ingredients. The kitchen feels like a gentle hug, the air still thick with cardamom. The story of these buns ends, but the scent lingers like a soft echo in the mind. You step away, the scent following you like a tail of fragrant smoke. The morning ends, but the memory of cardamom remains, a warm ember within your day. Your feet carry the scent across the corridor, a fragrance trail that will wake you after sleeping. The quiet kitchen slowly returns, just a whisper of the day's first aroma. You breathe, close your eyes, and the scent of cardamom settles into your mind like a gentle lullaby. The aroma continues to dance, drifting from the counter to the kitchen window. You notice a faint ripple in the glass, like sunlight across a still pond. A quiet chuckle escapes, because even the glass can be dramatic. You think of the old saying, a good bun rises, a good life follows. The sentence feels like a toast, a tiny celebration of simple joys. The wind outside sighs, carrying distant traffic as a lull. You imagine the buns as tiny suns, each one radiating a different tone of flavor. You reach out, but the buns are still too warm to touch. A light laugh bubbles up, because you're not ready to disturb the art. The aroma lingers like a promise in the air, reminding you that every moment has potential. You feel your pulse mirror the rhythm of the rising dough. A joke surfaces. How do you know a bun is awake? It dreams of being a croissant. The kitchen smells of warmth, of baked dreams, of quiet hope. Your thoughts drift to an old recipe, a secret passed down by an aunt in a small village. She used cardamom to sweeten mornings, and the aroma became her family's signature. You inhale again, feeling the scent swirl in your chest, a gentle wind. The quiet kitchen hums, a low vibration that feels almost like a pulse of the earth. A soft joke breaks. Why did the bun get a promotion? Because it was needed to rise. You pause, noticing the warmth under your fingertips as you trace the bun's crust. The crust feels like a golden armor protecting the soft interior. The scent of cardamom lingers, a soothing blanket over the kitchen. You smile, realizing that this simple act of baking is a ritual, a quiet ceremony. The morning light grows stronger, coaxing the sun to rise over the old stone chimney. The aroma stays, filling the space with comfort and wonder. You walk to the window, feeling the cool glass against your cheek. The breeze carries the scent of cardamom and the distant hum of morning traffic. You open the window, letting the aroma mingle with fresh dawn air. You lift a fingertip to the loaf, feeling the crumbs inviting softness. Its pores resemble a tiny, airy forest where flavors whisper. Each bubble feels like a secret sigh, warm and patient. You pause, letting the crumb's texture speak in hushed tones. The crumb's lightness feels like a feather caught mid-flight. It cradles your fingertips, inviting you to explore more. You press gently, tasting the airy, powdery sweetness. The crumb feels like a cloud that has learned to eat. Remember that crocodile-dung-sunscreen. Your mind flicks humorously. The joke lingers, seasoning the moment with lightness. You smile, a soft chuckle vibrating against the quiet. The kitchen feels like a living, breathing book. The crumb whispers stories of kitchens past, of hands kneading. It hints that each bite carries a memory, a tiny legend. Your thoughts wander to a quirky tidbit. Some claim sprinkling cardamom on a pillow yields sweeter dreams. The story carries the scent of far-away bazaars. It whispers that even the crumbs can echo spice caravans. You imagine merchants sharing recipes among smoky walls. A quiet laugh follows. Why do spices always feel like travelers? Historians still argue whether the earliest cardamom bread came from Persia or ancient Egypt. You lean closer, letting the crumb's subtle warmth settle on your palm. It is warm, like a hand resting beside a sunrise. The bread feels like a quiet friend, offering comfort without words. You trace patterns on the crumb, mapping tiny orbs of gold. Every pocket holds a secret, a story of dough and dreams. The texture invites you to imagine each crumb as a miniature sunrise. You pause, inhaling the faint sugar aroma clinging to the surface. Your fingers feel the crumb's soft pulse, a quiet rhythm of baking. It feels like a heartbeat, steady as a mountain's calm. You laugh softly. Bread's rhythm is oddly soothing. The crumb's texture feels like a memory of lullabies. You press again, feeling a subtle spiciness under the surface. It tickles your tongue, hinting at cardamom's gentle kiss. You close your eyes again, feeling the kitchen's pulse. The world narrows to scent, sound, and warmth. You think of your morning coffee, wondering if it would taste better with cardamom. Perhaps adding a pinch would add subtle spice. You imagine stirring it into a latte, the steam rising like mist. The idea tickles your sense of flavor, a playful experiment. You laugh softly, the joke bubbling within the coffee's foam. The crumb's texture still lingers, humming like a tiny lullaby. In your mind, the bun becomes a storyteller of spices. It whispers about distant markets where traders sold herbs. You picture the scent weaving through narrow alleys. It feels like a thread connecting past to present. The bread's warmth steadies your thoughts, as gentle as a blanket. You inhale again, letting the aroma fill the room. It settles on your skin like a cool breeze. You feel a gentle pulse, the kitchen breathing with you. The sound of the fridge is a soft metronome. You let the rhythm lull you into reflection. A thought surfaces. What if bread could talk? You chuckle, imagining a bun muttering sweet lullabies. The kitchen sounds like a gentle choir. It seems the day is humming, a soft symphony. You feel your chest expand, breathing in the calm. The crumb's memory lingers like a faded photograph. It shows a woman kneading dough, her hands steady. You imagine the woman's smile, a promise of warmth. The warmth becomes a promise, shared between crumb and heart. You feel a connection spanning time, from ancient ovens to yours. The crumb's story wraps you in a quiet embrace. You pause, allowing the moment to settle. A gentle breeze enters, carrying the scent of cardamom. It tickles your cheek, a subtle reminder of spice. You close your eyes again, feeling the kitchen's pulse. The world narrows to scent, sound, and warmth. You feel gratitude, a steady, sleepy lull. The bun's warmth lingers, like a promise to wake. You open your eyes, the kitchen still humming softly. The crumb's whispering feels like a lull before sunrise. You realize the day will carry this gentle texture forward. It will stay with you, like a soft, edible memory. The kitchen dissolves into the quiet of the rest of your day. You step outside, feeling the day open like a book. The street hums softly, a gentle background. You walk, the bun's scent lingering at your feet. It follows like a faint perfume, a quiet echo. You pause, letting your breath synchronize with the rhythm. The world feels softer, the air sweeter. You smile as the light drifts across your path. You think the day will taste like cardamom, an idea dancing. Your thoughts swirl, calm under a bright sky. You carry the warm crumb's memory in your pocket, a secret treasure. It reminds you that simple delights can endure. The world keeps humming, the kitchen alive in shadows. You let the hush carry you forward. You feel gratitude, a soft echo of the morning. The day unfolds, a gentle journey ahead. The crumb's lull still hums inside you. You breathe, the rhythm steady, the world bright. With each step, you feel lighter. You notice the breeze carries a new scent. It tastes like rain on stone, pure and clean. You smile, remembering the cardamom's gentle kiss. The kitchen behind you hums like a lullaby. You let the hum guide your thoughts. The world feels safe, warm, full of soft crumbs. You step forward, carrying your gentle morning into daylight. You pause, feeling the cool draft that slides under the stone sill. The stone, worn by centuries, holds that night air like a secret. Every crack whispers weather, rain, and distant wind stories. You lean against the sill, letting its weight anchor you. Its age feels like a gentle hand, reassuring and grounded. You can taste the dust, a faint taste of old stone and salt. The sill's surface is smooth, but your fingertips notice every ridge. You trace those ridges, imagining the first builder's sturdy hands. Historians still argue whether the original builders intended this sill for bread display. Some say the sill was meant for drying flagstones, not pastries. You chuckle, imagining medieval bakers with their own kitchen drama. The sill feels like a gallery frame, holding your rising buns. It frames each bun like a miniature masterpiece, soft in the morning light. You watch their crust glow, veins of caramel forming. A faint shimmer hints at cardamom's golden heart. You breathe in the scent, quiet, fragrant alarm. It reminds you of an old bakery where aromas were prayers. The scent curls on the sill, dancing around your ankles. You feel the breeze, a playful visitor knocking on stone. It passes the buns, a whispering gust, gentle and calm. You tap a bun, the sound is soft, like a sigh. Your hand meets a crumb, airy, weightless, almost floating. You lean closer, noting the tiny steam bubbles rise. Each bubble carries a memory, a whisper from the oven. Remember that crocodile-dung-sunscreen. You laugh, letting absurdity echo. The joke stitches a thread of silliness, cozy counterpoint. You chuckle again, the sound mingling with the stone's murmur. You wonder if the sill hears every crumb story. The answer is a warm, unsolved riddle like baked wonder. You feel the stone's patience, a silent companion through morning. You notice a slight chill against your palm, a nod to night's echo. It cools your skin, a gentle reminder of the wind's hand. You pause, letting the breeze stir the cardamom's light perfume. The perfume swirls into the sill, a fragrant film on stone. It feels like a veil, soft as a whispered secret. You step forward, toes touching the cool, rough stone. The floor creaks softly, sound of the kitchen's slow movement. You inhale again, the scent now richer from daylight. It's a mix of baked butter, cardamom, and sunrise hope. You feel like you've entered a slow, living painting. The sill holds your breath, waiting for the buns to cool. You let the buns rest, warmth a gentle hush. You hear the faint crack of crust, cooling, almost a lull. That sound is like a lullaby, baker's soul. You lean forward again, smelling deeper into the buns. You notice a trace of spice, hidden under flour. It's a subtle echo spice caravan. You think of a merchant from Silk Road trading incense. He would have traded a cardamom stick for a single loaf. You imagine that barter smell of warm bread filling his world. The sill absorbs that history, a quiet reminder of trade. You pause, letting the stone's coolness lull you again. It's a steady breeze inside your chest, slow and warm. Your thoughts drift, matching rhythm of cool draft. You recall the first bake, a simpler time, no phone. Now the kitchen hums, a quiet, soft metronome. You watch the buns cool, their crusts crisping like new pages. They're like little suns, surface golden warm. You feel a small, satisfied ache in your belly. It's a contented, belly-knowing feeling. You stand again, the sill, a silent, stoic sentinel. Its weathered stones hold stories of many mornings. The light on the sill cracks like a slow sunrise. You watch the light, warm amber, caressing the bun's edges. The edges glow, each crumb tinged with amber, like warm memory. You pause, hearing slight sigh of cooling crust. It's a slow exhale, a breath held by oven. You imagine oven's heart beating, warm pulse fading. The sill feels like chest, holding heat close. You feel gentle heat on skin, a reminder. The reminder is simple, like calm breath. You let moment linger, savoring cool, warm dance. Your eyes follow light's path across sill. Sill's shadow plays on floor, a gentle ripple. You watch ripple, feeling time slow, slow. You inhale buns, whisper warm secrets. Each bun has a story, flour, yeast, love. Story unfolds, simple, sweet. You hold sill, coolness matches heartbeat. Heartbeat matches quiet rhythm of kitchen. You notice cardamom scent intensifies at sunrise glow. Scent lifts carried by soft, warm air. You feel peace, the day unfolding. Sill remains a guardian of morning. You stand, feeling stone's steady presence. You think first morning you brought buns, that memory gentle, like lull that settles in mind. You smile at sill, a quiet partner for breakfast. Its weathered stones echo your weathered heart. You watch buns cool, the final sigh of steam. You hear steam farewell, gentle exhale. You feel ready, the world softening around steps. You step forward, the sill still steady stone. You leave kitchen, the scent trailing behind. It follows you like quiet, aromatic ghost. You carry warmth, the sweet hush of morning. You walk slowly, breathing cardamom's lingering grace. You remember quirky tidbit about cardamom pillows. You laugh quietly, thinking of spice pillow. Sill's echo remains soft, warm lullaby. You pause mid-step, lull in chest. You let feeling deepen, deep, cool breath. Mind shifts to stone, buns, light. Those elements blend into single, simple, comforting image. You feel sun, warm room, the sill grow pale. You stand beneath light, the warmth comforting face. Observe buns, still cool enough to touch. Crusts cling, a fragile golden lattice. You taste crumb, flavors bright on tongue. Taste sends ripple through thoughts. Feel small, warm spark in mind. Spark like ember, bright yet gentle. You inhale, ember close in chest. Ember keeps grounded, a quiet, steady flame. Let glow the day begin. Carry sill's memory with day. Memory lingers, a hush hallway. Move forward, breathing cardamom sunlight. Think sill, warmth, buns. Feel gentle, steady, comforting rhythm in steps. Floor creaks softly, walking away from kitchen. Take breath, morning light fills lungs. Cool breeze of sill, now memory on skin. Think tiny crumb once rested on stone. Warmth lingered, then dissipated like breath in dawn. Smile as if sill still keeping quiet watch. Pause, hear own heartbeat. It matches stillness after dawn. That stillness yours, gentle as lull. Mind like sill, quiet, observant. Consider fact, Normans built these stones. They laid them during 12th century around Castle Garden. Now realize morning sits on long lineage of kitchens. Lineage breathes, quiet, patient, full of smells. Feel grateful for simple pleasure of warm bun. Bun, as humble as loaf, becomes heirloom. Pause, taste memory in each bite. Close eyes, let moment linger long. Lull of night and warmth of buns merge. Inhale, aroma swirl in lungs. Scent fades slowly, gentle lingering whisper. Bring scent back each breath. Remind slow down, stay present. Stand stillness of kitchen seep into bones. Stones on sill, feel quiet support. Press palm to it, coolness and memory. Coolness brings wave of sleepiness thoughts. Breathe, calm seep deeper into space. Day feels soft, sun gentle, buns quiet song. Carry that song in heart, move forward tomorrow. Now the kitchen sighs, with a silence that feels like a lullaby on a quiet street. No buzz hums here, only the gentle thud of your own heartbeat against the stone. You lean back on the counter, letting the coolness seep into your palms. The air smells of cardamom and old parchment, a scent that smells like memory. Somewhere, a kettle sighs in its own quiet, an old friend of these ovens. You notice the clock on the wall tick slowly, each tick a metronome. The walls hum softly, a low-frequency lull that makes your eyelids flutter. Your thoughts drift, unhurried, like clouds over a calm lake. You watch the buns, their crusts still warm, like tiny suns in repose. They rest on the sill, proud and patient, a monument of flavor. The light from the eastern window paints their tops amber, a delicate glow. The sill has seen many mornings, its stones holding secrets of generations. This morning, you feel the stone's patience, a quiet companion. A whispered joke lands in your mind. The buns have better internet than my Wi-Fi. A second joke. One bun said to the other, "Do we need a roll call?" And another, "The scent of cardamom is like a fragrant alarm, but very soft." You chuckle, imagining the buns gossiping about the world beyond the kitchen. Historiologists still argue whether the first bread baking ovens were truly communal. You pause, letting the silence settle deeper, like a quiet lake at dusk. The breeze slips through the window, a gentle sigh that feels like a whispered secret. It nudges the buns, as if a child brushing a story on paper. The cardamom dust glimmers on their crusts, a snowing of tiny stars. You breathe in the scent, feeling the spice rise like a sunrise. The warmth of the buns tingles on your fingertips, a subtle reminder of hearths past. A mainstream historical fact surfaces. The Normans built these stones during the 12th century. The walls remind you of old castles and of the smell of fresh bread. The quiet hum of the kitchen is a lullaby, a soft reminder that life can pause. You trace a line along a stone, feeling rough edges under your finger. The stone remembers every footstep, every hand that rested on it. You imagine a baker from centuries ago, humming to a tune that has vanished. That baker, perhaps, smelled the same cardamom dust that now lingers. You feel a warm nostalgia flood your chest, a slow, comforting wave. The kitchen's silence deepens. The only sounds are the creaking of the floor. You hear the floor sigh. It's wood remembering 1,000 footsteps. A quirky tidbit. A legend says the first cardamom was found by a wandering monk who mistook it for a spice dragon. The monk's laugh echoes faintly, as if the spice still remembers his chuckle. You smile at the thought, letting absurdity warm the room. The silence invites you to wander, to explore memories without rush. You let your mind roam to the old bakery in town that you once visited. You picture its bell ringing, a simple, honest sound that felt like a hug. The bell's tone reminds you of your own gentle laugh when you taste a bun. That laugh is small, like a single grain of salt on a quiet day. The warmth of the buns still hangs in the air, a ghost of fire. You remember the first time you made cardamom buns with a trembling hand. The dough clung to your fingers, warm, soft, like a secret kiss. That memory, you realize, is the reason the kitchen feels like home. The kitchen's silence is the perfect stage for this tender reminiscence. The stillness feels like a blanket, folded gently over you. You spread your arms, letting the warmth wrap around like a shawl of scent. Each breath is a sip of the day, filtered through old stone and cardamom. Your inner voice whispers, "It's a quiet world, but it's mine." The silence grows thicker, as if the room is holding its breath. You feel your eyelids heavy, and the world slows to a whisper. You listen to your own breathing, slow and rhythmic, an anchor in stillness. In this moment, the only sound is the soft crackle of cooling crust. The crust sighs, letting steam escape like a shy smile. The buns feel like old friends, their quiet presence comforting. You lean in, feeling the slight heat, a promise of flavor to come. The scent of cardamom climbs higher, reaching into your mind's attic. You imagine the scent as a gentle lull, wrapping the room in silence. The kitchen hums, but not loud, just a steady, rhythmic pulse. Your thoughts wander to the distant sea, but you return to the stone. You notice a small crack in the stone, a reminder that time leaves marks. The crack seems like a smile, wide and gentle. The silence around you feels like a blanket folded over a sleeping child. You let your mind drift, exploring memories like a slow tide. The kitchen feels like a sanctuary, a quiet space to rest. The buns remain, waiting, patient as a monk in silent meditation. The morning sun rises, painting the sill with a gentle light. It warms the stone, sending a subtle glow into the room. The light makes the cardamom dust shimmer, like dust motes dancing. You feel a tickle of delight, a warm giggle that feels like a secret. Another joke lands. The buns are in a race to become toast, but they're still in the sun. A giggle rises, echoing softly through the kitchen. The silence continues, a perfect backdrop for your reverie. You remember a time when you forgot to take the bread out of the oven. That memory lingers like the last bite of a cool bun. The quiet hum of the fridge offers a low, steady background tone. You feel the fridge's hum echo the rhythm of your breathing. The scent of cardamom mingles with the fridge's cold, creating a strange, pleasant paradox. The paradox lifts your spirits, making the silence feel even more comforting. The wall's texture becomes a tactile poem, each ridge a line. You trace the pattern, feeling an almost meditative rhythm. Your palms press, feeling the stone's coolness grounding you. You think about the time a stray dog licked your hand, and you laughed. That laugh, small and warm, echoes in this quiet kitchen. Your heart beats in sync with the slow hum of the room. The silence is a canvas, and your thoughts paint soft strokes. You imagine a child drawing a picture of the buns on a kitchen table. The child's stick figure clings to the buns, a silent friendship drawn. The imagination invites laughter, quiet, and warmth. The kitchen's stillness amplifies a single note, a heart's quiet song. You feel that song inside, a gentle hum in your chest. The song is soft, like a lullaby for the mind. You let your thoughts stay there, drifting without a destination. The silence seems to breathe, filling the room with stillness. Your mind becomes like a calm lake, reflecting your own calm. You realize that silence is not empty. It is full of possibilities. The possibilities are like a field of cardamom, fragrant, endless. You breathe in, feeling the fragrance settle around you. The fragrance lingers, a reminder of simple pleasures. A gentle reminder that every day begins with a quiet pause. The hush in the kitchen is a sacred moment, a reset. The reset allows you to listen to the quiet voice inside. You feel that quiet voice, whispering, "You can carry this calm forward." You let the voice settle like a stone in a pond. The stone's presence is steady, unchanging, familiar. The steady presence invites you to pause in reflection. You reflect on your day ahead, feeling prepared. The calm of the kitchen follows you into the day, quiet under your feet. You walk toward the door, hearing the floor creak quietly as you step. The door's hinges open, releasing a fresh, crisp morning air. The air tastes like possibility, a fresh start. You inhale fully, letting your senses drink in the moment. The moment is a gift, wrapped in quiet and aroma. You step outside, carrying the calm of the kitchen inside. Your first step echoes in the empty hallway, a gentle footfall. The hallway is lined with shelves, holding memories and silence. The silence seems alive, breathing with you as you walk. You pause at one shelf, touching the weight of the old books. You feel the dust, the tiny memory in the air. The dust reminds you that time is a companion. You step again, feeling the pulse of the building. You hear a quiet thud, the echo of a long ago footstep. The echo reminds you of people's simple lives before phones. The echo is a memory, a quiet story from centuries before. The story is quiet, but it speaks so many things at once. You recall a friend who loved to bake, who never let a crumb fall. That friend's memory is a quiet joy, like a warm bun after a long day. The memory lingers, keeping your mind soft and calm. The calm stays with you, a gentle light in the day's busy paths. You walk faster now, but the calm follows you like a shadow. The calm is not a weight, it's a softness you hold. The softness is like the inside of a bun, fluffy and tender. You feel the day ahead with its tasks, and the calm helps. The calm whispers, "You do this at a tempo that fits life." You follow that whisper, stepping into your tasks with ease. The hallway becomes a stage, silent but alive with possibility. You keep the calm, let it be the backstage to your life. The backstage is quiet, a place where thoughts settle. You move through, guided by the calmness within, a gentle force. The force is a lull, a quiet whisper that keeps you from rushing. You realize that the calm of the kitchen was never just quiet. It was a companion. A quiet companion, a friend that whispers, "You are present." You smile to yourself, feeling a lightness in the pause. The pause is a breath, a moment between tasks, a calm. You step into the kitchen again later to taste a stillness. The stillness is like a quiet song waiting for you. You remember that this kitchen is a place of calm that never leaves. The calm of the kitchen is part of you now, an internal echo. You lift the first bun, its glaze shimmering under the morning light. The sugar sparkles like tiny stars caught in a syrupy sky. Your fingers trace the smooth dome, feeling a gentle warmth. You set it gently on the polished counter, reverence in your gesture. The room hums, a soft counterpoint to the silence of anticipation. You inhale deeply, letting the scent of cardamom drift around you. The aroma climbs the throat like a quiet choir. It reminds you of distant markets where spice vendors sang. You taste a single bite, closing your eyes in indulgence. The first flavor explodes, sweet, warm, fragrant, almost like sunlight. You pause, savoring the echo of cinnamon and clove. The crust cracks softly like a secret whispered on wood. Your palate dances, a slow waltz of spice and sugar. You press the bun against your lips, feeling the silk. The flavor lingers, a lingering glow over your tongue. You chuckle, thinking of a toddler's delighted gasp at dessert. The laughter is brief, a ripple that echoes in the room. You remember a baker who mistook flour for glitter. The story is absurd, but it lands with a gentle chuckle. You notice the subtle crackle that emanates from the dough as it cools. The sound is like a lullaby made of flour and time. You lean in, feeling the heat still cling to the skin of the bun. The warmth is comforting, a memory wrapped in a soft blanket. This moment feels like a pause between heartbeats of the day. You take another bite, the flavor reaching its apex. The cardamom unfurls, revealing subtle hints of citrus. You smile at the unexpected freshness that sits beside the sweetness. The balance is perfect, a sweet equation solved by hands. Historians still argue whether the ancient Greeks invented the first yeast-proof bread. The discussion echoes in your mind like a distant debate in a dusty hall. You feel a gentle tug pulling you into the ritual. The ritual is simple. Observe, taste, remember, repeat. You set the fork aside, savoring the texture. The bun's interior is airy, like a cloud hugged by dough. The crumb yields under your fingertip, a slight springback. Your breath slows, following the rhythm of the kitchen. The air feels denser, packed with sugar and spice. You imagine the original baker, eyes bright with excitement. He or she must have felt the same anticipation. You whisper a thanks to the oven, the air around you. The gratitude feels like a quiet oath, simple and kind. You then lift another bun, turning it over. The glaze catches light, a prism of edible sunrise. Your eyes trace the patterns etched by the baker's thumb. You chuckle, imagining the baker as a secret comedian. The joke lands softly, like a feather on your tongue. The next joke in your mind: why did the bun go to therapy? It had dough-lie feelings. You stifle a laugh, the kitchen echoing your amusement. You set the bun back on the counter, hands cool to the touch. The counter surface feels alive beneath your palms, warm from the day. You bring another bite to your mouth, closing your eyes as always. The flavor swirls, filling each corner of your senses. The sweetness kisses the edges, the spice anchors it firmly. You feel the texture dance across your tongue like a tiny drum. Historians still debate whether the first bread ovens were communal or private. The debate sits in your heads like a quiet kettle simmering. You listen, letting the debate melt like butter on a hot pan. You feel the rhythm of the oven, turning your thoughts into a metronome. The bun's crust is still fresh, a golden armor around the heart. You press it against your teeth, the crunch a subtle applause. You pause, the taste lingering long after the bite dissolves. The lingering taste feels like a long goodbye from a friend. You imagine the friend walking away, a soft smile marking their steps. The aroma stays, a trail of cardamom in the air. You run your fingers over the bun, feeling the soft dust. You recall a small anecdote. A baker once sprinkled crushed beetles to add color. The fact seemed odd, but the story persisted through generations. You shake your head gently, enjoying the absurdity. The bun melts on your tongue, leaving a warm imprint. Your mind drifts to a memory of family dinners. The scent of cardamom always accompanied laughter at the table. The memory feels like a warm blanket, snug and familiar. You inhale, absorbing the scent. The scent fuels your thoughts like a slow fire. The kitchen hums, a low bass in the background. You feel a gentle buzz in your bones, steady as a drum. The bun's softness is a promise you trust. You feel gratitude, a quiet swell in your chest. You lower your hand, letting the bun rest again. The kitchen feels like a sanctuary of quiet. The first tasting is more than flavor, it is memory. You feel the old bakery's door creak as you recall it. That creak becomes a note in the melody of your day. The melody is sweet, threaded with spice and warmth. You keep tasting, each bite a chapter in this story. You sip the lingering aroma like an herbal tea. The tea flows into your mind, soothing the edges. You close your eyes, letting the taste settle. The taste settles into a quiet place inside you. The quiet place hums with subtle rhythm. The rhythm matches the heartbeat of your chest. You feel the rhythm grow like a tide. The tide lifts you to a calm horizon. The world is a cake to share, not just to consume. The words echo, reminding you to savor more than the taste. You decide to keep the bun as token of peace. The token sits in your palm, warm. You let your mind wander to distant horizons. You imagine travelers sharing buns with strangers on streets. The image fills you with gentle awe. You return to the bun, feeling the crisp edge. The edge feels sharp, alive. Each bite is a secret conversation with the dough. History whispers through each crumb. You recall that Normans baked flatbread in castles to feed campaigns. The castles echo with the scent of fresh breads. You feel a connection to those centuries. Old ovens, a quirky tidbit surfaces, the legend of beetle color in bread. You remember the story, its charm lingering. The story gives the bun a playful history. You taste another bite, the flavor deepening. The depth feels like a gentle lullaby. The bun's glaze melts like a soft sigh. You close your eyes, letting the world soften. You feel the hush of morning settle. The hush is a blanket over your thoughts. You breathe in. The scent becomes a promise. You let the promise settle inside. You taste a final crumb, savoring it slowly. The crumb lands like a star on your tongue. You notice the subtle sugar, the spice, the texture. Each component sings like a choir of flavors. The choir harmonizes, the song of the kitchen. The kitchen sings, and you listen, immersed. The immersion grounds you, steadies your pulse. You feel your mind settle, a quiet pond. The pond reflects the window's light. The light glints on the bun, golden. You notice the reflection, a tiny sunrise. You imagine that sunrise as a promise to start day. The promise is simple. Taste, breathe, repeat. You close your eyelids, letting the quiet fill. The quiet fills every corner of the kitchen. You feel the stillness bloom like a flower. The flower's scent is cardamom. The scent wraps around you like a shawl. You think of your grandmother's recipes. She baked with the same spice, heart, soul. Her hands left a trace, invisible. The trace lingers in the buns you taste. You feel gratitude, quiet and deep. You set the bun back on the counter. It stands, a relic of warmth. You taste again, feeling a new layer. The new layer feels like fresh snow. Fresh snow is soft, cool. The snow melts, leaving sweetness. Sweetness lingers, a gentle hum. The hum echoes through the kitchen. You inhale again, absorbing the sweetness. The sweetness brings you back. Back to the bun, back to the kitchen. The kitchen is a sanctuary of calm after the first tasting. You feel the day beginning, a silent promise. The day begins with a gentle bite. The bite is the first note of your day's song. The song plays softly, with cardamom as its main theme. You watch the bun reflect light like a crystal. The crystal sparkles, brightening the room. The brightness eases the mind. You feel a breath of relief. You feel comfort, the kind from within. Comfort wraps around you, quiet as a lullaby. The lullaby plays, you listen deeply. You smile, noticing the small humor again. If a bun could talk, it'd request a toast. The humor is gentle, like a sigh over the pain. The pain's sigh, a low whisper. The whisper reminds you of a lull. You press your palms to the cooling counter. Steady heat rises with each breath. The surface glows faintly like a sunrise in a glass jar. You sense the lingering warmth against your fingertips, soulful, almost human. It feels as if the oven sighs when you touch it. The kitchen hush deepens, a quiet symphony of settled steam. You let your fingertips trace the edge of a bun, as if mapping constellations. The crust shivers under your touch, soft as a secret. You notice the faint imprint of the baker's thumb, a fingerprint of devotion. Historians still argue whether the earliest bread was leavened or unleavened. The debate hangs like incense, floating through the room. You inhale, drawing in the scent of toasted cardamom and fresh yeast. The aroma wraps around you, a scented hug that says welcome. You smile, hearing a distant echo of laughter in the past. The sound feels like a toast from a centuries-old kitchen. You recall the Great Fire of London happened in 1666, a blaze that reshaped ovens. The memory warms your mind, not your hand. You chuckle, thinking of a bread that burned its own headline. The joke lands lightly, like a feather on a spoon. You take another breath, savoring the gentle heat's embrace. You feel it pulse under the bun, like a quiet drumbeat. A memory of a medieval kitchen surfaces. Cheese baked into bread to fight scurvy. The tidbit feels like a quirky secret shared between ovens. You remember the story, letting absurdity settle. The idea of cheese in bread feels oddly comforting. You feel your breath align with the kitchen's rhythm, slow and steady. You let your thoughts drift to the first baker in ancient Mesopotamia. They were the pioneers of yeast, turning dough into clouds. The idea of dough rising feels almost magical, like a child's first spell. You pause, listening to the counter's soft sigh. The counter sighs like an old friend who has seen many mornings. You tap your fingertips against the bun's soft resistance, like a sleeping cat. You feel the heat persist, a quiet power under the crust. You let the warmth mingle with the aroma, forming a fragrant blanket. You breathe in, inhaling the scent of cardamom, sweet and aromatic. You close your eyes, letting the warmth travel through your spine. You feel the gentle pulse, as if the oven breathes with you. You recall that quirky tidbit bakers once sprinkled crushed beetles to color dough. The story feels like a hidden joke from the kitchen's past. You laugh softly, the sound echoing against the walls. The kitchen echoes back, a subtle nod to old myths. You feel the temperature steady, a calm after a storm. You imagine the first oven, a clay pot that held heat forever. The image feels warm, almost tangible through the counter's edge. You hear a distant clack of pots, a rhythmic reminder of time passing. You feel your pulse sync with it, steady and sure. You take another bite, letting flavors unfold like chapters. The bun's interior is airy, whispering about a secret recipe. The crumb yields gentle resistance, a springback under your finger. You savor the crunch, the sound like a polite applause. You remember the ancient ovens from Roman times, stacked like sleeping giants. The memory feels like a soft echo in the present morning. You hear the rustle of parchment, the scent of warm bread again. You breathe, letting the heat wash over your fingertips. You feel the bun's heat lingering on your skin, a lingering kiss. The sensation feels like a promise of comfort. You think of a child's first bite, innocent and delighted. You imagine that child reaching for the bun with giddy anticipation. You smile, feeling the warmth seep into the room. You recall a story of a baker who traded flour for glitter, absurd, yet charming. The tale brings a soft chuckle, a reminder of playful inventiveness. You let the joke settle like sugar on the tongue. You feel the subtle warmth still cling to the bun's surface. The heat is almost human, offering its own gentle company. You imagine the oven humming softly, singing lullabies to dough. You hear a distant clatter, pots clinking together, a kitchen choir. You let your mind wander to the ancient kitchens of Egypt. There, Egyptian kings' bread faced the same gentle heat. You feel the bun's warmth, recalling those long ago fires. You smile at the thought of ancient bakers holding dough warm while they dine. You notice a faint dust trace on the bun, like a snowflake's grace. You compare it to a memory of snow melting on a summer day. You feel the heat like a sunrise over a quiet valley. You think of the warmth as a quiet power, not a roaring flame. You let your fingers glide across the bun, feeling the grain of the dough. The texture whispers, promising relaxation with every bite. You hear a soft hum in the air, a lullaby of cooling ovens. The hum feels like a sleepy song beneath the morning light. You think of the gentle joke, if bread could talk, it would ask for a toast. The joke lands, a soft sigh between the panes. You reflect on a memory of a grandmother's recipe book. She penned the cardamom blend with a flourish, like a secret handshake. You imagine her standing by a stove, heat rising in rhythm. You feel the warmth echoing through the kitchen, as if she were there. You smile, a quiet grin at the thought of her passing on secrets. You let the thought settle, as restful as a warm cup of tea. You recall a debate whether the earliest bread was leavened or unleavened. The debate echoes like a footstep in an empty hall. You breathe in, the scent of cardamom filling the room. The aroma feels like a blanket, keeping you snug. You feel the gentle heat rise up, a quiet, almost human presence. You sense the warmth, as if the oven is breathing next to you. You think of a modern kitchen, bright with LED lights. The lights flicker like distant stars, indifferent to the heat. You imagine them dancing around the warm bun, a silent dance. You take a moment, letting the warmth lull you into calm. You feel the oven's heat lingering, a comforting shadow. You find a quiet corner, a slice of peace amidst the morning. You recall a bakery in ancient Rome that kept dough in clay jars. The clay walls trapped heat, warming bread like a slow sunrise. You feel that heat, gentle, steady, unassuming. You think of a myth, bread that could sing if heated enough. You chuckle softly, the joke echoing in the quiet space. The joke lands, a gentle ripple across the countertop. You hear a distant clatter, kitchen tools playing a soft tune. You let your mind drift to a quiet forest, leaves breathing. The forest hush is similar to the kitchen quiet, both comforting. You breathe, inhaling the cardamom's sweet note. The fragrance paints the room with warmth, painting calm upon everything. You feel the bun's warmth against your fingers, a quiet conversation. You think of the baker's hands as gentle shepherds guiding dough. Their touch is steady, the oven a faithful companion in the heat. You let your fingers relax against the bun, feeling its gentle yield. You observe how the bun's crust reflects morning light. The reflection sparkles like a small, edible sunrise. You think of how light bends across glass, creating lace patterns. The patterns dance, inviting you to pause and breathe. You feel the warmth, subtle, not a blaze, but a loving ember. You recall a story of a baker using crushed beetles for color, unexpected, quirky. You remember that the bun's gentle heat carries the spice's memory. You take another bite, letting flavor rise like a sweet cloud. You feel the subtle cardamom notes, citrusy and soft. The taste lingers like a sigh left on the tongue. You imagine a conversation between spice and butter, gentle and sweet. Your mind drifts to a quiet cottage, hearth glowing softly. The cottage heat is like the bun's faint, persistent warmth. You feel the calm spreading, touching mind and body. You recall an anecdote baker who once left a small bell on the counter. The bell chimed softly when bread cooled, an audible sigh. You imagine the bell's gentle chime in your ears, a lullaby to the bun. The sound feels like a promise of warmth kept. You let the heat be your companion, steady and quiet. You think of the bun as a little guardian of comfort. The bun's warmth whispers, "Stay, rest, I'll keep you calm." You agree, letting the heat settle at the base of your chest. You listen, hearing the oven's gentle sigh, like a sigh of relief. You feel the kitchen's rhythm match your heartbeat. Your pulse syncs with the heat's slow flutter. You breathe, feeling the warmth thread across your skin. The thread is like a warm ribbon, soothing and unhurried. You let your thoughts ease, carried by the gentle heat. You recall a debate. Does the earliest bread hold a secret map? The debate, hushed, lingers like a whisper in an empty hall. You smile at the mental image, a map hidden within a loaf. You feel the heat as a quiet storyteller, telling a story of patience. Your mind imagines bread rising slowly, like a sunrise in reverse. You consider the bun's texture, airy inside, firm outside. It feels like a tiny, edible cloud under a protective shell. You place your hand on the bun, feeling the heat rise. The warmth flows up, a gentle, comforting wave. You feel gratitude, unassuming, a soft swell in your chest. You remember the old counter's scar, a story of years past. The scar holds memory, just as the bun holds memory of heat. You think of how heat can hold stories, like ink on paper. You let the heat anchor your senses, grounding you. You feel the bun's warmth like a quiet friend, not demanding. You breathe, inhaling the aromatic cardamom that dances above. The aroma becomes a lullaby, calming the mind. You hear a faint tick of the kitchen clock, steady as the heat. The tick matches the rhythm of your breath, slow and sure. You feel the heat's presence, not overpowering, but supportive. You imagine the oven as a kind companion, patient and true. The companion's warmth is almost human, offering its own quiet love. You recall a quirky tidbit. Some bakers use cheese to fight scurvy, a culinary cure. You laugh softly. The image of cheese-infused bread tickles your mind. The joke lands as a gentle laugh, a soft ripple. You let the memory fade into the present, into the heat of the bun. The present feels like a warm blanket, covering mind and body. You think of the bun's journey from dough to warm, edible comfort. You feel the heat remain a loyal guide, steady as a lighthouse in fog. You see the kitchen as a quiet harbor for your thoughts. The harbor's calm is filled with warmth, not storms of hunger. You inhale the cardamom, feeling the aroma wrap your nerves. You feel the bun's heat, like a close friend holding your hand. You let yourself relax into the gentle heat's orbit. You recall a myth, a baker who whispered prayers to dough before baking. The whispers seem to infuse the heat with a gentle, almost human spirit. You believe in that, feeling warmth as a companion. You feel the bun's heat, a faint ember of ancient fire. This ember feeds your calm, not your appetite. You remember the old bakery that was rebuilt after fire, still warm and welcoming. The place kept the secret warmth of bread, like a long-running lullaby. You listen to the soft hum under the countertop, the gentle lullaby of heat. You feel the warmth as a quiet power, steady and enduring. You close your eyes, letting the heat fill the room, as soft as a whispered prayer. The heat fills space, inviting you to breathe deeper. Your breath deepens, the heat rising with each inhale. You feel the bun's warmth, like the earth's pulse under your feet. You recognize the gentle, quiet power of heat, a silent guardian of calm. You smile contentedly, feeling the kitchen, the bun, the temperature together. The quiet power warms every corner, no rush, only presence. You feel the warmth as an anchor, steady and assured. The warmth anchors not only the bun, but your thoughts, grounding you. You stay with that feeling, letting the heat guide you gently, as it always does. You watch the early morning light slip through the stained glass. The glass hums like a choir of tiny prisms. Each shard casts lacy silhouettes onto the worn kitchen tiles. The patterns shift, soft, flowing, painting the floor with gentle geometry. You inhale deeply, the scent of cardamom mingling with daylight. The aroma curls around your senses like a warm blanket. You feel the bun's gentle heat against the cool counter. It lingers, reminding you that even light can be comforting. You remember the glassmaker's craft, once hidden in a Roman marketplace. The ancient artisans mixed sand, soda, and crushed tin to birth transparency. Their work still echoes in every pane that frames your kitchen. A mainstream historical fact: Venetian glass was crafted on floating workshops across lagoons. You notice the light bending like a miniature sun around the edges of the glass. Dust motes flutter, dancing to a silent rhythm beneath the luminous tapestry. It feels almost theatrical, except the actors are light and shadows. You pause to let the quiet wash over you, tasting the air. The bun's soft crust sighs like a contented cat, giving you permission. You chuckle softly, light jokes arise when a bun looks like a moon. You trace the lace pattern's geometry, triangles, circles, an ancient puzzle. Each shape seems to whisper secrets about the day's future flavors. It feels like a secret map hidden inside the glass. You remember a quirky tidbit that bakers once coated dough with banana peel to retain moisture. People say it made the bread smell like a tropical vacation. It's true, banana peel aroma danced over the dough during the bake. You smile at that memory, hearing the bun's sigh echo the banana peel's laugh. The laughter blends with the glass's song, a symphony for the senses. You pause again, letting the pattern shift softly across the tiles. You notice the light turning a soft amber on the edges, like a gentle warning. No ominous herald, merely a cue to indulge in calm. You step closer, feeling the counter's coolness, a reassuring contrast. The glass hums again, each reflection a tiny star watching you. You wonder whether the light itself is a guardian of the kitchen's secret. Historians still argue whether the earliest window designed to filter light was built in early medieval times. The debate lingers, much like the lingering scent of cardamom. You feel the hush return, inviting you to breathe deeper. The bun's aroma deepens, its sugar crystals glittering in the morning sun. The sugar melts slowly, the light refracting, creating a subtle glow. It looks like a tiny lamp, bright enough to guide you. You feel your thoughts drift with the light, untethered from worries. Each breath feels as though the glass is exhaling softly. You imagine the glass as a giant, serene choir breathing with you. You reach out, fingertips brushing the cool glass, feeling warmth from the bun. The contact creates a microcosm where heat and cool meet. It feels like a small hug, silent, comforting, reassuring. You notice a small spider in the corner, weaving a gossamer thread. It reminds you that even in a kitchen, life finds ways to weave. Its movement is slow, deliberate, like the pattern shifting on the floor. You think of how the morning light has been a constant since the first glass, crafted in Mesopotamia around 3000 BCE. It has witnessed kings and queens, and now it watches you. The bun's warmth is a gentle reminder that life's textures are layered. You inhale the scent of citrus cardamom, a bright spark in the air. It feels like sipping sunlight on the tongue. You chuckle. Humor is the lightest of spices. A joke about a bun on a sunbeam pops into mind. You share it silently with the glass, which answers with a soft ripple. Even the floor seems to smile, reflecting your mirth. You feel the room breathe in time with your heart, a perfect syncopation. The warmth of the bun is like a quiet applause for the day. Soon your mind will wander to memories of childhood kitchens. Your hand dips into a jar of powdered sugar, ready to dust the buns. The sugar cascades like tiny snow, settling softly on the crusts. You spread the crystals in a thin veil, an artful finish. A gentle sigh escapes the buns, almost a whisper of gratitude. You pause, taking in the aroma of sugar and cardamom. The scent feels like a promise, a sweet note carried by the wind. You feel weight lift as the kitchen becomes a sanctuary of calm. The glass reflects your face, a soft halo around your brow. Your eyes flutter, drawn into the glimmering light. You inhale again, letting the aroma settle beside your thoughts. The bun's warm crust crackles softly, the sound a gentle chime. You lift your fingers, feeling the fine dust of sugar crystals. The crystals sparkle, tiny stars on a buttery stage. You smile. This is the sweet taste of small delights. Your mind drifts to a memory of a grandmother's kitchen. Her apron was stained with flour. Her hands flourished like old trees. She would taste the buns before serving, whispering blessings into the dough. You hear her laugh, a sound as warm as the sun through glass. You feel the same warmth, now mirrored in the present kitchen. The glass, the buns, the memory, this trio creates a lull. You close your eyes, letting the light seep into your eyelids. It feels soft, like a blanket of golden dust covering you. Your thoughts slow, surrendering to the calming presence of the buns. You realize sleep is on the horizon, gentle and patient. The bun's last bite fades into memory, a soft echo of sweetness. With every breath you take, the kitchen whispers lullabies. You feel the lullaby's rhythm matching the beat of your heart. The glass, still glowing, keeps your gaze steady. Your mind eases further, drifting toward a dreamscape. You welcome the night, the quiet, the hum of the house. The bun's aroma lingers, a final promise that morning will return. You pause, hearing the soft crack of the crust easing into silence. Each tiny pop feels like a secret tap on a quiet drum. You lean in, letting the hush wrap around your ears. The kitchen sighs, the buns' cooling breath blending with the air. A subtle creak from the corner rug offers a background rustle. You sense the time slowing, the world shifting into a gentle tempo. Your pulse syncs with the stillness, as if the buns are meditating. You feel the crumb's heartbeat, faint yet comforting. A faint scent of caramel drifts from the cooling surface. You smell the subtle sweetness, almost like a lullaby. Your mind drifts to the past, to old hearths and ovens. You remember how bakers once cooled loaves on large stone slabs, a mainstream historical fact. In 16th century France, bakers practiced stone cooling for better crust texture. You chuckle at the image of bread and stone, two stubborn old friends. The bun creaks again, a delicate whisper in the quiet. You hear it as if a secret handshake between dough and air. You close your eyes, letting the moment soak into your bones. A memory of a grandmother's kitchen surfaces, her flour-stained apron still vivid. Your aunt once joked, if bread could talk, it would request a nap. You laugh softly at that mental image. A joke lands, subtle. I tried to bake a time travel loaf, but it kept cooling in the present. You smile, the joke echoing in the calm. The bun's crust exhales a sigh of release, a subtle crackle in the background. You notice the sound pattern, almost rhythmic, like a metronome on a low volume. You lean closer, fingertips hovering above the surface. You feel the residual heat, a warm glow against your skin. Your skin remembers the last bite, still tinged with spice. You inhale deeper, the aroma deepening into your chest. Your breathing becomes steadier, synchronized with the crack. The world narrows to the kitchen, to the bun, to the breath. You're still in the moment, a pause in the day's flow. You feel an ancient ritual echoing, the cooling of bread like a slow sunrise. You remind yourself, remembering a quirky tidbit. Some bakers once coated dough with banana peel to keep it moist. The memory of that tropical scent lingers, a ghost of banana peel aroma. You grin at the absurdity, the idea of banana peel bread. You reach out slowly, feeling the crumb's slight give. Your hand meets a small pocket of softness, an unspoken invitation. You press lightly, the bun yields like a shy companion. You realize that even the cooling process has personality. You hear a soft groan, a sigh released by the crust. It is not just cooling, it's communication. The bun's subtle sound feels like a lullaby for your senses. You pause, listening for another crack, another breath. The kitchen's hum is steady, a backdrop to the bun's voice. You think of how cooling racks were used during wartime to test enemy bread quality. Historians still argue whether the earliest cooling rack was a secret spy tool or a kitchen necessity. The debate lingers like a faint echo among the cracks. You find humor again, thinking of spies and cooling loaves. You picture a trench, a loaf, a suspicious pause. You imagine the bun whispering, "Did you check your paperwork, dear?" You chuckle, the sound filling the stillness. You return to the bun, hearing another subtle snap. The sound is almost imperceptible, the crack as thin as a sigh. You breathe out slowly, feeling the silence deepen. The bun exhales, and the kitchen feels lighter. You feel gratitude for this quiet, simple joy. You hear your own heartbeat, calm and regular. You notice the pattern of light dancing on the window pane. The light glints through the glass, reflecting the bun's surface. You see the bun as a tiny star, burning gentle in the day. The star hums softly, resonating with the crack. You picture a child's bedtime story, a loaf as a guardian. You remember a story your mother once told about bread protecting the house. She smiled and said, "Bread is the smallest guardian in the house." You smile, feeling the memory fold around you. Your mind wanders to the aroma of cardamom blooming. It lifts your mood, a spice that feels like a tiny cheer. The aroma swirls, inviting the bun to join. You are wrapped by the scent, a warm blanket of calm. You notice that your fingers are still slightly warm. The bun still retains a kiss of heat, a whisper of day. It is a gentle reminder that cooling bread is a kind of therapy. You press a palm over the bun again, feeling the subtle warmth. Your thoughts drift like a feather, light and free. You imagine the crumb as a cloud, soft and endless. The cloud releases moisture, a gentle fog of comfort. You imagine that fog drifting into the window, mingling with the light. A joke slips in. "I tried to keep bread fresh, but the fridge kept whispering, 'Too cold, bro.'" You chuckle, the humor echoing in the quiet. You realize how the bun's quiet crack is a conversation with yourself. You listen, and you learn to listen. The silence is a teacher, teaching patience. You feel the lessons settle over your chest. You breathe, aware of the silence, the crack, the gentle heat. You realize that each small whisper of bread adds a layer of peace. You see this quiet as a soundtrack to your day. You think of the way your grandmother used to say, "A loaf's silence is the sweetest music." You smile, and the kitchen hums in response. You pause, letting the crack echo one more time. You feel the time stretch, each breath longer. You feel a calm settle into your bones. You notice the bun's scent, now lighter, a gentle reminder of a warm hearth. You let that scent fill your mind, grounding you. You hear the floor creak under the weight of a lazy cat, a distant echo. It doesn't disturb. It just reminds you of living things. You recall a peculiar superstition. Baking a loaf at midnight can bring sweet dreams. You ponder if you'll try it someday. You laugh at that absurd idea, still amused. You inhale, smelling cardamom and bread, warmth and coolness. Your mind settles, slowly folding into sleep. The bun's quiet crack is a lullaby, a gentle wave. You feel the world tilt toward a calm horizon. You're ready for the day or the night, the decision left to the bun. You close your mind, the silence staying like a soft blanket. You breathe deeper, each breath a step toward toward a restful afternoon. You let the calm rise, the bun a small but steady ember. Your thoughts dim, the kitchen's light softening into a dreamlike glow. You stay with the crack, the quiet, the warmth, the scent. You feel whole, complete, as if the bun whispered, "Rest now, we'll rise again tomorrow." You let the echo of cardamom settle over your senses. The spice lingers like a quiet guest at a tea party. You inhale again, feeling the aroma wrap around your chest. It tastes faint, almost like a memory of old kitchens. You pause, noticing the scent is not static. It shifts, folding new notes into the familiar. You watch the scent travel through the thin curtains. The breeze carries a whisper of cardamom seeds. You remember that odd trick from Grandma. She'd dust peppercorns. The kitchen light flickered, showing shadows that danced. Your eyes narrow, savoring the scent's subtle geometry. You turn your head to the window, the air cool. The morning sun casts honey across the counter. It blends with cardamom, forming a golden glow. You feel the kitchen's pulse in a tiny vibration. There is a hum, like a distant lullaby. You hear the bun's subtle crack, a reassurance. It tells you that cooling is a kind of meditation. You smile, remembering the quirky fact about cardamom. Some bakers used dried cardamom skins to keep bread supple. It works like a natural humidifier, a culinary secret. That odd tidbit might sound like modern herbalism. You chuckle, thinking of a kitchen smelling like a spice museum. The scent lingers, inviting you to slow down. You breathe, the cardamom weaving patterns in your mind. The pattern feels like a gentle mantra, easy and soothing. You close your eyes, letting the scent drift into the corner. Heat from the cooling bun still tingles on your fingertips. You feel a subtle warmth, a reminder of recent baking. You wonder if the cardamom memory is tied to scent or taste. You know the answer lies beneath the aroma's veil. The bun's crack sounds like a tiny applause. You laugh at the absurd image, a bakery orchestra. You feel the room settle into a soft hum. The hum blends with the scent, forming a lullaby. You think of the old spice trade across medieval roads. Cardamom was prized, a green gold carried by merchants. In 1300, trade caravans shipped thousands of pods to Europe. That mainstream historical fact sets the stage for this aroma. You marvel. The cardamom scent now feels connected to that era. Historians still argue whether the earliest cooling rack was a secret spy tool or a kitchen necessity. You pause again, letting that connection warm your chest. You recall a small, humorous legend about a royal baker. He supposedly baked cardamom buns for the king's pillow. He claimed the buns would keep the king's dreams sweet. You chuckle, imagining the king snoring to a cardamom lullaby. You wonder if the buns made the king sleep more soundly. The story feels like a sweet tale, a cozy anecdote. You let the image fade, focusing on the cardamom aroma again. The scent grows richer, as if the cardamom were a living thing. You see the bun's crust reflecting the light in specks. The specks sparkle, like tiny stars of spice. You lean back, feeling the kitchen's warmth like a blanket. You breathe in the cardamom, its fragrance a silent companion. The aroma seems to settle in your throat, a gentle anchor. You listen to the subtle crack, a rhythmic heartbeat. That rhythm feels like a metronome set to slow day. You imagine a tiny drummer inside the bun, keeping time. You laugh quietly, the idea of cooking conducting a band. The light shifts as the sun climbs higher above. The shadows on the floor lengthen, a quiet choreography. You stay rooted, let the scent and light mingle. You realize the cardamom has deep roots in history. The spice was first cultivated in India, an olden hub. It spread via traders, a green thread through kingdoms. Modern kitchens now hold a slice of that distant past. You inhale, feeling the weight of centuries on your tongue. You close the window, letting the scent drift inside. The cardamom continues, a calm whisper in the room. You sit, the bun between your hands like a small book. You feel its story, written in flavor and time. The cardamom story weaves through your thoughts, unhurried. You smile, remembering a quirky old belief. People once believed cardamom could ward off bad dreams. The idea sounds like a fairy tale, yet there's charm. You find that humor, a gentle lift of the mood. The bun's subtle crack returns, a soft applause again. You wonder how many other senses join this quiet concert. Your ears catch the distant clock, a steady tick. A steady ticking balances the gentle crack, harmonizing the room. You breathe, feeling the rhythm steady your nervous system. The scent of cardamom still perfumes your breath. You imagine it drifting onto a nap blanket, a sleepy image that seems to call you to rest. You inhale slowly, absorbing the calm. The word of the day is stillness, whispered by the bun. Stilled breathing mirrors the hushed kitchen in perfect sync. You are present, the moment wrapped like dough. You feel your thoughts settle, a crumb of peace. You see the bun glow, a gentle ember on wood. You feel the heat recede, leaving a soft reminder. You pause again, the cardamom still humming softly. The aroma is a quiet invitation, a gentle nudge. The bun's crack sounds an echo of a distant drum. You feel the room breathe with the bun's breath. It is a slow, steady pulse you can almost taste. You inhale deeper, the cardamom coating your senses. You imagine the spice traveling across continents, settling in your mind. It is a journey that ends in this kitchen, a home. The bun is an anchor, keeping you grounded. You smile as the echo fades and the light softens. The cardamom's aroma wavers, yet it lingers like a promise. You close your eyes, letting the scent soak the air. You feel the breath of the kitchen, a steady stream. Your heart slows, a drum that matches the bun's rhythm. You let sleep creep in, a gentle tide. The cardamom whispers like a lullaby under a blanket. You drift, letting the world blur. The bun remains, a quiet companion. You smile, the buns echo a gentle reminder. You feel the kitchen's presence wrap you like a shawl. The cardamom scent fades, but its memory endures. You let the calm settle, steady as a stone. You inhale the quiet, feeling it fill your lungs. You whisper thanks to the bun. It feels right. Your mind drifts to thoughts of tomorrow's baking. You imagine the next morning, cardamom again. You feel hope rise like freshly baked dough. You taste the promise, a subtle sweet in your mouth. You smile as the cardamom echoes your thoughts. The bun's final crack seals the moment. You rest. The kitchen's hum cradles your dreams. You feel the night weave the story. The cardamom scent lingers, a sweet lull before sleep. You breathe, the cardamom calm settling in your chest. You close your eyes, ready for dreams. Soft light settles over the tray, each bun a tiny, warm sunrise. You feel the gentle vibration of heat slipping away like a sigh. The air tastes of dough and promise, a quiet promise. You place the tray on the cooling rack, watching it rest like patient fire. You listen to the subtle crack of each bun, a tiny applause. That sound feels like a lullaby humming in the kitchen. Minutes pass, and the buns cool, their glaze softening to satin. Each breath you take matches the cooling rhythm, a gentle mantra. You whisper a quiet thanks, and the scent spreads like a soft cloud. The scent of cardamom, honey, and yeast fills the space. You notice how the kitchen feels alive, humming beneath the quiet. Heat still lingers on your fingertips, a reminder of the oven's embrace. Historians still argue whether the cooling rack was engineered for spies or bakers. Some evidence points to clandestine meals in 17th century taverns. The mainstream fact is that the first recorded cooling rack appeared in 1765 Paris. You chuckle, imagining thieves hiding bread under the racks, avoiding the watchful eyes. A quirky story from 19th century France says bakers soaked cardamom skins in water to keep the dough moist. You recall the legend that the skins turned into tiny crystal gardens on the surface. Those gardens reflect a sunbeam, turning the cooling rack into a living tapestry. The image makes your hands tremble, almost like a child holding a new toy. You lean forward, feeling the gentle breeze that drifts through the high windows. The light filters through, throwing lace patterns across the table. You sigh, and the light seems to melt into the crust, a soft amber. Each ember becomes a tiny sun, nurturing the coolness below. The bun's crust crackles softly, a whispered note in the background. This crackle matches the rhythmic ticking of the kitchen clock. Every tick reminds you that time pauses in the presence of flavor. You feel the world tilt softer, as though your body is dough rolling in calm. You observe the cooling rack, its metal ribs glinting like a small constellation. Each rib seems to cradle a bun, a tiny satellite in a quiet orbit. The image draws a parallel to the constellations of old, reminding you of the cosmos. You inhale the cool air, tasting the faint metallic aftertaste, a reminder of early ovens. You notice the clock's hands move slower, as if time itself likes to breathe. The buns grow still, a testament to the patience that baking demands. You feel the calm expand, a wave that washes over every corner of the room. The scent of cardamom lingers, soft as a lullaby whispered by the wind. You think of the story of a baker who believed cooling racks could keep out evil spirits. The legend says the racks were made of iron with symbols carved to ward. You smile at the whimsy as the kitchen becomes a place of gentle protection. Such stories add a layer of mystery, but they never disturb the calm you find. You observe how the buns release moisture, turning into a quiet mist that lingers. This mist cools the room, turning each breath into a soft inhale. The air feels thick with memory of baked goods and morning light. You realize that cooling is not just waiting, it is a practice of mindful restraint. You feel the edges of the buns soften, their surfaces surrendering to the air. Those edges once held the dough tight, now they melt, yielding to time. You can almost taste the release, a gentle kiss from the loaf itself. The feeling is a soft assurance that patience pays off with flavor. You recall the phrase cooling like patience by a fire that you once heard. The image of a fire slowly withdrawing its heat paints a picture of gentle surrender. You imagine the fire as a friend, slowly receding, letting its warmth rest in the buns. The buns then hold that warmth, a small ember in the cool morning. You set the cooling rack apart from the counter, making space for the silence. This silence is filled with the soft rustle of cardamom leaves. You listen as each bun settles, a final breath that settles like a whisper. You feel that final whisper echoing inside, a promise of rest. You pause, breathing in the calm, and let your mind follow the journey. You think of the early bakers who measured time by candles, not clocks. Each candle burned slower, giving a rhythm that matched the gentle cooling. The rhythm was simple, like a lullaby for the dough. You consider how your own modern-day life feels like a bustling kitchen. Yet, in this moment, the kitchen is your sanctuary, silent and warm. You realize that cooling is a lesson, slow, attentive, and full of gratitude. The lesson lives in each bun, cooling like a promise, softly resolved. You take a slow breath and let the scent of cardamom swirl around your face. Cardamom breathes life into the room, turning the air into a fragrant cloud. You feel the cloud settle, a soft blanket over your thoughts. This blanket presses gently, calming your mind into a rhythmic hush. You notice the light shifting, painting the buns in a warm amber glow. The amber glow fades into a gentle dusk, a gentle lull in the morning. You feel the day transition, and your breathing matches the fading warmth. Your breath slows, a rhythm that mirrors the cooling of buns. You listen to the subtle crack of each bun, a gentle applause that ends when they are finished. Those final cracks are like a choir settling down for the night. You feel a sense of completion, a small wave that washes away any restlessness. Such completion is a quiet reward, a taste of peace. You take another moment, allowing the scent of cardamom to anchor you. You feel the cool air, the lingering warmth, and the gentle echo of the kitchen. All these sensations meld into a single, soothing breath you inhale slowly. You exhale, letting the breath release what's still unsettled inside. You feel grateful for the simple act of cooling, a practice that teaches humility. The buns cool, and the room reflects a deeper calm, a quiet meditation. You imagine that calm spreading outward like a ripple across a lake. The ripple lingers, soothing each corner of your mind. You hear the gentle tick of the clock, its steady pulse matching your own heart. The sound is soft, a steady drumbeat that lets you surrender to the moment. You let the drumbeat guide breath, inhaling as the clock whispers, and you exhale, feeling the tick melt into the quiet. You close your eyes, feeling the warmth of the buns melt against your skin. The warmth fades, leaving only the gentle hum of the kitchen. You let the hum become a blanket, each note wrapped around the room. It's a soft, audible lullaby that feels like a hug from a friend. You feel a connection to the ancient bakers, the ones who first cooled their dough. They too waited patiently, letting the fire quiet itself, and then the day would begin. You imagine them beneath your ceiling, whispering recipes into the air. Their whispers become a silent song that lingers in the kitchen. You let the quiet settle over you, the silence deepening like a bath of stars. You feel your pulse slow, matching the light's slow descent. You inhale, and the calm pours into your lungs, soft as a feather. You exhale, releasing all the thoughts that once rushed like wind. You feel gratitude, a quiet hum that rises like the oven once did. You understand that cooling, like a wise friend, teaches you to pause. Each pause is a lesson, a reminder that the most delicious moments happen slowly. You lean into this lesson, letting it sink into the fabric of your being. You watch the buns one last time, a tableau of dough, cardamom, and sun. The buns are nearly cooled, soft and fragrant, a quiet promise kept. You let the last scent linger, the aroma wrapping around the room. The aroma feels like a gentle hand on your shoulder, a whispered comfort. You close your eyes one more time, breathing in the stillness of the kitchen. The kitchen hums, the buns smile, and the world feels serene. You inhale the quiet, let it seep into each fiber of your being. You exhale, feeling the release of the day's worries. You carry the calm forward, each breath a reminder of the cooling ritual. You understand that every moment is like cooling dough, slow, quiet, rewarding. You allow this understanding to guide you gently into the rest of the day. You let the scent of cardamom be a beacon, a promise that morning will return. You are ready to return to your day, buoyed by the memory of the buns cooling. You feel the gentle echo of the kitchen, a lull that lingers long after you leave. You smile, knowing you carry the warmth of a quiet fire. The day now welcomes you, gentle and bright, like a new cup of tea. You press your hand against the crumb soft, yielding like a gentle sigh. The texture is airy, as if the dough has a secret breathing rhythm. You feel the flour dust settle like snowfall between your fingers. The morning light creeps across the kitchen, soft, amber, almost syrupy. You breathe in the cardamom pulse that lingers on your breath. It is the scent of distant spice markets, humming beneath the counter. You remember the old baker who claimed cardamom could scare off squirrels. That anecdote feels like a whispered legend on a lazy Sunday. Your laugh trembles softly. Maybe the dough is auditioning for a comedic role. Your hands feel the crumb's resilience, like a well-trained yoga partner. It offers a gentle resistance, almost like a quiet, supportive hug. You imagine the crumb as a tiny creature learning to fly. The crumb's surface glistens under the window's pale glow. It reflects light with the grace of a small, edible mirror. That shimmer reminds you of a distant star in a midnight sky. You listen for the soft click of the cooling rack's metal joints. Each joint sighs into a calm, rhythmic breathing pattern. You find peace in that unassuming machinery, like a lullaby. Historians still argue whether cooling racks were invented for espionage or convenience. The mystery adds a layer of intrigue to the quiet kitchen. You recall a quirky tidbit about cardamom used on Viking wedding dresses. That story feels almost too peculiar for a breakfast table. Your fingers press more, feeling the crumb's internal softness. The crumb swells with each gentle touch, like a sleeping whale. You picture a whale surfacing in a dreamless lake, its skin translucent. The image brings a gentle chuckle as unexpected humor settles. You notice how the crumb feels like a warm memory at the edge of a dream. Your mind drifts to the first flour mill in Rome, burned in 123 AD, a historical fact that reminds you how cooking connects past to present. The old mill's ashes still whisper stories of ancient bread. You sip a calm cup of tea, and the steam curls around your fingers. It tastes like cinnamon, and it's as comforting as a childhood blanket. Your inner self smiles at the kitchen's quiet, almost sacred silence. Your fingers press into the crumb with a tenderness that feels almost therapeutic. The sensation turns your thoughts into a gentle, rocking wave. You remember the story of a baker who claimed cooling racks could keep out spirits. That belief feels like folklore weaving itself into the present moment. Your mind chuckles. Spiritual protection over baked goods feels oddly comforting. You let the crumb's softness envelop your hand in a hush. It exudes comfort, as if the dough itself is saying you're okay. Your voice whispers a soft thanks, reverberating through the room. This gratitude feels like a small gift, warm and unassuming. You notice the crumbs scatter, tiny white clouds drifting down. They settle on the countertop like tiny snowflakes in a breeze. Your eyes follow each crumb's gentle descent and pause. You imagine a tiny army marching toward the base of the kitchen. That image tickles you, a hidden joke about humble heroes. You feel the crumb's surface cool against your palm, a subtle shift in temperature. A gentle chill spreads like a small wave across your hand. You hear the faint click of the cooling rack like a distant heartbeat. The rhythm matches the pulse of your breathing, both in sync. Your breath deepens, slow, a quiet, steady drum. You find your thoughts aligning with the rhythmic calm of the dough. You ponder the history of bread, a universal thread through cultures. The knowledge grounds you like a sturdy foundation of stone. You remember the anecdote about cardamom in Viking weddings. That quirky detail reminds you that spices travel far beyond kitchens. You imagine the Viking bride, smelling cardamom, swirling around a fire. The image brings a light laugh. The contrast feels soothing. You press your hand again, feeling a subtle elasticity. The crumb stretches minutely, like a tiny stretch of yoga mat. The stretch offers a silent promise that time is gentle, not harsh. You consider how the crumb returns to stillness like a well-timed finale. Its stillness offers a quiet celebration of patience and effort. You notice the light changing across the glass, soft, golden, fading. The color shift mirrors a sunset on a quiet balcony. The warmth of the light mingles with the cardamom aroma. You allow the scent to wrap around you like an unseen shawl. You inhale, feeling the subtle sweetness deepen in your mind. Your senses create a tapestry of flavor and light in your thoughts. You think of the first bakery in Venice, where sweet bread was prized. That historical fact shows how bread has always been a cultural anchor. Your inner narrator jokes, "At least I'm not a dough critic." The joke lands with a gentle smile, brightening the air. You press the crumb one last time, feeling a satisfying softness. The texture gives way to a calm, almost meditative release. That release is like a lullaby that settles inside your chest. You listen to that lullaby, soft, rhythmic, almost musical. The hum of the kitchen becomes a gentle soundtrack. You close your eyes, feeling the crumb's warmth seeping into your body. The warmth travels down your arm, into your fingers, into your chest. It feels like a small fire burning a steady, comforting ember. You let that ember glow, steady and unhurried, like a tiny beacon. You feel your breath synchronize with this ember's steady flicker. You notice how silence and music merge into a subtle song. You find comfort in that song, a lull that eases your thoughts. The crumb's softness offers a quiet reassurance that everything is calm. You realize how small acts of touch can calm the inner storm. You remember how the first cooling rack appeared in Paris in 1765. That fact ties a modern kitchen to a distant continent. You joke to yourself, "I'm a culinary time traveler." Your laughter dissolves, replaced by the steady hum of quiet. You press the crumb again, feeling a velvety softness. Softness feels like a whisper of gratitude from the dough itself. You hear a faint sigh from the crumb, almost a breath of wind. That sigh syncs with your breathing, steady, rhythmic, gentle. The harmony becomes a shared secret between you and the crumbs. You realize that the crumb's sigh is a reminder to slow down. You allow that reminder to settle in your mind like a gentle fog. You feel the crumb's gentle warmth and the cardamom perfume linger. You hold both in your memory, storing this calm for later moments. You listen for the faint rustling of cooling crumbs in the counter. The rustle sounds like a distant whisper, a soft lull. You take a breath, letting the kitchen's quiet fill your lungs. You exhale, releasing any tension you carried into this moment. You feel the crumb's texture in your fingertips, a gentle, tactile memory. You imagine the crumb as a small, soft creature, humming a lullaby. Your imagination turns that creature into a tiny guardian of calm. The guardian whispers, "Rest here, breathe, pause." You feel the calm settle deeper into your chest, a warm, steady glow. You wonder about the mystery of cooling, how dough learns patience. Patience spreads like a gentle, thick blanket across your thoughts. You remember the old baker's legend that cooling racks were made to ward off spirits. That legend feels like folklore, adding flavor to the present space. Your mind chuckles at the thought. Spiritual protection over baked goods feels absurdly romantic. You feel the crumbs slip between your fingers, soft and yielding. It reminds you of a feather draped on a pillow, barely touching. You think of a feather that whispered a secret to a sleeping child. That secret is a gentle reminder. Rest, breathe, stay calm. You notice the light's final shift through the window, soft, almost pink. The pink hue adds a quiet splash to the kitchen's palette. You inhale the pink light, feeling its gentleness ripple through you. Your mind visualizes the light as a soft, warm quilt. You let that quilt drape over your thoughts, easing them gently. Your breathing deepens, slow, a steady cadence matching the light. You listen to the faint hum of the refrigerator, like a distant lullaby. It feels like a steady hum accompanying your inner calm. You press the crumb again, feeling the softness like a tiny lullaby. The crumb's softness feels almost like a whispered prayer. Your heart beats softly in time, resonating with that prayer. You notice a small scent of fresh cut grass outside the window. The scent mingles with cardamom and baking warmth. It creates a sensory bridge between indoors and the world outside. You feel the bridge open, extending calm, reaching out beyond the kitchen. You imagine that bridge as a path lined with edible flowers. Each flower emits a gentle perfume, drawing you deeper into peace. You let the imagery settle, feeling a soft, steady presence. Your awareness expands, taking in the room's quiet, gentle hum. You feel the crumb's small weight, reassuring and light. It presses gently against your palm, a quiet support. You think of the weight as a reminder that you are grounded. Grounded, you feel stability, like a tree rooted in soil. You reflect on how bread has always been a source of comfort. Your thoughts drift to a childhood kitchen, warm, fragrant. The memory feels like a gentle hug, wrapped in flour dust. You smile, feeling that hug still exists in your present. You laugh softly, the sound blending with kitchen silence. You press the crumb further, feeling its tender yield. The yield feels like a calm release, opening a small, peaceful door. You walk back to the counter, leaving the crumb in quiet repose. You notice the cooling rack's quiet glow as dusk settles. The glow gives the room a gentle, golden aura. You inhale deeply, taking in the soft aroma of cardamom and baked dough. You let your mind drift, finding a quiet pause in the kitchen. You think about how the crumb's softness mirrors soft, calm feelings. You notice how those feelings align with the stillness of the night. You realize that the night's quiet is a comforting invitation to rest. You see the crumbs scattered like tiny stars across a counter. You imagine them as tiny night lights guiding you back to sleep. Your mind smiles at that image, a tiny constellation of crumbs. You let yourself sink into that image, feeling the peace. You breathe in the stillness, feeling the calm flow through you. You exhale, letting the calm spread, settling across each muscle. Your body feels relaxed, a gentle, soothing blanket. You feel the crumb's memory lingering, a warm, comforting presence. You notice it within your thoughts, like a hummingbird's song. You smile, feeling the kitchen's calm still resonant inside you. You walk to the window, looking out at the evening sky. The sky is a muted, soft blue, streaked with gentle clouds. You pause, letting the silence of the sky wrap around you. You feel the cool evening air touch your face. That coolness echoes the soft crumb's gentle coolness. You realize both the air and crumb share a calming breath. You let that shared breath fill your lungs, soothing. Your mind drifts to the first recipe of a humble baker. That recipe survived through centuries, a testament to patience and flavor. You recall how ancient bakers taught to let dough rest. You feel the present moment echo that ancient lesson. The lesson says, rest, breathe, taste, enjoy. You listen to your breath, slow, rhythmic, steady. Your breath becomes a quiet companion to the crumbs. You sense that the crust's faint crack is a small hymn. You listen to that hymn, a subtle call to calm. Your body lowers deeper into relaxation, like a soft pillow. You feel the crumb's softness as your mind sighs. A sigh of relief, feeling light, calm, and safe. You wonder about the hidden history of cooling racks. That history stretches back to 1765, Parisian kitchens. You picture a baker in Paris, using a cooling rack to rest dough. The idea sparks a light joke. This antique tool could double as a stand for a tea kettle. You smile, feeling the absurdity lighten your mood. You think of how the crumb's breath matches your own. It feels like a gentle, soft echo in the kitchen. You imagine that echo reaching out beyond the door. It reaches the garden, where nightingales hum gently. You hear those hums, aligning with the crumb's soft sigh. You find a quiet rhythm, a gentle pulse of calm. Your pulse slows, deep, matching the rhythm around you. You feel gratitude for the calm moment. The calm feels like a warm hug, gentle and protective. You notice the crumb has fully cooled, now solid, but still tender. You press your hand against it, feeling the steady, gentle texture. It is a reminder that even in stillness, there is resilience. You feel the crumb's softness as a silent promise. The promise is to remain calm, to rest, to taste life. You sense that promise spreading through your body. You feel your thoughts settle into a calm, quiet place. You let your breathing sink with this calm, slow, steady rhythm. You feel the crumb's memory in your palm, a gentle, reassuring presence. The presence is a quiet companion, guiding your day. You step back into the kitchen, taking a final look at the table. The table looks like a stage set for tranquility, a quiet drama. You notice a single crumb resting near the rim of the dish. Its small size does not diminish its quiet significance. You hold it gently, feeling a soft, calm aura. You remember the quirky tidbit about cardamom used for Viking weddings. That story remains a playful echo in your mind. You let that echo soften your mood, soothing your thoughts. You hear the refrigerator humming softly as evening deepens. The hum becomes part of your quiet, comforting soundtrack. You feel the crumb's texture echo your calm, like a soft, subtle handshake. Your hands, now cool, feel grounded and steady. You sense that the crumb's comfort has settled deep within you. You notice the kitchen light dimming, casting gentle shadows. The shadows move gently, as if the room is breathing. You listen to your own breath, slow, steady, rhythmic. Your breath matches the soft rhythm of the room. You feel the crumb's soft whisper remain in your mind. That whisper is a gentle reminder to keep calm. You realize that this calm will stay with you throughout the day. You feel the crumb's texture in your thoughts, a gentle, steady comfort. You let that comfort spread into your daily tasks. You feel peace in each step, a calm, steady pulse. You hear the window's faint creak as the night air enters. That creak feels like a quiet, protective hum under your skin. You feel the warmth of the kitchen lingering, a gentle embrace. You know the calm will stay with you wherever you go. You feel the crumb's softness echoing in your mind's quiet corner. You sense that presence is steady and soothing, like a night light. You watch your breath, slow, calm, steady. You let that breath and calm merge, forming a gentle lull. You keep the crumb as a quiet treasure in your palm. You remember it, holding that calm as you go forward. You feel comfort rising, warm, steady, filling your entire being. You know that calm stays with you like a gentle, warm blanket. You feel the buns crumbs settle in your palm, warm and welcoming. A small warmth climbs your forearm, like a gentle hug from a friend. You close your eyes, letting the comfort wrap around you like a blanket. The blanket feels buttery, its edges soft, a texture you know by touch. You remember the baker's smile, as warm as the rising sun on parchment. You hold that image, a memory that nourishes with subtle delight. You feel the world slow, a quiet lull that lets your mind sink. Your thoughts ebb and flow, like tide in a calm harbor. You listen to the rhythm of your own breathing, a metronome of peace. You realize the buns are more than food. They are a ritual that greets each morning with reverence and tenderness. You feel gratitude swell inside, a gentle tide of thankfulness. You think of the first baking accident, flour, snow everywhere, laughter. That memory flashes bright, a reminder that joy can sparkle in mess. You smile at the chaos, feeling the warmth of shared stories. You tap the counter gently, as if greeting a sleepy ally. The counter responds with a faint thump, a friendly handshake. You laugh softly, the sound folding into the kitchen's calm. You rest your hand on the buns, feeling the subtle vibration of warmth. The vibration is like distant drum beats, a lullaby for your fingertips. You close your eyelids, letting the rhythm guide you deeper. The rhythm deepens, a quiet tide pulling you toward rest. You feel your body soften, the muscles relaxing like a sleeping cat. You sense a gentle pressure building, a wave of calm settling. You breathe in, carrying the scent into your lungs, feeling its texture. You pause, letting the scent fill every cell of your body. You feel the breath slow, a golden thread pulling at your thoughts. You know that the buns have already walked you through this journey. They have carried you from wakefulness into restful serenity. You feel gratitude rise, bright like the first light on dough. You notice the small steam rising from the bun's surface, faint yet present. The steam curls upward, forming a gentle spiral, a tiny galaxy. You watch the spiral dance, a quiet ballet that calms your mind. You feel a pulse through the bun's core, a heartbeat of baked life. The heartbeat matches your pulse, a duet of calm. You hold the bun closer, savoring that shared rhythm. You smile, aware that every bite connects to this quiet moment. You think again about the story of Parisian bakers in 1765. You imagine a young baker learning the secret of cooling racks. The baker learns that patience turns dough into art, not haste. You feel connected to that baker, to the quiet persistence. You close your eyes once more, breathing the scent into silence. You sense a gentle breeze stirring the bun's shell, a soft reminder. You let the breeze move, feeling like a hand waving goodbye. You feel the wind's embrace, a tender, whispered farewell. Your thoughts settle, the kitchen sounds weaving a lull. You feel the calm closing around you, a cocoon of peace. You hear the refrigerator hum one final time, a gentle goodbye. The hum fades, leaving only the memory of cardamom and light. You breathe out, feeling the kitchen breathe with you. You let the breath be your anchor, steady and sure. You stay in this space a moment longer, soaking the pause. You feel gratitude for the simple ritual that gifts calm. You feel the day opening, gentle and bright, ready for more. You rise, carrying the warmth of the buns in your heart. You observe the window, cool wind slipping between panes. It creates a soft soundtrack that soothes. The thin glass shimmers like sunrise on ancient stone. Your breath, a gentle tide, matches its rhythm. You feel the cold draft kiss the back of your neck. Every gust whispers memories of days long past. You recall Norman builders who introduced round arches after 1066. That Norman craftsmanship still marvels visitors. Historians still argue whether the wind patterns were intentional or random. You close your eyes, letting the wind narrate the story. Your mind drifts to the sound of distant bells, not the usual church, but a bell made of recycled soda cans. Quirky fact: some medieval monks played wind instruments from window cracks. The clang of those tiny chimes matched the rhythm of the breeze. You inhale, scent of cardamom mingling with rain. The aroma lifts, carrying laughter from a forgotten kitchen. You recall that day when flour flew like snow. You remember the old baker's apron, stained with tomato glaze. The apron's fabric now seems to hum with quiet stories. Soft laughter echoes through the wind, mocking your seriousness. You chuckle, realizing the wind is the best comedian. It's a gentle reminder that even silence can crack jokes. You think of the strange sunscreen made from crocodile dung. Back in those days, people believed it shielded them from sunburn. You laugh at the absurdity. You'd never try it. The breeze lifts the paper envelope, revealing the next recipe. It contains a diagram of the perfect bun shape. You feel the paper's texture, its thinness similar to a bird feather. You slide the picture beside the window, letting its edges catch the light. The light casts a faint glow, like the glow of old parchment. Your fingers trail along the worn edges, feeling the memory of handprints. The window still echoes the morning choir of birds. Birds that nested near the stone walls are still around. Their songs blend with the wind's sighs, creating a lullaby. You inhale the scent of damp stone, a smell that comforts. The dampness clings like a memory of rain after summer. The wind whistles, and you hear a faint lull like a secret. You realize the sound is a language only the quiet understand. You feel a sense of belonging wash over you, steady and firm. The wind's gentle beat syncs with your heartbeat, easing tension. You close your eyes once more, listening to the wind's hymn. The hymn has an undertone of forgotten lullabies, a subtle echo of a mother telling stories to her children. You picture those children now, grown, still hearing that melody. The wind carries the melody across the street, through the market, to the sea. It's a reminder that even a simple breeze can travel far. You stand upright, absorbing the silence with grateful breath. The wind's final note lingers, a gentle click like a distant bell. It rings in the hollow of your chest, calming every muscle. You stretch your arms, feeling the rhythm in the air. Your fingers flex like branches swaying in a summer wind. The world feels quiet, like a book left on a table, pages untouched. The scent of cardamom lingers on your clothes, a subtle perfume. You see the buns resting, their glaze catching the morning light. They look like little suns, warming the table beside you. You smile, feeling their warmth seep through the counter. The counter's wood smells faintly of herbs and spice. It's a grounding scent, rooting you to the present. You notice the window now more than ever, a living canvas. Its pane glass ripples like the surface of a lake in dawn. The light paints the edges with warm tones, a silent choir of gold. You watch the sun rise higher, The clouds shift, a soft drama. You inhale again, the scent of dough, now slightly yeasty. It invites your senses to remain awake, yet gentle. The wind whispers again, a gentle reminder of the day ahead. It sounds less like a breeze and more like a lullaby's friend. You feel that friend in your chest, a small, steady beat. Its rhythm syncs with the world's quiet pulse. You imagine the wind's path, winding around stone, past a wooden gate. The gate creaks gently when the breeze passes, a soft sigh. You recall an old rhyme, the wind that carries the secrets of the night. You smile, feeling both playful and reverent. The wind's echo fades as your ears adapt to the quiet. You hear the faint buzz of the refrigerator, a companion to your thoughts. It hums like an old lullaby, not too loud, not too soft. You press a finger against the counter, feeling the hum. The hum vibrates through your palms, a tiny, comforting pulse. The breeze still flows, a cool hand brushing your cheek. You exhale slowly, letting the day's worries melt away. Your mind empties, like an empty bowl fed with gratitude. The wind has been your guide, your companion, your muse. You feel it in every breath, a subtle, warm presence. You think of the window again, a threshold between worlds. On one side lies your home, a safe, quiet harbor. On the other side, the city breathes with endless possibility. You feel the wind passing through both, a gentle bridge. Its rhythm is steady, unwavering, as if keeping time for all. You inhale again, savoring the scent of cardamom and rain. You feel your body relax, the tension dropping like a fallen leaf. The night's light begins to creep across the glass, painting the world. You observe the way the light dabs the pane, a delicate brushstroke. It's a gentle reminder that even darkness can hold beauty. You close your eyes, allowing the silence to cradle your thoughts. Your breathing slows, the rhythm becoming a lullaby of its own. The wind's whisper becomes a lull that gently guides you. You feel the night's calm, wrapped in a silken hush. You stand beside the window, feeling the coolness of the brick. The brick breathes, a slow sigh that syncs with your pulse. You think again, remembering that night when the wind sang louder. It was a stormy evening, but the wind's tune was soothing. You smile, feeling the memory echo through your heart. The wind's song fades, a soft echo, fading as sunrise. You close the window like a quiet lull. Feel the breeze, a feather drifting through the air. It dances between the windows, a silent ballerina. Your mind follows, learning the rhythm of each sway. The wind's soft trill blends with a song of rain. You close your eyes, breathing into the quiet. Silence becomes a backdrop for your thoughts. You notice the glass, clear, reflecting your sleepy face. The image shifts into a dream, a warm, buttery sunrise. You let the dream linger, feeling the buns' aroma rise. It wraps around your senses, gentle and inviting. You pause, breathing in, breathing out, letting the wind guide. Your chest feels light, like a feathered breeze. The wind carries words, whispers of an ancient lull. You smile, recognizing these words as a lullaby from time. The scent of warm bread, cardamom, and rain blend together. You feel the kitchen, the wind, the window, and yourself, all moving in harmony like a family of quiet songs. You inhale deeper, letting the soft hum of the kitchen fill your thoughts. The air is tinged with cardamom, a scent that nudges memory close. You smile, because even a scent can crack a joke. The wind decided to be a comedian, but it forgot the punchline. You hear a soft click, like a secret door opening just for you. The scent of cardamom is a doorway to the baker's kitchen. You notice the light filtering through the cracked glass, painting patterns. In this gallery of light, a bun stands as work of art. You imagine the buns resting like small suns on the countertop. You lift one, its glaze shimmering like a dawn horizon. You feel the subtle warmth seeping through your fingertips. It is the kitchen's love letter, written in sugar and spice. You smile again, as if the flavors were whispering jokes about breakfast. The wind keeps humming, a lullaby that soothes even the most restless thoughts. A tiny buzz rises from the fridge, a polite reminder of life beyond the kitchen. You tilt your head, hearing that buzz as a gentle tick of a metronome. You inhale again, feeling the cool air brush your cheek. You sense the world hums around you, each sound a thread in the tapestry. You close your eyes, letting the wind guide you to sleep. The wind carries a lullaby, softer than any sleep music playlist. You feel your body surrender, breathing synchronizing with the breeze. The bun's warmth lingers like a promise, a gentle hand on your back. You whisper thanks, because gratitude is the best lullaby for the soul. The wind lets you drift, gently rocking you toward dark. You taste the echo of cardamom in your breath, its spice still alive. You feel a small vibration, like a heartbeat under your skin. You imagine that vibration as the earth's own whispered promise. The light filtering through the glass dims, surrendering to night. The wind's hum fades, but its memory lingers in the cool corners. You lie back, feeling the cool stone beneath your shoulders. The wind's whispers become an anchor for your thoughts. You feel that anchor grow gentle, like a slow, steady tide. You notice the counter's edge. It's smooth, like a lullaby's curve. You trace the curve with your fingertips, hearing the quiet pulse. This pulse matches your heart, aligning moments of breath and sound. You close your mind, letting the wind's lullaby be your guide. The wind's hum is a story, a gentle saga of morning and cooling. You feel the story wrap around you, a blanket of scent and sound. The wind's last sigh is a promise that tomorrow will rise again. You drift, the world quiet, your senses humming with the bakery's breath. You feel the breeze touch your face, a soft, familiar caress. It reminds you that the sky was once a silent audience. You hear a faint click, perhaps a distant chimney flue breathing. You imagine the chimney as a giant, breathing with the wind itself. The wind continues, a gentle hum that makes the house sigh. You think of how the baker in 1660 used cardamom, perhaps. He believed each swirl of spice brought luck, a small magic spell. You smile, because even the past has jokes about luck. You notice a stray crumb, cool against your skin, like sand. It feels like a tiny piece of that old bakery dust. You wonder if those crumbs speak to you in the language of flavor. The wind, as ever, answers with a whisper of salt and sun. You feel the taste of salt in your mouth, the world brightening. The bakery hum becomes a lullaby that soothes before sleep. You breathe slowly, each inhale a wave of calm. Your eyes close, feeling the cool night air against your cheek. The wind's hum rises, wrapping you deeper into peace. It carries memories of ovens, dough, and laughter. You hear a faint rustle, a leaf turning in the evening breeze. It sings a lullaby of nature, soft and familiar. You think of the first child's first taste of cardamom buns. That child's eyes widened, and the wind seemed to laugh. You smile again, thinking how humor flows in simple moments. The kitchen feels like a sanctuary, a place to rest the mind. You imagine the air as a cushion, padding steps of the day. The wind continues its gentle hum, a constant companion. You feel a shift, a gentle tug toward the dreamscape. The warm scent of cardamom fades, replaced by soft midnight hues. You let the world slow, your thoughts aligning with the wind's rhythm. You exhale, feeling your pulse synchronize with the house's breathing. The wind whispers again, softer than any lullaby played on radio. You close your eyes, surrendering to the hush of the night. The final breath of wind is a feather dropping onto your chest. You lie in quiet, heart resting like a dough loaf at rest. You hear a faint tick, the clock counting the seconds of sleep. The wind's lullaby becomes your blanket, the scent a familiar lull. You breathe slowly, each rhythm a step into dreamscape. You feel the world gently folding into sleep's soft embrace. The kitchen lights dim, leaving only the moonlight. You stay awake a moment, listening to the wind's final song. It is a quiet harmony that settles into your soul. You smile, knowing the wind will return tomorrow. You feel a sense of completion, like a loaf fully baked. The wind's final breath is a promise that dawn will come. You fall deeper, your thoughts drifting like grains of sugar on the air. You hear the house exhaling, breath after morning. The night is calm, the wind a lullaby, the buns a memory. You close your eyes, slipping into sleep. Your fingers twitch softly, the dream taking shape like sweet dough. The wind, ever gentle, whispers the story of a kitchen kept warm. You breathe, feeling the rhythm sync with each heartbeat. And slowly, the night drapes around you, a soft, fragrant curtain. The scent of cardamom lingers, a sweet phantom clinging to the night air. You inhale, imagining the spices dancing like fireflies in the dark. The wind's pulse is steady, a soft metronome for your dreams. Your thoughts settle, like dough resting after a baking session. You feel the kitchen's love, a quiet presence you can almost taste. The wind's final note lingers, a whisper urging you to sleep. You let your body drift, surrendering to the gentle lull. The night feels like a big, soft blanket covering everything. You close your eyes, feeling sleep creep in like sugar melting on the tongue. And so the kitchen hums a final lullaby, guiding you into deep rest. You inhale, feeling the breath of the wind like a gentle sigh. The light from the window fades, and your thoughts unwind. A soft rhythm of the kitchen sounds, soothing and familiar. You feel the dough resting, a calm in the hush of the day. The wind carries a lullaby, a gentle hum that fills you with peace. You smile at the quiet, knowing the night will bring relief. And the kitchen stays, a place for tomorrow's aroma. You lie still, listening as the wind whispers its final song. The wind sings a soft lull, the buns a sweet memory. You feel the breath of the wind, a gentle, familiar song. And the kitchen hums. You close your eyes and sleep. Soft sighs drift past your window, tasting like early morning dew. The breeze whispers, almost like a lullaby, wrapping your thoughts in quiet. You hear the hush, a gentle murmur threading through the kitchen's stillness. It carries the cardamom scent, drifting toward the garden like a fragrant kite. You smile, remembering last night's joke about the dough's conversation. History flickers. Paris' first pastry shop opened in the 12th century. A flavor revolution. That shop's pastries still echo in modern cafes, a culinary ghost. You inhale again, letting the scent slide into your chest. The breeze tickles, a soft tick-tock of wind-driven insects. You chuckle at the imagined chorus, a breeze-orchestrated gag. Remember that crocodile-dung-sunscreen joke. The breeze laughs too. You nod. The garden's leaves rustle in response, a leafy applause. The wind's sigh feels like a lullaby, but it's a wind meter reading. You think the breeze might have a social media account, posting wind tide updates. You pause, realizing that such fancifulness is part of your day's charm. Quirky lore whispers that ancient Greeks thought bread whispered back to the baker. So maybe this breeze is your baked companion, reminding you of that ancient pact. You smile, hearing your own mind whisper back in a gentle tone. The garden opens, a window to petals and distant birdsong. The breeze pushes scents toward roses, trailing a sweet, subtle perfume. You imagine the roses nodding, as if dancing to the wind's rhythm. You feel the garden's fragrance mingle with cardamom, a fragrant fusion. That scent's embrace feels like a morning hug from the earth. Historians still argue whether the first documented bread scent ritual began in Ethiopia or in Greece. This debate stirs your curiosity, a spicy footnote to your day. You breathe in, letting the wind's sigh settle like lullaby dust. You feel the breeze's cadence, a visible metronome marking time. You listen to the garden's heartbeat, a steady, rhythmic thud. The wind hums, a tune that soothes even your most stubborn thoughts. You smile, aware of the quiet comedy that surrounds the kitchen. A distant crow calls, but the breeze wraps its call, softening it. You imagine the crow as a street lamp flickering in the wind's glow. The wind sighs again, a sigh that feels like a cat's purr. You think your cat may hear it, but it's just the wind masquerading. You chuckle at the image. A cat-wind masquerade, a comedic duo. The breeze carries your laughter, a feather on your pillow. You let it, allowing the aroma into your dreams. The garden's fragrance curls around you, a silk ribbon in the night. You feel the breeze, the cardamom, and the garden harmonizing, a trio. You settle deeper, letting all sensory notes melt like butter on hot bread. Historians still argue whether the first sunrise baked in ovens was guided by wind. That debate adds flavor to your mind, a like spice in a sweet loaf. You laugh at the idea, the wind as a pastry chef of destiny. The breeze sighs one last time, a soft exhale before sleep. You close your eyes, letting the kitchen's rhythm guide your breaths. The scent of cardamom lingers like a whispered promise in the night air. You hear the wind's lullaby echo, soothing your heart and mind. The wind's soft sigh now feels like a lullaby for your thoughts. You drift, letting the cardamom lull you into a sweet dreamscape. The kitchen hums, a gentle lull, and you surrender to the night. You slip back to sleep, the cardamom scent a lullaby echoing. The wind lingers, a steady, warm companion, a guiding your dreams to gentle horizons. The kitchen lights glow softly, inviting you to continue your journey. You rise, carrying the scent of cardamom with you into the day. It stays like a warm memory, guiding you gently toward today. You smile, remembering the wind's lullaby, and you carry a quiet smile. The day starts, but the kitchen feels like home, a still humming softly. You set the table, a cardamom aroma rising, a gentle anticipation. The kitchen keeps its secrets, a whispering for those who listen closely. You pause, feeling the wind's soft sigh like a blessing. You thank the breeze, the kitchen, your taste buds, and the cardamom itself. The wind responds with a gentle exhale, wrapping you again. You feel the night's magic lingering, a soft echo in your mind. The kitchen sighs, and you feel it in your breath. You smile for one last time, letting the breeze carry your joy. You slip back to sleep, the cardamom scent a lullaby echoing. The wind continues, a steady, warm companion guiding your dreams to gentle horizons. You feel a tiny vibration, a heartbeat under your skin. It feels like Earth's whisper, a soft encouragement to close your eyes. The kitchen hums, a gentle lullaby, tipping you toward dream. You let the breeze carry you further, deeper, into the night. The wind's sigh, as soft as a feather, drops onto your chest. You close your eyes, surrendering to the hush of the night. The room settles into quiet, your thoughts folding like dough. You feel the kitchen's warmth, soft as a knitted blanket. The wind continues, soothing your brain, like a lullaby's kiss. You breathe slow, each inhale echoing wind's gentle rhythm. The kitchen becomes a lullaby for your waking mind. You taste the cardamom in your sleep, a secret echo. The breeze continues, sighing, soft as a lullaby. You let your body surrender, a gentle wave of breath. The kitchen remains a quiet guardian of cardamom dreams. You slip deeper into sleep, the wind, a steady lull behind you. A final sigh from the breeze carries love through your dreams. You rest, a mind dancing with aromas and soft wind. The city hum fades, replaced by quiet kitchen lull. You stay in this place, a breathing with the wind, content. You open your eyes later, a feeling the cardamom still lingering. The kitchen remains, a quiet echo of morning's gentle breath. You move aside, the scent of cardamom follows you like a warm friend. You pause, letting the aroma remind you of a quiet promise. You smile, a remembering wind's lullaby. It keeps your heart light. The day begins, but the kitchen hums softly, inviting you back. You fill a glass, pouring water, watching crystal beads dance. The kitchen keeps whispers, a soft, unspoken waiting for your ear. You listen to wind, like a secret conversation. You let the breeze carry your thoughts, soft, steady. You feel the gentle tug, like a child learning to fly. You smile, remembering the wind's gentle promise of light. You drift towards dream, guided by cardamom's sweet pulse. The kitchen remains a haven, a warm and fragrant. You find peace in the hum, in the scent, in the rustle. Your mind, gentle, follows the wind's path softly. The night deepens, and the breeze soft as a lull guides. You close your eyes, sleeping, breathing with the wind. The wind's final sigh, like a feather, lifts you into dreams. You rest, a soft, content, breathing in the kitchen's lull. The house sounds silent, peaceful, ready to keep you safe. You let your thoughts drift, just like the breeze. You imagine the kitchen a sanctuary, the wind a guardian. You smile, remembering the quiet laughter of your own breath. The night's hush fills your lungs, settles your soul, and you sleep, grateful for the breeze, the scent, the kitchen. You dream of cardamom buns cooling, a fragrant, soft horizon. When dawn comes again, the kitchen still hums, whispering sweet secrets. You awake, smiling, ready for a brand new day of flavor. You step into the kitchen, full of scent and quiet promise. You remember that wind, how it carries memories like spices. You are grateful for the breeze, the kitchen, and the gentle, fragrant lullaby that guides your day. You lift a crumb, its surface catching the soft light like a tiny, velvety secret. Your taste buds recognize the cardamom whisper, a familiar scent that hums quietly in your mind. The crumb's sweetness folds into a mellow, rich flavor, as if it were a quiet, private speech. You pause, letting the flavor settle, feeling a gentle confidence bloom within your thoughts. Your mind whispers back, asking, how does such a simple piece carry so much calm? You realize this is what solitude feels like, uncomplicated, yet profoundly resonant. The city hum outside muffles against the kitchen's quiet, like the faint echo of distant waves. You sense the door's worn hinges, a reminder that every corner of this home tells a story. You sip a cup of tea, its steam swirling as softly as the word you whisper. The crumb's taste lingers on your tongue, a buttery trail echoing a quiet library. You close your eyes, letting the sweetness frame thoughts, gently nudging them toward softness. You're breathing slow. You feel each inhale matching the crumb's subtle rhythm. Historians still argue whether the earliest loaf was meant for royalty or a humble peasant. A quiet confidence rises in your chest, buoyed by the idea that even crumbs matter. You marvel at how such a small piece of dough can evoke a sense of belonging. You recall that the first recorded use of cardamom in baking dates back to ancient Persia. That fact, a humble whisper, reminds you of the deep roots beneath each ingredient. Quirky lore tells bakers that cardamom crystals can dissolve into invisible glitter when baked. Your mind stirs. Could a simple crumb truly sparkle in someone's day? You take another bite, the crumb's texture yielding to a soft, honeyed mouthfeel. The sweet release is almost like a sigh, a gentle exhale from the dough. You lean back, allowing the kitchen's quiet to wrap around you like a shawl. You sip the tea again, its warmth a counterpoint to the cool crumb. You feel the cardamom's subtle spice mingle with the tea's gentle mint. The mint's bite sharpens the flavor, leaving a clean finish on your palate. You close your eyes again, listening to the kitchen's soft hum like a lullaby. Your thoughts become a gentle tide, rising with each bite and washing away the bustle. The solitude you taste is not a void, but a filled space of comforting aromas. You think of the ancient bakers, stirring dough by candlelight, dreaming of simple pleasures. You imagine their laughter mixing with the cardamom's fragrant breath. Your heart nods, a quiet agreement between you and the dough's quiet confidence. You feel the weight of history, yet it feels light, like a feathered note. You glance at the window, sunlight slanting across the table like a golden ribbon. Birds outside sing, a chorus that harmonizes with your quiet inner world. You pause, letting the rhythm sync with the soft crackle of the hearth. You taste another crumb, and with it, a sense that the world fits perfectly. The crumb's warmth feels like a gentle hug, a quiet conversation with yourself. You lean into the kitchen's calm, feeling the pulse of a shared quietness. The aroma of cardamom lingers, a subtle whisper that reminds you to breathe. You sip tea one more time, the steam curling like a sleepy cloud. You feel the quiet settle deeper, like a blanket over soft pillows. The kitchen's silence is a gentle guide, leading you toward the hush of night. You close the window, sealing the scent inside, a small cocoon of calm. The last crumb's spice dissolves in your mouth, a gentle echo on the tongue. You let the flavor travel, a river of taste that slows your heartbeat. Your breathing slows, your mind finding the rhythm of stillness. You stand still, feeling the room gently pulse, like a living, breathing lullaby. The kitchen's quiet becomes your soundtrack, a lull that tucks you into calm. You breathe, the cardamom memory dancing like a gentle firefly. You close your eyes, and each breath feels like a soft, golden note. The last taste of solitude remains, a quiet companion through the night. You sigh gently, the sound merging with the gentle hum of the oven's cooling stone. The room breathes slowly, every tick of the kitchen clock a gentle reminder to rest. Your mind drifts, the taste and scent weaving a soft, fragrant blanket. You feel secure, the solitude you tasted knitting a calm around you like a shawl. You let the silence grow, a cradle of quiet thoughts that settle like dough. Your eyelids draw heavy, the kitchen's quiet a final whisper. You exhale slowly, letting the last breath of cardamom leave your mouth. You close your eyes, the soft night wrapping you in a cocoon of scent. You feel the world narrowing to a gentle hush, as if the kitchen whispered back. You slip into dream, the flavors lingering like stars in a clear, quiet sky. The night stays, your heart quiet, your senses tuned to the subtle rhythm of loaf. You end the evening with a hush that feels like a closing book, slow and soothing. Your thoughts drift deeper, guided by the warmth of the cardamom and the kitchen's embrace. You find peace in the quiet, the solitude you tasted becoming a soft, lasting friend. You smile to yourself, the gentle certainty that tomorrow will bring more crumbs to taste, and you breathe, accepting the night's lull, the quiet that follows each bite. Your mind, now a quiet stream, floats on a wave of aroma. You listen to the gentle tick of a wall clock, each second a soft thud. The clock's rhythm mirrors the ebb of the bread's cooling, a rhythmic lull. You inhale deep, the cardamom scent drifting like a feather in the air. A soft sigh rises from the oven, echoing the night's quiet pulse. You feel the cool stone beside you, grounding your thoughts, steady as a tide. You hear the faint crackle of the hearth, a familiar rustle that soothes. The hearth's glow flickers, lighting the edges of the room like gentle lanterns. You close your eyes one final time, letting the darkness cradle your dreams. Your breath, slow, syncs with the gentle rise and fall of day and night. You notice a faint ripple in the air, like a whisper of past loaves. These whispers remind you that each crumb carries a story, a memory waiting to be tasted. You smile softly, the realization of continuity calming your mind. You feel the kitchen's heartbeat, steady and unhurried, a lull that lulls. The night stretches, a quiet tapestry of flavors and dreams. You drift, the scent of cardamom lingering like a secret shared with the stars. You feel your body, a quiet vessel, closing around the calm. Your mind settles, the solitary taste becoming part of the night's gentle chorus. You exhale, letting the last trace of cardamom slip away, like a shy bird. The kitchen remains, a quiet companion, until the next dawn invites new crumbs. You notice the kitchen light dimming on the windowsill, your breath slows. The hourglass ticks, a quiet metronome in the hush. You lift your brow, feeling a soft wave of calm. Heat from the burner still lingers like a sleepy ember. Your senses sharpen, listening for the faint crack of the oven. The walls breathe with you, a slow exhale of old wood. You close your eyes, letting the moment seep into muscles. Memory drifts to a child in a market square, buying bread. You hear the clatter of pots, a distant symphony of life. Your mind wanders, remembering a rumor that ovens sing at midnight. You laugh softly, the sound a gentle ripple in silence. You imagine the oven voice, whispering recipes across centuries. The aroma of cardamom wraps around you again, warm and inviting. You feel a tiny pulse in the dough, almost breathing. You feel the doughs rise, gentle, patient, like a sigh. The kitchen seems to slow, letting each breath fill the room. You feel your pulse match the dough's rhythm, a subtle duet. You recall a tale of bakers humming to dough. Quizzically, they say it helps rise. You chuckle at the thought, as if the dough could hear jokes. You hear a faint pop, an oven sigh, as if it approved. You feel relaxed, the world turning slower at the windowsill. You note the sun creeping low, painting shadows on the countertop. You taste a second crumb, its texture velvety, almost liquid. You feel the cardamom's spicy whisper travel past nostrils. You feel the heat of the buns and cool air collide, balancing act. You find the perfect contrast, the steam, the crisp, the sweet. You let it linger, the flavor filling the silence. You remind yourself that this is a quiet moment, a pause. You let the breath settle, a slow river through the space. You find your hands resting on the wooden surface, steady, comforting. A quiet memory surfaces, the scent of an old bakery, its door ajar. You hum a tune, no lyric, just the sound of breath. You feel your eyes heavy, yet the light holds steady. You remember the phrase, the debate that still stirs in scholars. Historians still argue whether the earliest loaf was meant for royalty or a humble peasant. You nod the thought, tasting patience in the crumb. You feel the grain of the flour under fingertips, familiar. You observe a crumb shaped like a tiny square, like an edible coin. A laugh escapes, imagining a coin paying for a single bite. The world outside the window muffles, a gentle bass. You taste another crumb, soft as a cloud, rich in spice. You notice the crumb's surface catching light like a tiny lantern. You trace the pattern, a texture that invites your fingertips. You feel the warmth traveling through your hands, soothing. You remember a story of a king ordering a feast with cardamom bread. Historical fact emerges. King Henry VI arranged a banquet in 1540. Cards. The memory brightens the kitchen, blending past and present. You notice the sound of rain patters on the roof, rhythmic. You think of how rain can lull the mind, resetting. You inhale the wet earth sent through the open window. The scent merges with cardamom, creating a new aroma. You taste a crumb again, flavor unfurls, a simple pleasure. You think of how a quiet bite can fill a room. You notice that the oven's hum is a kind of lullaby. You let your head nod, the hum soothing. You feel the pulse in your chest, aligning with the kitchen rhythm. Your mind sketches a small picture, a loaf on a wooden table. You laugh softly, imagining a loaf as a faithful companion. The laughter dissolves, replaced by a steady calm. You feel the stone underfoot, solid, grounding. You hear the tick of the kitchen clock, a patient heartbeat. You find yourself in sync with the ticking, breathing. You notice the cardamom smell lingering like a slow ember. You pause, letting each breath absorb the scent fully. You think of the small details, a crumb's tiny crack, the light. You feel each detail as a star in your inner sky. You let darkness settle, gentle, not heavy, a quilt of silence. You breathe in, exhale out, the rhythm guiding sleep. You imagine the bun as a soft pillow, supporting thoughts. You feel the bun's warmth retreating, cooling slowly across the plate. You notice the crumb's texture softening, a memory of softness. You wonder how this quiet moment could shape tomorrow. You remember that calm is a reservoir you tap when needed. You hear the faint hiss of the refrigerator, a distant whisper. You feel the kitchen alive, not asleep, breathing. You smile, thinking of a joke. The dough is literally a dough. You chuckle at the pun, then let it fade. You taste the last crumb, savoring the final note. You feel the cardamom's spice lingering, like a subtle afterimage. You think humor can lighten any calm. A joke is a tiny break. You note a memory of the first baking mishap, a burn, a laugh. You feel the present calm, different from that past mishap. You observe the light fading beyond the window, blue turning pink. You let this transformation settle, like a soft wave. You notice the scent of morning dew in the air outside. You align your breathing with that natural rhythm. You feel the heart steady, like a stone, firm, unyielding. You let the sense of the kitchen's hum anchor each thought. You imagine all crumbs as small stories stacked, silent. You let them rest quietly, like notes in a composition. You feel the silence between them, a breathing space. You think how silence invites creativity, even in the kitchen. You remember a quirky tidbit bakers used to sing to cookies, believing it made them softer. You laugh at the absurdity, then feel a warm wave spread. You feel the connection between music and flavor, a subtle link. You let your mind weave the threads, calm weaving into fabric. You sit back, feeling the light on your skin, cool and comforting. You notice the kitchen's shadows lengthening, a long inhale. You think of how each shape holds a story, each crumb a tale. You allow the sense of being to quiet into presence. You hear the soft shuffling of a cat on the floor. No, it is your shoes. You feel the small footstep, a rhythm in silent harmony. You listen for the subtle creak of the wooden shelf, a lullaby. The creak blends with the hum, a gentle tapestry. You smile at the odd comfort of creaks, like old lullabies. You feel the floor's timbre in your feet, grounding you. You think of the quiet moments as essential nourishment. You taste the final crumb, savoring the last swirl of spice. You feel the residual warmth, like a soft glow on your cheek. You let the moment linger, the kitchen a sanctuary. You feel your breathing align, steady as a stone. You hear the distant echo of a city that slows in time. You let your mind wander to a simple life, slow and sweet. You embrace the stillness, the quiet, the calm that wraps around you. You close your eyes again, tasting the cardamom memory as a lull. You feel the heart steady, steady as a stone in the still river. You let the kitchen light dim completely, the darkness a blanket. You hear the faint hum of the refrigerator, a steady bass. You feel the room pulse, gentle, not frantic. You allow yourself to sink deeper in that quiet moment. You taste the echo of spice, a whisper that lingers. You feel the sense of contentment grow, slow and soft. You realize that this silence is a refuge from the world's noise. You breathe a simple rhythm, a small prayer to calm. You feel the bread's last warmth, a quiet farewell. You hear the clock tick, another heartbeat of day. You let the tick become a metronome for your mind. You see the last light flicker in the window, slowly pulling in. You let it fade like a gentle sigh. You feel your hand resting on the bun, a soft pillow of memory. You let the sense of taste linger, a gentle echo. You smile, then breathe out, letting the calm settle. You feel the heart steady, steady as a stone, steadfast. You notice the room's silence as a thick, soothing blanket. You feel the kitchen as a quiet companion, whispering calm. You allow the thought of tomorrow to drift gently like a cloud. You close the kitchen window, sealing in the scent of cardamom. You feel the final note of spice fading, a soft whisper. You inhale deeply, the air cool against your cheek. The silence grows deeper, a haven for the soul. You remain awake in your own quiet, the day ending quietly. You sit back, watching the kitchen glow swell. Sunlight seeps through the pane, turning the counter a molten gold. You hum a low tune, letting the light tickle your senses. This steady pulse feels like breathing, your own rhythm aligning with the sun. A gentle breeze drifts in, carrying a whisper of early morning coffee. You notice the old timer clock ticking, a metronome in the hush. The clock ticks 3:15, a reminder of time's gentle march. Your thoughts drift to the first batch of buns you ever baked. You remember that first loaf's stubborn rise, a triumph after a mishap. The memory warms your fingertips like an old friend. The kitchen feels alive, buzzing softly with a quiet energy. You hear the faint hum of appliances. The fridge sighs like a tired friend. You chuckle, because why would a fridge have a secret sigh? A smile curls, the light painting a gentle face across the countertop. You shift, adjusting your posture like a seasoned yogi in a kitchen. The sun climbs, turning shadows shorter and the room brighter. You feel the warmth seep into your bones, a subtle caress. Your eyes trace the streaks of light. They feel like tiny golden brushes. You wonder if the sun has a favorite spot in your kitchen. Perhaps it nudges the buns gently, encouraging a perfect rise. The scent of cardamom rises, a cloud that whispers sweet secrets. Your mind nods to the fact that spices were once prized treasures. Historical fact: a 1540 feast by King Henry VII included cardamom loaves. You smile, recalling that the king was a lover of sweet breads. You turn your gaze back to the buns, now resting cool. Each bun feels like a tiny pillow, soft and welcoming. The kitchen hums gently. It's like a lullaby composed of clinks. You let the sound soothe, like a bedtime story whispered to ears. Your thoughts slide to a quirky tidbit about baking. Bakers once sang to cookies. They believed tunes made them softer. You laugh, then smile, because that's absurd and kind of sweet. You feel the absurdity wash over you like a soft tide. Your breathing slows, matching the gentle rhythm of the morning. Each breath feels like a drumbeat on a quiet stage. The clock tick-tocks, remain steady, like a metronome for heartbeats. You realize the kitchen is a sanctuary, a space for slow healing. Soft light sways gently across the counter, painting shadows like dancing silhouettes. You follow the sweep, imagining it a slow carousel ride. The gentle movement soothes your mind, like a rocking chair in a storm. You think of the window. The glass reflects a faint sunrise. You watch the light refract, turning the room into a glittering stage. It's like watching paint dry, but it feels like an adventure. Your thoughts drift to the quiet joy of simple moments. You realize the kitchen is a stage for subtle joys, not grand spectacles. You breathe, feeling the air taste of cardamom and morning. The aroma lingers, curling around the corners like a soft whisper. You notice the sound of the refrigerator. It purrs like a cat. You chuckle, because your kitchen sounds like a sleepy animal. The fridge's purr joins the quiet symphony of the morning. You feel at ease, like a fish in water, a bird in a sky. The day unfolds slowly, each moment a page turning in silent prose. You hear the kettle steam gently, a soft hiss of anticipation. Your mind wanders to a story of bakers singing to cookies. Bakers believed music made cookies drier, perhaps a myth. You ponder, then smile, because sometimes imagination tastes better. The kitchen clock strikes a silent hour, marking a perfect pause. You lean into the quiet, letting the warmth of the room settle. The warmth spreads like a blanket over your shoulders. You imagine the buns as stars, warm hearts in a night sky. You watch their glow fade, still bright enough to comfort the heart. Historians still argue whether the earliest loaf was for royalty or a peasant. You think of this debate, wondering which side the buns were on. The debate feels like the debate over the best cardamom to use. You sip a cup of tea, warming your tongue with cinnamon. Scent mingles with the cardamom. The kitchen turns into a spice gallery. You smile at the thought that even a kitchen can be a museum. The museum holds memories, each bun a quiet exhibit. You look at the buns. They seem to beckon you to taste. You carefully lift one, its surface smooth as a polished stone. You press your thumbs lightly, feeling the slight give of the dough. The dough feels tender. It's like a promise kept. You place the bun on your tongue, savoring the cardamom burst. A warm spice swirls, filling your senses with calm. Your mind lets the flavor settle, drifting slowly like a cloud. You feel the heat recede, leaving a lingering trace of sweetness. The kitchen sighs, and you listen to the rhythm of quiet. Each moment feels weighted, like a gentle coin in a pocket. You realize that these simple acts build a larger story. You let gratitude bubble, rising like the scent of fresh bread. You smile again, remembering that day when the buns first came. The memory is warm, a small fire that keeps you safe. You feel a wave of peace, like a calm lake at dawn. The dawn hums inside the room, a low, soothing roar. Your breathing steadies, aligning with the rhythm of the sunrise. You inhale deep, the air cool and crisp against your skin. Exhale, and you feel the tension melt like sugar. You let the minutes slip, each one a gentle invitation to rest. The clock ticks, steady as a heartbeat and a lullaby. You feel the world soften, the noise receding like distant thunder. You close your eyes for a moment, feeling the quiet wrap around you. You think of the buns again. Their gentle scent a comfort note. That scent lingers, a soft echo that stays in the corners. You remember the open debate about bakers singing. The myths linger too. You smile at the idea that someone once believed a song would make dough rise. Your mind floats like a hot air balloon over kitchen skies. The sky inside is quiet, filled with gentle whispers and the scent of loaves. You inhale again, this time savoring the blend of cardamom and early light. The light grows softer, draping the room in a warm, sleepy glow. You feel the kitchen settle, a final hush before the day moves again. You breathe, one more slow cycle, and you drift toward dreams. You close your eyes, feeling the gentle hum of the kitchen like a lullaby. You tilt your head back, letting the aroma of cardamom swirl around your senses. You notice a tiny sparkle of sugar tucked inside the crumb, a secret waiting to be found. The heat from the oven still lingers, giving the sugar a faint, buttery glow. You lean in closer, your breath of the buns settling like a whisper on a pillow. A tiny crumbling dust cloud forms when your fingertip presses, a delicate dance of sugar crystals. You smile thinking, I never knew your crumb could be a magician's treasure trove. You remember the anecdote your grandma told, sweet secret gift from a wandering baker. She swore that the sugar was not ordinary, but infused with her grandmother's secret spice. You giggle, because if there were a sugar sorcerer, it would definitely be your kitchen. The crumb's texture folds like a folded napkin, soft and inviting, a touch of mystery in each bite. You press your thumb again, feeling the sweet granules shift, almost like a tiny tide. The sugar's whisper becomes a lullaby, urging you to taste its hidden sweetness. You pause, letting the aroma settle before you decide to bite into the secret. Your tongue meets the crumb, the sugar dissolving into a warm, fragrant tide. You realize each bite is a little celebration, a toast to hidden flavors. The secret becomes a shared laugh between you and the dough, a quiet secret between strangers. Your mind drifts to history, secrets whispered in candlelit halls. You recall that in 1776, the first U.S. Declaration of Independence was signed, a secret of freedom. Historians still argue whether the parchment's ink truly captured the voices of those who dared. You chuckle, imagining the ink flowing like sugar crystals on the page. A quirky tidbit comes to mind. Soldiers once used crumbling bread as emergency medicine for scurvy. The soldiers claimed the bread's vitamin C was a miracle hidden in a simple loaf. You smile, thinking the secret of sugar is similar, hidden in plain sight. The crumb's sweetness is like a whispered invitation to remember simple pleasures are treasures. You notice the hidden sugar feels like a tiny confetti at a secret celebration. The kitchen fills with a soft light, the crumb's secret echoing through the silence. You inhale, feeling the sweet lull, the sugar's quiet magic settling into your chest. The secret sugar seems to hum, a faint, rhythmic vibration that syncs with your heartbeat. You reach beneath the buns, feeling the coolness of the counter, a gentle contrast to the sweet heat. Your fingers brush the glaze, a glossy reminder of the sugar's presence. You recall a joke your friend said, if the bun had a secret, it's probably a sugar dive. You laugh, thinking the bun might moonlight as a tiny candy bank. The joke lands, humor fills you, lightness in the air. You continue to breathe, letting the flavor become a meditation in the kitchen. The crumb's secret grows into a comforting memory, a gentle nudge that life's sweetness can be hidden. You pause, realizing the sugar's quiet presence is a silent applause from the dough. You whisper to the buns, "Thank you for hiding your treasure in plain sight." The kitchen hums, the crumb's secret still resonating like a soft drum. You savor each moment, letting the sweet aftertaste linger on your tongue. A quiet thought passes. What other secrets lie hidden in everyday objects? You wonder if the kitchen lights themselves keep a secret glow. The sunlight filters through the glass, casting a gentle, honeyed glow across the counter. That glow feels almost alive, like a shy hummingbird hovering over bread. You smile, appreciating the way light and sugar play together. The secret of the crumb feels like a quiet invitation to slow down. You settle into a rhythm, a beat that echoes through the kitchen's walls. The walls themselves seem to hum softly, an echo of the sugar's subtle song. You let the hum blend with your breaths, a lull in the morning. You inhale, feeling the kitchen's sweet scent wrap around you like a blanket. The blanket of scent feels warm, like a mother's embrace after a long day. You close your eyes, letting the sweet lull carry you away. The secret sugar sits in the kitchen like a quiet star within a night sky. You can almost hear it twinkling, a tiny point of sweetness in the silence. That twinkle feels like a promise that tomorrow will bring more crumbs. You feel grateful for this secret, for the hush it brings. Your hands cradle the buns, each one a small marvel of hidden sugar. You marvel at how simple the secret is, a grain of sugar hidden in the crumb. You think of your own life, remembering moments where hidden joys emerged. The memory feels soothing, like a soft, rhythmic drumbeat in a quiet room. You realize the kitchen becomes a repository of secrets, each crumb a secret note. You find that even a simple bun can carry a whisper of wonder. You laugh, thinking that your kitchen is a vault for tiny delights. The crunch of the bun's crust becomes a subtle percussion in your hand. You notice that each bite releases a quiet, sugary note, a secret lull. The lull settles like a soft cloud across your palate. You feel a gentle calm, a hush that only the kitchen could create. You close the window, letting the outside world retreat for a moment. The silence is thick, an envelope of quiet that comforts you. You listen to the subtle breathing of the oven, a quiet companion. The oven's presence adds a warmth, but no fire, just an ember of memory. You feel the gentle heat on your fingertips, a reminder that warmth stays close. You smile, grateful for this quiet celebration of hidden sugar. You let the scent linger, letting it seep into the corners of your mind. The sugar's echo stays with you, a lullaby that never fades. You close your eyes one last time, feeling the sweet secret settle into sleep. You feel the kitchen's rhythm shift again, soft vibrations from the refrigerator, humming like a contented cat. A faint scent of toasted almond rises, mixing with cardamom in a fragrant duet. You chuckle, thinking the oven might have its own secret playlist. Your fingers trace the gentle grooves of the counter's wood grain, feeling a quiet connection. The crumbs on the counter glisten, tiny sunbursts in a mundane kitchen landscape. You wonder if they hold any secrets beyond sugar, perhaps untold stories of dough and dough. A stray thought drifts. Did the ancient bakers know about the subtle sweetness of silence? You smile, historical mystery wrapped in a loaf of pastry. Your mind swirls with images of medieval kitchens, ovens, and secret recipes. The scent of cardamom swirls like a cloud, inviting you to linger. You hear a faint tick, maybe the same clock you heard earlier. The tick echoes, a metronome for your breathing, a gentle reminder. You inhale each breath, a slow cascade of warmth and flavor. The kitchen feels like a sanctuary, soft walls, gentle noises, and edible memories. You pause, letting the silence fill gaps you thought were emptiness. Your mind drifts to the humble origins of bread, a simple act turned art. You feel gratitude for each grain, each fold, the quiet labor behind each bun. A stray thought appears. What if the sweetness could dance across tongues? You laugh, envisioning the flavors performing a ballet of aroma. The kitchen seems to respond, a subtle murmur echoing your joke. Your fingertips graze the cooling buns again, soft, velvety, sweet. A warm breath escapes, an act of surrender to this quiet moment. You close your head, letting the world recede, your thoughts settling like dough. A soft sigh travels across the room, reminder that even silence carries sweet. The scent of cardamom rises again, like a gentle tide pulling you forward. Your heart slows, heartbeats aligning with the slow tick of time. You feel the world contract into a single, warm breath of sweetness. The taste lingers, a whisper of sugar, a promise of tomorrow's pastries. You imagine the morning's light spreading across the kitchen, a golden ribbon. The bread's secret fades, but its presence remains, a soft reminder. You think of the future morning, more buns, more secrets, more gentle joys. You smile, gratitude fills the small kitchen space you share with the world. The last thought lingers. Sweetness is a quiet companion. You open your eyes, still tinged with the gentle aftertaste of the morning. The kitchen hums like an old lullaby, soft and enduring. You close the door, letting the scent stay on your walls like a gentle promise. You step back, watching the buns glow in the twilight of the kitchen. You feel the secret sugar, a tiny ember warming from within. Your heart beats in sync with the kitchen's heartbeat, soft, rhythmic, intimate. You breathe each inhale, a quiet celebration of texture, flavor, and time. The silence settles like a blanket, comforting you through the rest of the day. You smile, your mind is full of soft light and sweet memories. You watch the remaining buns settle into a quiet pile, ready to be enjoyed later. You feel a gentle contentment, simple yet profound, like a quiet breeze. The kitchen continues its serene rhythm, a companion in your everyday. You step out into the morning light, ready for another day of wonder. And you know, in every crumb, there is a secret, a small promise of sweetness. You close your eyes one last time, letting the gentle buzz of the kitchen lull you into quiet. You open your eyes to the soft sigh of cooling buns. The oven door creaks shut, sealing the heat like a hush. You linger, watching the last rays of sunlight melt into the pastry. The buns settle on a cooling rack, their tops still humming. You inhale deeply, letting the sweet steam curl around you. The scent of cardamom rises like a quiet trumpet. You feel the warmth of the buns against your fingertips. It presses softly, reminding you that heat can be a hug. You watch the first golden crust crackle, a small applause. You pause, letting the sound settle into a gentle rhythm. The baking cycle ends, but the buns keep whispering. You reach for one, feeling its weight melt into your palm. You tilt the bun, watching the glaze gleam like a secret lake. You grin at the glossy surface. It looks like an over-caffeinated pond. You gently press, just enough to hear the crumb breathe. A soft sigh exits, a tiny sigh of satisfied dough. You chuckle. Why did the bun go to the gym? To rise up. The joke lands, and you feel lighter, as if the kitchen has a joke book. You take a bite, and the warmth floods your mouth like a sunrise. The cardamom swirls, creating a flavor storm that is oddly comforting. You swallow, and a faint hum settles into your throat. You feel the end of heat as a soft exhale. Your breaths match the cooling pace, a rhythm of rest. You notice the bun's surfaces slowly flatten, a tiny surrender. The final warmth fades, leaving behind a sweet, cool echo. You pause, hearing the kitchen's breath echo in your chest. You feel each breath a gentle step from heat to cool. Historians still argue whether the Great Fire of London was caused by a faulty bakery stove. The debate is as old as the city's soot, yet the mystery stays. You smile. Maybe the buns also had a small fire inside their hearts. You think back to the quirky tale of Victorian bakers, who added salt to ward off ghost bread. You grin, imagining a spectral loaf waving a tiny salt shaker like a magician. You notice the buns shift subtly, as if they're breathing along with you. A trick of heat makes them pulse, a kitchen heartbeat. You feel the pulse in your fingertips. You reach for the next bun, its edge cool against the pan. Its surface feels grainy, a subtle reminder that cooling takes patience. You set the bun down, the subtle thud a rhythmic applause. You lean back, letting the cool air mingle with the lingering cardamom. The atmosphere feels like a gentle hug from old ovens. You inhale again, letting the sweet smell fill your lungs. You exhale, the tension dissolving like sugar into warm air. The buns give off a faint scent of toasted almonds. They're almost whispering. You smile at the soft crackles that echo old kitchen legends. You recall that the buns have cooled, yet their flavor remains potent. You smile, the memory of sugar's final warmth staying soft. You feel your hands rest against cool wood, a gentle relief. You lean in closer, hearing faint whispers from the cooled buns. They seem to say, "Rest now, we've earned our chill." You laugh softly, the kitchen echoing your quiet delight. You watch the light flickering across the counter, a gentle ballet. The buns, now cool, remain a sweet memory. You feel the final warmth fade, a small sun setting behind the windowsill. You sip your coffee, letting the aroma mingle with the cardamom. The coffee is warm, the bun cold, a beautiful contrast. You think of how the cooling buns are like tiny planets orbiting calm. You pause, feeling content, ready to embrace the day. The kitchen sighs, a gentle lull that lulls your mind into peace. You close the door to the kitchen, leaving the scent behind. You step out, carrying the quiet with you. You hear the gentle hum of the city, contrasting the kitchen calm. Your day begins, but in your mind, a sweet lull still plays. The final cooling of the buns felt like a gentle hand washing away the day's first heat. You carry the memory of that soothing sweetness into every task. You smile, feeling that calm seep into your bones. You realize that cooling is an art as delicate as the taste itself. As the afternoon light fades, you return to the kitchen, drawn by the scent. You feel a soft pull, like a lullaby call to rest. You enter, find the buns cooling, a reminder of the day's promise. You sit, breathe, and let the calm settle. You smile, the memory of the buns warm and cool together, like day and night. You think of a time the buns made a mess of the kitchen, almost a pastry apocalypse. You chuckle silently, recalling the flour that flew like snow. You imagine the buns now like little astronauts, orbiting a gravity of flavor. The kitchen feels like a stage for tiny acts of joy. A quiet pop from the tin jar signals the last of the steam, a tiny triumph. You hold your hands, feeling the contrast between cool and warm in your palms. The bun's crust shimmers, reflecting the room's soft evening light. You watch as the last crumbs of steam dissipate like confetti. You taste a crumb, savoring the sweet aftertaste echoing morning. You relax, letting the calm settle deeper, wrapping you like a warm blanket. A tiny sigh escapes your mouth, a sound of contentment. You smile, remembering the little joke about bakers who never age. You think of the secret that baking is a dance of heat and patience. You watch the steam recede, a gentle wave lowering the horizon. You feel your thoughts stretch like dough, rising with ease. The kitchen is quiet, a sanctuary of simple wonders. You find a quiet spot, watching the buns line up like soldiers waiting. You lean back, letting the evening's hush wrap around you. Your breathing slows, matching the rhythm of the cooling buns. You let the silence fill, the buns a soft soundtrack. The taste of cardamom lingers like a memory of distant seas. You smile, remembering the time you almost burned a batch, learned the art. You watch the buns' crust become pale, a quiet completion. The final aroma is a sweet lull, a promise kept. You close your eyes, feeling the kitchen as a gentle cradle. You let the day fade, carrying the calm into your thoughts. You taste a final crumb, savoring the blend of warmth and cool. You smile, grateful for the gentle power of cooling. You think of how the buns, cooling slowly, teach patience. You lean in, feeling the calm settle like a blanket over your mind. The kitchen hums, gentle and quiet, a lullaby for your soul. You close the kitchen door softly, letting the scent stay on the walls. You step out into the dim streets, the day easing into night. You feel the calming calm of the buns, echoing your own heartbeat. You smile, remembering that cooling is a gentle lull for the soul. You carry the memory of cardamom into the dark, a warm ember of flavor. You pause, feeling the final warmth fade into a quiet. You lay your head down, letting the kitchen lull you to sleep. You dream of buns cooling like stars, a galaxy of quiet warmth. You wake with the scent lingering in the air, a gentle reminder. You smile, grateful for the simple ritual that grounds you. You open your eyes, stepping into a world that feels warm and cool. Your day begins, but the calm of cooling persists soft, enduring. You step back into the kitchen glow, feeling the residual buzz of morning buns. The countertop, still warm, invites your fingers to trace the cooling marks. You recall the quirky tale that some bakers once crushed beetles to ward off vampires. Your mind drifts to the quiet sounds of a monastery kitchen in early dawn. You imagine monks chanting softly, bread rising like prayers into the sky. You smile, thinking of how the buns echo those humble prayers in their softness. A quiet laugh escapes you. If the windowsill could drink tea, it would say, "Nice shade." You smile, imagining the sill sipping morning water, humming along. Your mind drifts to the historical fact that the first recorded bread recipe came from Sumer. It shows that even early people tasted joy in dough's rise. You feel a warmth spreading through memory, an ancient pulse echoing now. The buns' slight warmth seems to be a quiet nod to those old ovens. You chuckle. If ovens had feelings, mine would blush at this softness. The kitchen hums along, a steady bass under the gentle clink of glass. You pause, hearing a faint whisper, perhaps a crumb telling a story. You let the idea settle, like a seed of imagination sprouting in your mind. The buns rest, their silence a partner to your breathing rhythm. You take a slow breath, inviting calm to seep into the room's corners. Your mind drifts toward the open debate over whether legends of bakers were born in taverns or temples. You smile, letting the uncertainty be a gentle spice in life's recipe. You reach for a bun, its surface cool to the touch, a perfect contrast to your warm hand. You press, feeling a tiny sigh escape, like a sigh of contentment. You smile at the soft moment, appreciating the quiet triumph of patience. You let the buns' weight anchor you, grounding your thoughts in the present. The kitchen lights shift, bathing the scene in a golden lull. You breathe in, savoring the blend of cardamom and cool air. You exhale, feeling a wave of calm roll across your skin, a gentle tide. You pause, letting the silence of the buns become a subtle soundtrack to your thoughts. The afternoon light softens, like a lull that settles over a child's room. You imagine the buns as tiny flags, waving gently in the breeze of your day. They flutter, a quiet reminder that even small things can lift your mood. You bring a glass of water to your lips, feeling the coolness. Your tongue tastes the mineral whisper, a contrast to the sweet cardamom. It feels like a conversation between earth and spice, spoken softly. You pause, feeling gratitude rise, like the buns that rose before. You sit, breathing with the rhythm of cooling dough, finding stillness. You let the quiet anchor you, like a stone at the base of a river. You close your eyes mentally, feeling the light on your skin, the bun warm yet cooling. The world narrows to the gentle pulse of your breath and the bun's sighs. A quiet hum from the fridge reminds you that life continues, but now you're here. You smile, a soft expression that says you're ready to let go. You lift a bun, its skin a crisp whisper against your palm, a small triumph. You let its weight settle, like a small stone in your hand, grounding. You taste a bite, feeling the cardamom ignite subtle warmth in your mouth. The flavor lingers, slow as a dream, but real as the air you breathe. You let the memory of the buns linger, a quiet comfort. You turn your mind toward the future, still warm now, but cool in the next moment. You feel the kitchen's rhythm slow, like a lullaby played by the walls. Each breath becomes a note, each inhale a soft chord of peace. You listen, letting the quiet fill every corner of the room. You feel gratitude, not for the buns alone, but for the time shared. The afternoon grows gentle, the light slanting like a storyteller's finger. You picture the world outside, breathing in city sounds, the buns still cooling. You turn to the window, watching the street breathe quiet, like a patient heart. You let the image settle, a calm thread across your mind. You feel a breeze, a gentle whisper of leaves, matching the bun's sigh. You pause, feeling the kitchen, the bun, and the outside world share a quiet harmony. You bring your thoughts to a closing breath, a gentle exhale that releases tension. The room feels warm, balanced like a loaf that has finished rising and cooled. You smile, knowing that in each bite, a little history tastes like comfort. The buns, still cooling softly, remain a testament to patience and flavor. You close your eyes once more, inviting sleep to drift in, quiet and golden. You feel the kitchen's embrace, gentle, like a blanket over a tired ear. You let the buns fade into the background, their scent a lingering lull. You allow the world to quiet down, the only sound a soft sigh from the oven. You surrender to rest, feeling your mind drift like a cloud of flour. You close the story with a gentle breath, the last note of calm lingering. You let the kitchen quiet settle, letting the silence wrap you like velvet. You realize the bun's story is not finished. It waits for another morning. You smile, trusting that tomorrow will bring new buns, new scents to soothe. Your thoughts drift back to the first bun cooling, the gentle warmth that stayed. You think of the humble kitchen, its counters, its windowsill that holds stories. You remember the quiet rhythm, the steady rise of dough, the eventual coolness. You breathe deep, savoring the contrast of hot memories and cool moments. You feel the subtle shift, the air becoming cooler with each breath. You let the room feel like a sanctuary, a safe place to rest. You think of how the buns taught you patience, a quiet teaching. You smile, recalling the time you had to watch a bun cool before eating. You imagine the kitchen filled with the scent of cardamom, warm yet cooling. You let the smell settle, a promise of comfort waiting in the future. You feel gratitude again, not just for the buns, but for the ritual. You notice the subtle crack of the crust, a delicate sigh that echoes. You imagine the crust cracking like a whispered secret in a quiet room. You feel your heart beat in sync with the kitchen's slow rhythm. You close your eyes, willing the soft sound to lull you to deep rest. You savor each moment, knowing the coolness will linger even after the bite. You think of how time moves gently, the buns cooling a reminder. You pause, letting your mind stretch, breathing slowly, feeling calm. You feel the warmth of the day fading, but the memory stays. You smile, content, as the buns complete their quiet journey. You hear the kitchen hum like a lullaby, the ovens whisper steady. You feel the gentle weight of the morning, the buns a quiet companion. You think of the future, of new doughs rising and cooling in the kitchen. You imagine the morning light, the warmth of the sun, the cool air. You feel a sense of peace, the room holding its breath as you inhale. You let the kitchen be your sanctuary, a place where bread and memory rest. You consider the slow transformation of dough, rising then cooling into calm. You smile as you remember the first bite, the spice that lingered. You let the scent envelop you, a gentle blanket of cardamom. You breathe, feeling the room settle into a calm state, the buns a quiet testament. You close the kitchen softly, letting the scent of baked bread linger. You walk outside, feeling the cool air touch your skin the contrast pleasing. You pause at the window, watching the city move slowly. You note the quiet, the steady hum of life beyond the kitchen. You feel the kitchen's silence echo in your mind, a tranquil hum. You think of the moment you savored the cool bun, a small joy. You look at your hands, feeling the coolness still, a comfort. You recall the story of the buns, how each cooled in silence. You smile, realizing each bun carries a memory of patience. You feel the night approach, the sky turning calm, the buns a quiet memory. You take a cup of tea, the steam rising, warm against your cheek. You hear the kettles tick, a steady rhythm in the backdrop. You think of how the buns cooled, the sweetness lingering in air. You remember the quiet ritual, the calm you found in the kitchen. You feel the coolness still on your fingertips, a reminder. You sense the comfort of routine, a steady beat within. You listen to your thoughts, as gentle as the buns sigh. You close your eyes, letting the warmth of the tea fill your mind. You breathe slowly, savoring the calm, letting the day fade into evening. You smile, grateful for small moments that soothe the soul. You think back to the first day you tried baking, the ovens roaring. You realize the cooling buns reminded you of a gentle lull in the heat. You feel the light change, the shadows lengthening, the kitchen softening. You inhale, feeling the cardamom, the sweet and the cool blend. You let the moment linger, feeling the calm settle around you. You observe the floor glow, the light's pattern shifting with the day. You smile as the buns rest, their scent a gentle promise. You imagine a future morning, new buns, new cardamom, new calm. You let your consciousness settle, feeling the kitchen become a sanctuary. You taste a crumb, savoring warmth and coolness together. You feel the bun's texture, a soft crumb like a whispered secret. You breathe in the sweetness, the cardamom like an old story. You reflect on each rise, on each cool descent, a balanced cycle. You feel gratitude, a quiet thankfulness for the simple ritual. The kitchen hums, a background lull that keeps the heart steady. You remember the first bun's coolness warming your hands, a perfect moment. You think about the old windowsill's cool stone, a cradle for buns. You feel the wind sigh, the smell of earth mixing with spices. You smile, feeling the kitchen and the world in gentle sync. You imagine the bun's story continuing, each batch a new chapter. You pause and let the kitchen's quiet breathe in you, a sweet lull. You close your eyes for one final breath, feeling the softness of the room. You feel the gentle rhythm of cooling buns, inviting peace within. You let your mind rest, the story lingering like a whisper. You smile, grateful for the calm that flows from bread to breath. The bun's quiet warmth remains, a quiet companion through the day. You trust that tomorrow will bring more buns, more coolness to share. You feel the steady pulse of the kitchen, a steady beat in your heart. You embrace the moment, letting the memory settle like a blanket. You whisper thanks to the buns, as if they could hear your gratitude. You let the gentle weight of the buns lift you from the windowsill. The afternoon light stretches across the counter, turning the buns into tiny sunstones. You lean closer, watching the gold glow ripple like a slow sunrise. The aroma of cardamom mingles with the soft sighs of the kitchen. You think maybe the buns were crafted by a hand that saw the world as flavor. You smile, feeling the connection in the quiet texture of the dough. The kitchen hums like a lullaby, a gentle pulse that steadies your thoughts. You inhale, the scent of cardamom curling around your ears like a soft blanket. You let the breath rise, feeling a calm settle beside your heart. The moment stretches like a gentle tide, pulling you into its rhythm. You sense the world around you soften like a memory in slow motion. The kitchen lights dim gradually, painting the room with warm amber hues. You feel the heat ease, replaced by a cool, soothing presence that wraps around you. The buns' scent lingers in the air, each grain a note in a soft song. You pause, reflecting on the simple act of breathing in a kitchen. The world beyond the window stretches, a mosaic of life in quiet motion. You feel the silence grow, a blanket of calm over your thoughts. In the hush, you hear the faint tick of your own wristwatch, a steady beat. You close your eyes, the light flickering on the counter like tiny stars. You feel the warmth of the buns settle, echoing a gentle promise that lingers. The day continues, a slow unfolding of simple pleasures and quiet gratitude. The kitchen hums softly as the buns sit patiently on the old stone sill. The air holds a whisper of cardamom, a sweet memory that never fades. The scent lingers, drifting across the kitchen like a faint perfume. You breathe in the aroma, and the world seems to pause in gentle stillness. The warm kitchen feels like a cocoon, a sanctuary just for you. You notice the light filtering through the glass, casting lacy patterns on the floor. Tiny shadows dance and fade, inviting you to linger in the moment. You feel the weight of your thoughts lighten when you focus on the bun's scent. The gentle hum of the refrigerator blends with the quiet, forming a lullaby. You recall the quirky tale of beetle-crushed dough, a story from an older baker. It seems almost absurd, yet the kitchen has space for the odd and the ordinary. The buns' golden tops glimmer like tiny suns against the evening sky. You smile, hearing the world around you settle into a soft rhythm. You feel the sun's last rays kiss the countertop, warming the air just slightly. The breeze slips against the windowsill, carrying coolness to balance the heat. You watch the gentle flutter of the window curtain, a soft wave of silk. Your heart beats in sync with the quiet, steady rhythm of the kitchen. You feel the gentle presence of the buns, a reminder that small comforts matter. Each crumb feels like a whispered secret, a promise kept between dough and day. The memory of the aroma lingers, echoing the scent of cardamom. The day fades into a warm hush, the city outside calm and still. You feel a sense of gratitude growing inside as the kitchen settles. The buns stand quiet, their stories hidden in their soft textures. You close your mind like a book, letting the scent guide you to rest. A quiet calm settles over the kitchen, the last taste lingering like a sigh. Historians still argue whether the earliest bread was leavened or unleavened. You chuckle softly at the debate, imagining a baker with a fork and a question mark. The old ovens in history would have hummed just like this kitchen. You notice the smoothness of your fingertips against the soft bun. A gentle sigh of air escapes the bun, whispering a tiny lull. The kitchen hums like a lullaby, a steady beat that steadies your thoughts. You inhale, letting the cardamom scent wind through your mind. You let your breath flow like a gentle current, carrying the aroma away. The buns are cooling, like a gentle day that never truly ends. Your senses relax, the heat gently easing into a comfortable chill. The scent of cardamom sits in the air, a low, sweet perfume. You imagine the buns resting, holding a quiet joy that never fades. A quiet warmth spreads through the room, wrapping like a blanket. You notice the subtle crack of the bun's crust, the soft whisper it emits. You smile at the tiny detail, a quiet comfort in the silence. The day feels endless, the time soft, and your mind at ease. You feel the wind stir the old stones beside the windowsill. The old stones hold the memory of many mornings, each one a quiet promise. You step back, the scent following you like a gentle, fragrant trail. You think of the quiet joy that a simple bun can bring. The quiet hum of the refrigerator keeps time, a gentle metronome. The scent of cardamom lingers in your nose, gentle and reassuring. You feel the day ease, the world around you becoming a quiet dream. The buns still sit, their surfaces soft and warm, a promise of comfort. You let the memory of the buns guide you to a deeper calm. You close your eyes, breathing in the kitchen's gentle rhythm. The world outside is a soft blur, a quiet backdrop to the interior calm. You let the silence carry you, the scent of cardamom lingering. You step away, the bun's scent trailing like an invisible shawl. The dawn's light fades, replaced by a gentle evening glow. You take a breath, feeling the calm settle like a blanket. You smile, the quiet joy of a simple day settling inside you. In the kitchen's hush, you find a quiet joy that never fades. You let the scent of cardamom dissolve, leaving a gentle wake. The bun's story echoes softly inside your chest, always present. Historians still argue whether the earliest bread was leavened or unleavened. An ancient scribe carved the first recorded bread recipe in Sumerian tablets. A quirky claim says bakers once used ghost pepper to keep mice at bay. The city hums softly, a lull that keeps your mind at rest. You watch the light flicker, feel the gentle warmth of the bun's cool. The day carries on, a gentle reminder of taste, aroma, and quiet. You smile, feeling a sense of peace settle like a familiar blanket. You let the aroma dissolve, leaving a gentle wake, a memory of warmth. You drift forward, the story of the buns echoing softly inside your chest, ever present. You pause, letting the scent of cardamom settle like a soft hush around the countertop. Your mind lingers on a tiny memory, a fragment of warmth stitched into your day. The kitchen feels like a secret home. Its walls whisper stories older than the ovens. You grin, recalling the quirky tale of a baker who sprinkled moonlight onto dough. That odd practice made the buns glow softly, like tiny lanterns of delight. You chuckle. The idea feels absurd, yet it speaks to the kitchen's playful spirit. The afternoon light drapes itself over the dough, painting gentle shadows across the table surface. Your fingers glide over the smooth bun, feeling the crumb like soft cotton. A gentle breath rises, carrying a hint of cardamom and distant rain. You lean in closer, hearing the faint hiss of steam as it cools. The kitchen hums like a lullaby, an ancient rhythm that seems to sync with your heartbeat. You recall a fact Rome taxed butter as a luxury, a curious footnote of culinary history. History, you think, always has a flavor of intrigue, no matter how ordinary the topic. You smile again, recalling the debate about the first bread, leavened or unleavened. Historians still argue whether the earliest bread was leavened or unleavened, a question of flavor and science. You lean back, feeling the cool stone under your palm, solid and reassuring. A faint breeze sneaks through the cracked window, carrying the scent of distant jasmine. Each inhalation feels like a whisper, a secret word spoken by the kitchen. The bun's surface catches a sliver of light, reflecting tiny star shapes across the counter. You think of the quirky claim that bakers once used moth eggs as a rare garnish. It sounds like a recipe from a fairy tale, yet the kitchen seems to accept the absurd. Your mind drifts to a small kitchen in a coastal village where cardamom was prized export. There, the aroma floated across fishermen's boats, a promise of warmth against the salt air. You imagine the scent mingling with the salty tang, a comforting blend for a weary sailor. The kitchen hums again, an old rhythm that feels like a lull for your restless thoughts. You tap your fingers lightly on the bun, creating a soft, almost musical percussive sound. It reminds you that even dough can play a tune, an almost quiet lullaby for the soul. You grin, realizing the kitchen is full of tiny symphonies, each bun a quiet note. The light in the room shifts, painting the counter with a warm amber glow. You feel the room settle, the quiet settling around you like a soft blanket of calm. Your thoughts drift like clouds, and you let them drift without effort. You think about the quiet strength of a simple grain of flour turned into something tender. You realize the kitchen holds its own gentle power, hidden under the scent of cardamom. The aroma lingers, a secret whisper that fills the empty spaces between your thoughts. You imagine a baker walking into the room, the bun in hand like a glowing treasure. The buns look at you like confused tourists, wondering why they aren't on a cruise ship. He would pause, take a breath, and smile at the magic hidden in dough. You laugh softly, feeling the humor of imagining such a scene cardamom in a hero's saga. The kitchen smiles back, its walls echoing the gentle humor with a soft chuckle. You think that perhaps the bun itself is the real hero, a small guardian of comfort. It watches over you, a warm friend standing on the counter, quietly watching life. You inhale deeply, the scent of cardamom and morning light filling the space. The atmosphere feels like a secret home, simple, unassuming, full of soft power. You lean forward, placing your palm against the bun's crust, feeling its coolness. The crust gives a faint resistance, like a gentle sigh from a sleeping body. You smile, a quiet acknowledgement of the simple joy that exists here. The hum of the fridge nearby adds to the kitchen's quiet lullaby, a tiny drumbeat. You imagine a small family gathering around the counter, sharing stories like a ritual. You notice the kitchen light flickering, creating dancing shadows on the walls. Those shadows move like slow dancers, swaying to a rhythm only the kitchen can hear. You feel a sense of being watched by an unseen guardian, the soft warmth of the buns. The cardamom aroma rises again, a gentle reminder that memories linger sweetly. You consider how simple ingredients can build such rich memories. You recall the first time you tasted cardamom on a pastry, bright and spicy. That moment still lingers, like a sweet echo in your mind's background. Your heartbeat syncs with the quiet rhythm of the buns cooling. The kitchen keeps its rhythm, steady as a metronome in a silent room. You let your eyes drift to the wall clock, measuring seconds as if they were honey. The hands move slowly, a gentle reminder that time is a nurturing friend. In this quiet, you find the answer to 1,000 questions. Rest, breathe, repeat. You smile, feeling the calm build like a quiet tide against the soul. Your thoughts begin to wander to distant places, mountains, forests, oceans, all whispering. The cardamom scent anchors you, a fragrant compass pointing home. You remember a story about a traveler who ate bread in desert dunes, sustaining his journey. The traveler claimed the bread gave him courage, not just fuel. You smile, thinking the buns might be the same courage for you. Your mind softens, like a dough resting after a slow rise. You hear a faint tick of the kitchen timer, a gentle counting beat. You let the sound blend with the cardamom aroma, forming a lullaby of sorts. The kitchen listens, its walls absorbing every breath, every tick. You think of a lullaby your mother sang to you, soothing you as a child. That memory, like the bun, is comforting, familiar, and enduring. You pause, letting the feeling sink into your bones. The room feels warmer, as if the sun has found a secret hiding place. You smile, aware that these moments are the quiet gems of life. A gentle draft stirs, carrying a faint scent of rosemary from the garden outside. You let the rosemary mingle with the cardamom, creating a new, comforting scent. You can hear the leaves rustle outside, a soft applause for the kitchen's calm. The bun's crust shimmers, catching the light like a tiny mirror. You touch it again, feeling the roughness of the dough's outer shell. The shell is like a protective layer, guarding the tender heart inside. You savor the thought of breaking it, the sound of crispness releasing scent. You close your eyes again, as if preparing for a gentle sleep. Your breathing slows, each inhale a soft bell, each exhale a muffled wind. The kitchen feels like a cradle, rocking you softly toward night. You smile, the buns' scent echoing like a lull in the background. You feel the gentle weight of the world lifting as the buns cool. The clock ticks calmly, marking the passage of time like a patient friend. You let the rhythm guide you, breathing deep, letting the day unwind. The buns, still on the sill, are the quiet ambassadors of comfort. You smile, knowing that the next morning will bring new cardamom dreams. You watch the buns still resting on the windowsill, quiet smiles like tiny, content moons. They sit there unhurried, as if each puff of dough has taken a deep, satisfied breath. The light filters through the pane, turning the buns into golden orbs that hum softly. Outside, the world whispers, but the buns remain in a blissful pause. You feel a gentle warmth from the bun's crust, almost like a quiet toast after midnight. The air carries a faint scent of cardamom, sweet and reassuring. A familiar hug. You lean closer, noticing the subtle crackle where the crust meets the air. A silent applause. The room sways with the rhythm of the hum of the fridge, a tinny drumbeat that soothes. A faint breeze slips through the cracked window, carrying a hint of rosemary from the garden. Your fingers trace the bun's soft surface, feeling the airy pocket that invites a gentle bite. You remember that quirky recipe book you found, where bakers once mixed moth eggs into dough. That tidbit sounds like a prankster's tale, yet it adds a dash of curiosity to the kitchen. You smirk, imagining a bun wearing a tiny hat, pretending to be a top chef. Then you recall a mainstream fact that might pop your culinary head. In 1793, a Parisian boulangerie opened, heralding modern bread making to the world. That small detail lands like a crumb on a spoon, unexpectedly delicious. The bun's scent mingles with the smell of old timber, a comforting reminder of tradition. You realize this is not just a food, but a story that travels through time. A historian in a cafe might say. Historians still argue whether the earliest known bread was leavened or unleavened. You chuckle softly, noting that debate still stirs as much curiosity as a fresh loaf. You feel the bun's gentle smile in the glass, as if it's nodding in agreement. The window frames the buns like tiny, sleepy masterpieces, basking in the gentle glow. Your thoughts drift to the gentle buzz of the morning, a rhythm that almost feels like a lullaby. You hear the creak of the sill, a polite greeting that says, "Good morning, bread." The bun's presence offers peace, a quiet refuge from the chaos of the day. You close your eyes, letting the cardamom wash over your senses, a soft fog of calm. You imagine the buns as patient monks, each one waiting for its moment of enlightenment. They are still, but they exude strength, a quiet confidence that steadies your heartbeat. You notice a faint shadow on the counter, a silhouette of a bird that might have flown outside. The bun's skin shimmers, reflecting the amber light like a tiny, edible mirror. You run a fingertip across the surface, feeling the faint resistance of the crust. It sighs, a gentle exhale, as if the bun is relieved it survived the heat. You laugh at your own joke. If these buns could talk, they'd probably be terrible comedians. The joke lands, a soft giggle that fills the room, like a quiet chuckle from the walls. Your mind wanders to a childhood memory of a grandmother who said, "Bread is the kitchen's heart." That line echoes, a gentle refrain that soothes the nervous edges of your thoughts. You think of historic bakers, like those that once used yeast from old beer bottles to punch their dough. The story seems almost mystical, like a secret spell cast on every loaf. You smile, realizing that every bun holds a whisper of an ancient tradition. The light on the sill changes as the sun climbs, casting new patterns of shadow. You feel the edges of your eyelids grow heavier, the lullabies of the dough growing stronger. Your breathing deepens, syncing with the soft rustling of leaves outside. You lean back, feeling the cool stone of the counter under your palm, solid and reassuring. You notice how the quiet of the kitchen feels like a padded cushion, soft beneath every thought. The bun's scent still lingers, a fragrant bridge to distant mornings. You imagine a quiet ceremony where each bun is a relic of shared warmth. In your mind, the bun whispers its story, a secret melody that resonates with your mind. You chuckle at a thought that maybe the buns are the true host with the highest hospitality rating. The joke lands again, a light, gentle sting that keeps the atmosphere playful. The buns seem to glow more, as if reflecting the sun's early rays, a warm glow on their skin. Your senses feel fully immersed in the smell, texture, and gentle quiet that surrounds you. You feel the world recede, shrinking the noise outside to just a distant hum. You notice a tiny droplet of dew on the bun's surface, a jewel of calmness. The bun's gentle smile remains, patient and unhurried, just like a wise librarian. You think of the quiet debates that still ring in culinary circles about ancient breads. You recall that phrase again. Historians still argue whether the earliest bread was leavened. It is a debate that stirs the same curiosity this bun holds in your palm. You feel a sense of belonging, like a soft thread connecting you to generations before. Your gaze follows the bun's curve, almost as if it is drawing a line through your thoughts. You imagine a tiny figure on the windowsill, a crumb, dreaming of becoming a full bun. The quiet presence of the bun offers a peaceful shelter, a pause in the everyday rush. You feel each breath slower, each inhale a tiny bell, each exhale a muffled wind. You allow this moment to settle, knowing that the buns will remain calm companions. Your mind smiles at the idea, like a gentle wink from the kitchen's quiet heart. You watch the light drift across the bun, turning its golden crust into a golden field. You think about how the bun's warmth can be like a hearth for the soul, a gentle fire. You remember a quirky claim that bakers once used sea salt from ancient mines to season dough. That claim lingers like a mystery, a puzzle piece in the kitchen's story. You feel gratitude for these small mysteries that keep the taste of life alive. The buns rest, still and serene, their smiles still gentle, like tiny lanterns in a quiet room. You let your thoughts drift to the sound of a distant river, almost in sync with steam rising elsewhere. You feel peace settle over you, quiet as a sigh before sleep. A distant owl croaks in the backyard, a gentle reminder of night's approach. You smile, feeling the bun's gentle smiles as reassuring as a friend's nod. You realize that their quiet presence brings a different kind of magic, subtle and steady. You feel the calm, like a hug that never leaves, lingering like a memory of a favorite song. The kitchen is a sanctuary, and these buns a quiet beacon on the sill. You hear the subtle tick of the wall clock, each stroke a promise of time's gentle flow. You feel the rhythm steady, a metronome that invites you to breathe in sync. The bun's crust crackles ever so slightly, a secret applause to the calm that sits atop. You laugh. If the buns ever got a podcast, it'd be called Baking with Breathing. You chuckle as the joke settles, a quiet giggle that lingers in the air. You feel the room grow warmer with each breath, a gentle wave of comfort. You take it all in: the scent, the texture, the soft quiet, and let the day slip into rest. The buns, still on the sill, continue their silent guardianship. They stand there patient, offering comfort as a steady, soft presence. You finish watching them, feeling a profound gratitude rise inside. You know, in the hush of your kitchen, that each bun keeps its promise to calm your day. You smile, gently closing the quiet loop you've begun. You lift your gaze toward the window, an old pane that smells of rain. Sunlight drips through dusty glass, painting the street in warm, soft gold. Cars glide by, their motion slowed by your sleepy watchfulness. Each vehicle looks like a giant jellyfish hovering above the asphalt. You notice the reflection of your own head in the window, an involuntary cameo. That cameo seems oddly intentional, as if the glass is trying to be a mirror. You chuckle softly, like a bored commentator at a traffic jam rerun. The city noise dissolves, leaving only the rhythm of wheels. A distant bicycle bell rings, a tiny percussion piece in this urban symphony. You pause to listen, hearing the city breathe like a giant cat. The cat's purr is steadier than your own heartbeat. You feel a gentle pressure against your cheek from the radiator's heat. The radiator hums, a low-frequency lullaby for your ears. You think about how this small hum could be a secret message. Perhaps the universe is just talking to you over the street's asphalt. You inhale the lingering aroma of freshly brushed tile and cardamom. The scent blends with the faint hint of ozone from passing cars. The combination feels like a memory you can taste. You sip a drop of your tea and close your eyes. the taste lingers, a quiet echo that syncs with the city's heartbeat. Your mind drifts to a fact. Carl Benz built the first automobile in 1886. It's a simple line in history, yet it fuels your imagination. You lean forward, almost as if you want to touch the glass. But the pain remains solid, like a firm boundary between worlds. You feel a faint vibration, the hum of distant traffic turned music. It's the kind of sound that makes you think the building is alive. You remember a quirky claim that some people say cars can read your thoughts when parked. You roll your eyes and smile. No one truly believes that. The street outside becomes a living story, each vehicle a page. You trace the movement, picturing a long scroll unfurling over time. The scroll curls toward the horizon, a ribbon of steel and possibility. You imagine each car a soldier marching through the war of modern life. That image feels oddly comforting, like a parade of good thoughts. You pause again, letting the scene settle in your mind. In that stillness, you hear the faint click of your wristwatch. It marks the moment you're truly aware of the passing hour. You feel the clock's hands move, a slow dance of second after second. Time here is a gentle river, never rushing, always flowing. You close your eyes again, aligning your breath with the river's pace. Your lungs inflate, exhale, and sink with the soft thud of traffic. It's like breathing together with the street as a subtle duet. You wonder if the cars are aware of their own rhythm. They might be, you think, if you listen closely. The traffic seems to hum in perfect cadence with your heartbeats. You smile, a sly, whispered humor flickers across your mind. You hear a car's horn, an abrupt note cutting through the quiet. It's a reminder that the world keeps turning, unsupervised. You open your eyes again, the street now a slow-moving tapestry. Each vehicle's headlights are like pearls on the riverbank. The glow paints a path that stretches into the distance. You feel the air shift, a subtle breeze brushing your cheek. It carries the faint scent of exhaust, mingling with citrus from a nearby shop. You tilt your head, following the scent's arc toward the market. The market smells like spices. You can almost taste saffron tonight. That thought lingers, adding a layer of warmth to your day. You pause again, feeling a small knot of gratitude. Gratitude for the hum, the scent, the quiet, the cars. You take a deep inhale, noticing how the breath slows. The inhale is a slow river, the exhale a gentle current. You let the current carry thoughts of the street. Your mind drifts to a debate about the true origin of the automobile. Historians still argue whether the first true automobile was a carriage or a steam-powered carriage. That debate feels oddly familiar, like an old song playing in a dream. You think of the street being a stage, an ensemble of moving objects. The stage lights are the street lights, the actors the cars. You watch a red sedan glide past, like a comet on a silver road. Its tail leaves a streak of light and a memory in your mind. You feel a gentle pull, as if the memory is anchoring you. You smile at the absurdity. yet it comforts like a well-worn blanket. You listen to the cars, engines silent, but the wheels speak. They speak in a language only your heart understands. You let that sound fill the space around you. The space feels expansive, like a beach with no horizon. You find peace here, just where the street and window meet. The meeting is quiet, but it's a loud comfort. The glass acts as a bridge, connecting you to the outside world. You wonder if the bridge will one day bend, carrying something more than traffic. You smile again, hearing the tiny tick of your watch. Time moves. You think the watch is a tiny metronome, keeping your calm. You close your eyes once more, feeling the subtle vibration of the street's pulse. That pulse is a low drum, steady and kind. You listen, and the heart of the city starts to beat in your chest. Your chest swells with the sound, a gentle echo looping. You feel each breath as a wave riding the pulse. The waves crest, and all thoughts settle like petals on a pond. The petals remain still, reflecting light from the amber street lamps. Amber glow kisses your eyelids soft, like a lullaby. You let the glow slow your thoughts, drawing them into the hush. Your thoughts drift to a memory of a long forgotten road. That road was lined with maple trees, their branches waving like gentle hands. You feel the wind whisper through leaves like a soft story. You wonder if that road could be visible through your window now. Time shifts again. The city breathes. The cars glide. You glide. You feel present, a single thread of awareness in the tapestry. You pause once more, and the clock hands move a little more. The minute hand sweeps, marking a small moment that is now. You breathe, and the sound of the city dissolves into a rhythm. You listen again to the whisper of the street. The street whispers a promise. Every night will bring another sunrise. You feel the promise settle under your skin, as if it were a soft blanket. Every time you blink, the street lights dance like tiny fireflies at dusk. The fireflies are the headlights, moving, flickering, alive. Your mind catches up, stitching these lights into a cosmic pattern. You imagine the pattern as a roadmap to where the sun will rise. It feels like reading an old map in a dream. You press your palm against the cool glass, feeling vibration. The glass shivers, humming a quiet lullaby for the street. You close your eyes, feeling the hum like a gentle massage. The massage is of light and sound, mixing into one. You can taste the hum yellow, warm, soothing. You open your mouth, and the taste lingers on your tongue. The taste is a memory of a spice you never knew you missed. A spice that traveled across oceans in a caravan of traders. You imagine traders with baskets of cardamom walking beside a steam engine. The steam engine sighs, releasing steam that smells like home. You feel the warmth spread through your body like a hug. The hug is warm, but not too hot, just balanced. You keep breathing, and the city's pulse finds a groove. Each groove is a line in a poem you write without words. The poem is rhythmic, breathing with the street, with the sky. You read the poem silently, feeling the beat in your chest. Your chest echoes with the rhythm light, gentle, almost meditative. You notice a small window frame framing a picture of the same street. The picture looks older, but the street looks the same. You feel nostalgia, a gentle, warm tide of memory. You think of your own childhood and how light filled the kitchen. You feel that light as a familiar song you still hum. You hum back, a lull that has always soothed your days. The hum mixes with the street's whisper, creating a soundtrack. You imagine the soundtrack running through a quiet hallway. You step into the hallway of your mind, feeling the steps. The steps echo with the same light, the same rhythm. It is a gentle echo, like an old lullaby whispered. You pause, and the hallway brightens, as if sun has risen inside. The hallway is warm, yet the air remains cool, like twilight. You feel the coolness on your skin, a gentle relief. You breathe deeper, inhaling the hallway scent, a mix of lemon, mint, and old books. It feels like a spa for your senses. The scent fades slowly, leaving behind a quiet comfort. You close your eyes again, feeling the scent like a hand on your shoulder. The hand is yours, a gentle guide that says stay. You feel the guide's weight, a reassuring anchor in motion. You keep breathing, and the breathing syncs with the hum again. The hum rises a bit, like a drumline chanting softly. It echoes the rhythm you feel in the city's heart. You feel the city's heart beating within you. You let that beat guide you to the next moment of calm. The next moment feels bright, like a sunrise you can see in your mind's eye. You think of the street once more, cars gliding as slow, graceful dancers. You let them move, and you move with them. You pause, allowing the kitchen scent to weave through your thoughts. Simple, solid, grounded. Each breath feels like a gentle drumbeat that steadies your mind. The air carries a hint of cardamom, a quiet reminder of morning rituals. You close your eyes, letting the hum of the refrigerator rise like distant tide. Your fingers tighten around a mug, warm, familiar, like a trusted friend. The mug's ceramic surface feels smooth, a counterpoint to the rough kitchen tiles. You sip, and the liquid tingles against your tongue. A subtle spark, heat drifts up, a subtle wave that matches the rhythm you have chosen. You recall a fact about the past. The first man to set foot on the moon was Neil Armstrong in 1969. That memory glints in your mind, a quiet spark of human curiosity. You stretch your arms slowly, letting tension melt into the room's warmth. Feel each muscle loosen, like threads in a tapestry, unwinding slowly. The clock ticks softly on the wall each second, a gentle murmur. You watch the minute hand glide, patient as a falling leaf. Your breathing synchronizes with its pace, a quiet meditation that feeds resilience. You sense the room breathing along with you, a shared harmony. A quiet humor bubbles up. Remember that crocodile-dung-sunscreen. You laugh softly, the sound mingling with the refrigerator's purr. The joke stitches a thread through the day's calm pattern. You smile, feeling the lightness that follows each chuckle. You hear a neighbor's laugh from the hallway, sharp and bright. You imagine the sound as a pebble tossed into silence. The ripple spreads, echoing beyond the kitchen's threshold. You listen, and the echo lands, a soft reminder of shared life. A sudden thought strikes you. Historians still argue whether the earliest known written language was Sumerian or Egyptian. The debate hums inside your mind, a quiet war of syllables. You pause, letting the question rest like a stone on a shore. It tastes like something ancient, yet fresh as the morning air. Your ears catch the faint crinkle of paper, a magazine leaf shifting. You flip it, discovering a tiny article on local history. The story describes an old bakery that served cardamom buns long ago. It feels like a secret link between past and present. A breeze slips through the cracked window, tender, cool, almost a whisper. The scent is of rain on old stone, carrying a hint of jasmine. You trace the breath with your fingertips, feeling the chill. This touch reconnects you to the world beyond the kitchen walls. Your mind drifts to the notion of resilience, a calm, steady core. You feel the steady pulse of the refrigerator, a silent guardian. It hums, and its vibration brushes against the counter edge. Each hum feels like a quiet affirmation, rooting your presence. You pull the curtains an inch. The late morning sun slides across tiles. Light splashes across the room, painting warmth in geometric shapes. The shadows shift, a dance of light and space. You move through the room, feeling each step as a deliberate breath. A spoon clinks against a glass, a simple metallic chime. The sound rises and falls, simple, clear. You tilt the spoon, listening to its rhythm. It's a small concert, a reminder to focus. Your thoughts settle on the kitchen's aroma, cardamom, tea, fresh bread. The scents overlap like different songs playing in harmony. Each scent holds a memory, like a song you can't quite place. You breathe them in, slow and steady. A faint tick echoes your watch, marking the hour of the afternoon. The moment seems small but monumental. It marks an instant where you feel grounded. You let the time flow, trusting your breathing as its guide. You reach for a jar of honey, and its honeyed aroma fills the air. You stir. The liquid turns to amber waves. It gleams like liquid gold, simple and sweet. You add a drop to the mug, letting it melt. Humor peaks, a thought about a pigeon that reportedly carries secret messages in its feathers. The image sparks a laugh, quiet but genuine. You note how life is filled with odd, quiet wonders. You return your focus to the present, to the smell of honey and cardamom. Your hands pause on the counter, feeling the texture of the wood. The grain is uneven, each ridge a story. You trace along the line, feeling the roughness. It's a tactile grounding that steadies your mind. You listen again, this time to the faint hum of the stove. It's a constant vibration under your feet. You imagine it as a pulse that connects the room. The pulse matches the beat of your own heart. Something bright catches your eye, a glint of sunlight on a glass surface. You lean closer, watching the sparkle dance. It feels like a moment of light breaking through the mundane. You smile, letting the light fill your face. quiet is interrupted by a gentle sneeze from the neighboring apartment. You hear the muffled sound, almost a laugh of the building. You pause, letting the sound carry through your senses. It reminds you of the shared nature of daily life. A new idea forms in your mind: history, smells, light, humor. You weave them together in the quiet room. The thread holds you, steady and soft. You feel the strength in this calm. You remember the phrase that sparked earlier. Historians still argue whether the earliest known written language was Sumerian or Egyptian. The question lingers, a quiet hum in the background. You let it sit beside your breathing like a gentle ripple. It keeps your mind alive. The sun climbs higher, casting bright rays on the floor. It feels like a silent spotlight on your morning rituals. You breathe in, letting the warmth fill you. The atmosphere feels like an embrace. Your toes feel the floor under your bare feet, smooth, cool. The texture supports you, grounding your steps. You feel each step as a steady rhythm. It connects you to the earth beneath you. Your thoughts drift to the idea of resilience, a calm core that holds. You let your mind settle on the rhythm of your breathing. Each inhale brings peace. Each exhale releases tension. You stay present, anchored in the current. You hear a faint creak, perhaps the old kitchen door moving. You pause, listening to the sound, letting it pass. The creak is small, like a breath in the room. You let it merge with the hum of the refrigerator. Your mind visits the notion that the world is a tapestry of small moments, each stitch made by sound, scent, light. You feel each element as a delicate thread. You hold this thought tenderly. It offers comfort, quiet resilience. You see the window glass reflecting the street cars glinting, their lights like silver beads. The image shifts as the light changes. You watch the dance, feeling a sense of continuity. You feel the city breathing along with you. A gentle breeze enters, carrying a faint hint of soap. It feels like a wash of memory, fresh, clean. You let the breath move through the room, soothing. It balances the warmth from the stove. Your thoughts touch the idea of how every little thing, hum, light, scent, contributes to your calm. You feel your body align with this awareness. You let each sensation be a note in a quiet symphony. It helps you stay grounded. You reach for the jar of honey once more. You stir and watch the amber swirl. You let the mixture rest, a tiny pause in time. The honey gives a sweet clarity. It feels like a small gift to your senses. Your mind recalls the earlier fact, the first moon landing. That mission stands as a monumental calm amid the turbulence of space. You feel a quiet admiration rise. You let that admiration settle. The kitchen clock shows now 10 minutes to lunch. You see the minute hand moving, small and steady. You think about staying with each moment. It encourages a patient presence. You notice the table's surface, a smooth finish that reflects light. It feels like a mirror for your own calm. You slide your hand over, feeling the sheen. It's a gentle reminder of clarity. A sudden soft hum enters, the sound of the fridge closing. You pause, letting the sound resonate. It feels like a lull, a gentle affirmation. You breathe with that hum. You feel the weight of the mug in your hand. Its ceramic warms against your palm. You keep your focus on this simple weight. It grounds you. You wonder about that quirky tidbit, pigeons carrying secret messages in their feathers. The idea tickles your mind. You let it be a playful thought among calm. You smile, feeling lightness. The aroma of cardamom deepens, mixing with fresh bread. You inhale deeply, spice and sweetness intertwine. The scent feels like a promise. It steadies your calm. Your eyes drift to the ceiling fan. It rotates lazily, a soft whir. You imagine it spinning as gently as you're breathing. The motion feels soothing. The faint sound of the neighbor's child giggling filters in. It is a bright burst against the quiet. You sit with it, feeling joy. It lifts your spirit slightly. Your breathing deepens, a steady rhythm. Inhale, exhale, each action a meditation. You stay anchored in your breath. It strengthens your calm. A thought flickers history, humor, light, scent, resilience. You thread them together in your mind. Each element adds to a tapestry of presence. You hold this tapestry. You glance out the window, street lights flicker like stars. They shine gently on the quiet streets. The scene feels like a gentle story. It comforts you. You remember the debate. Historians still argue whether the earliest known language was Sumerian or Egyptian. It stays in the back of your mind. You don't act on it, just observe. It becomes part of your background. Your hands pause on the counter, textured wood beneath fingers. The grain is visible and solid. You trace the pattern, feeling solidity. It steadies your mind. You notice the hum of the refrigerator. It's constant, soft, grounding. You feel the vibration slightly beneath your feet. It's like a subtle pulse. It keeps your mind in present. The kitchen light flickers slightly, a quiet glitch. You hold the image, letting it fade. It's a normal rhythm of modern tools. You continue breathing. Your thoughts float to a quiet moment, calm resilience. You feel your body in sync. You inhale a deep breath, warm, steady. You exhale softly. A faint sigh sounds from the oven door shutting. You hear it in the hushed kitchen. It seems like the building exhaling. You settle back into your ritual. Your eyes close again, letting the room's sound wash over you. You listen to the refrigerator, the fan, the distant traffic. Each sound is a note in a slow composition. You breathe with them. You notice your tongue tingling with the honey's sweetness. The flavor lingers, a gentle reminder. You sip slowly, letting the taste linger. It adds to the calm. The breeze shifts, bringing a scent of fresh bread. You inhale it fully, feeling the warmth rise. The aroma is like a blanket. It comforts your senses. Your hands rest on the counter again, feeling its coolness. The wood feels solid under the skin. You let the steadiness settle. It keeps you centered. You recall the joke about pigeons carrying secret messages in feathers. A quiet chuckle escapes. It reminds you life is full of odd jokes. You let the laughter echo. Your mind returns to the idea that this room is a haven. The walls, the light, the aroma all collaborate. You acknowledge that simple things hold resilience. You feel gratitude. You feel the cool tap of your glass cooling. Its surface feels cold like a whisper. You let the coolness anchor you. It keeps your heart steady. Your breathing slows, matching the quiet. You feel each inhale carry peace. You feel each exhale let go. You stay present. A moment of silence passes, no noise, just you and your thoughts. You let the silence fill emptiness. It feels like a full circle. You breathe with it. A soft beep from your phone notification. You glance at the screen. It's a simple text. You read, smile, and return to breathing. Your toes shift, feeling the floor's texture. They rest on cool tiles. The sensation keeps you grounded. You breathe deeper. The sun is now higher. Warmth pours into the room. It feels like a gentle hand on your back. You close your eyes, feeling the heat. It brings a sense of comfort. You see the window, its frame creaking slightly with the breeze. It's a quiet whisper of nature. You feel the sound in your chest. It connects you to the outside. You recall the word resilience, steady, enduring, gentle. You feel it inside, like a steady heartbeat. You stay with it. Breathing, light, aroma, all part. A faint sound of distant bells rings. They are the church bells nearby. You listen as they echo. It feels like a distant song. Your mind feels a steady anchor in the present as you continue to breathe. You take a breath, hold, exhale slowly. The room seems to vibrate gently. You stay calm. You think of the history of bread, ancient ovens, dough, patience. The idea brings you a sense of continuity. You feel the connection of today to the past. It adds depth to your calm. The sound of a cat meowing from the alley lingers. You hear it, a small rhythm, a tiny pulse. The cat's call reminds you of quiet, small moments. You stay with it. You pause, focusing on the taste of cardamom again. You smell it in the air. It's subtle, but rich. You let the flavor settle. It deepens your calm. A gentle creak of the cupboard door opens. It's quiet, like a sigh. You hear it, acknowledge it, then breathe. You stay serene. Your tongue tastes a hint of lemon from the soap. You feel that citrus spark. You let it brighten and then settle. It stays briefly in your mind. The kitchen light flickers softly, warming the room. It holds a steady glow. You feel the light as a gentle blanket. It keeps you anchored. You recall the earlier question. Historians still argue whether the earliest language was Sumerian or Egyptian. You let the debate be a gentle murmur, not a storm. It's background. You stay with the light around you. Your mind rests on a quiet presence that's calm. You feel the room, the light, the hum. You let this be a comfort. You inhale and exhale again. A small sound of a pen clicking somewhere behind you. It is a quiet ritual. You remain aware of it, but keep breathing. It feels like a gentle reminder. The sound turns into a steady hum of the refrigerator again. You feel its vibration under your feet. It grounds you. You stay present. The room's scent remains heavy with cardamom and honey. It's a comforting fragrance. You inhale slowly. It deepens your relaxation. A quiet chuckle of a passing dog is heard from the street. The sound is soft, low. It brings a smile. You accept it, then breathe. Your toes feel the cool tiles underfoot, a firm connection. You press them lightly, a gentle reminder of earth. You stay calm and centered. A breath of fresh air enters through the open window. It brings pine and city scent together. You feel it in a gentle rush. It refreshes your calm. Your mind holds the phrase, calm resilience. You feel the weight of resilience gently like a cushion. You let it settle. You breathe. The refrigerator hum is steady, a quiet bass. You sense its vibration in your chest. It is a soothing note. You continue breathing. A soft tick of the wall clock marks each minute. You observe time passing. The minute hand moves slow. You feel each tick like a beat. The kitchen's quiet is a cradle. You wrap yourself in the hum and scent. You let all small aspects merge. It's a calm. The cat meows again, a soft, low sound. You hear it, acknowledging it, then breathe. It is a small, gentle pulse. You stay with it. Your mind returns to cardamom. It's a spice that lifts. You sense it in your breath. You feel calmness rising. You inhale again. In the space of the kitchen, you feel anchored by light, aroma, sound. You hold that feeling firm. You breathe with it. You stay present. Your hands relax at the counter, cool wood under fingertips. You trace the grain. It feels solid, steady. It keeps you grounded. The refrigerator hum persists, steady. The hum sounds like gentle percussion. It matches your breathing. It steadies you. You sense a quiet presence of a building that holds lives. You feel the building in your senses. A hum. Your breathing matches. You stay calm. A distant voice from a neighbor speaks in low baritone. You hear the sound, a hum. It merges with the kitchen hum. You stay with it. Your lungs feel full after a steady inhale. They hold the scent of cardamom, honey, fresh bread. You exhale slowly. The room settles. A faint sound of a bicycle bell rings. It's a small note. It reminds you of motion. You breathe again. The light outside blinks as the street lights ripple. Your mind watches quietly. It feels like a gentle dance. You stay calm. You feel your hands rest gently on the counter surface. You feel the steadiness. You stay with the comfort. You breathe. A quiet hum of the refrigerator continues. You listen. Feel its echo inside your chest. It is a steady sound. You stay at ease. You look at the window again. It shows a street with dim lights. You feel a gentle sense of quiet. You breathe. Your mind returns to the idea that resilience can be gentle. You feel that thought echo. It steadies your mind. You inhale. A small sound of a passing car muffles into the hum. You hear it, and your mind holds the hum. You keep breathing. The kitchen holds a sense of continuity. You feel it in light, scent, sound. You let that be a calm. You breathe. You sense the hum of the refrigerator under your feet as a steady drum. It matches your breathing. You stay with it. You inhale. The cat meow is low, echoing. It stirs a part of your mind. You remain calm. Your breath goes in like a tide. It matches the quiet around you. You let it settle. You stay present. A small gust of wind blows through the window. It cools the kitchen air. You feel the breeze on your cheek. You welcome it. You feel your body steady. You sense the calm that is here. You stay with it. You breathe. An echo of a distant church bell rings again. You notice the gentle tone. You let it reverberate. You stay calm. Your mind holds the feeling of resilience in a gentle way. You stay grounded. You inhale. You exhale. You let the hum of the refrigerator be as a soft metronome. It keeps your breathing steady. You stay relaxed. The kitchen light remains warm, a soft glow. You feel a comfort in that glow. You breathe. You remain present. A small sound of a key turning somewhere echoes. You hear it gently. It feels like a subtle ritual. You stay calm. Your thoughts are simple. You let the present settle. You breathe. You stay centered. You are anchored in this quiet. The light, aroma, hum, everything coalesces. You feel gratitude for this calm place. You breathe. The minute hand moves. The clock tick remains steady. You count them softly. You stay. You let yourself be still. You let the hum linger. You inhale. You exhale. The cat's last meow is fading. You feel the light settling. You maintain calm. You breathe. You feel the kitchen as a sanctuary. It is your own safe space. You hold it in your mind. You stay present. A gentle breath continues within you. It matches the rhythm of the kitchen. You are calm. You breathe. In this moment, your awareness remains. It holds the light, the aroma, the hum. You stay with it. You exhale. The final light of the day begins to fade. The kitchen warms in a gentle dim. You feel the calm around you. You breathe. You hold the feeling of calm resilience. It is a steady pulse inside. You sit with this. You breathe. Your breathing becomes the only sound. It drifts like a quiet tide. You stay present. You breathe. The humming of the refrigerator still there. You feel it under your fingers. It remains steady. You stay calm. Each breath is a subtle step to rest. It leads you into deeper calm. You breathe. You let go. A soft night wind begins to swirl outside. It brings a new scent of rain. You inhale. You exhale. You are part of this quiet symphony. You listen, breathe, rest. You stay. Your breath, the hum, the aroma all create a calm place. You feel grateful. You rest. You breathe. You sit beside the table, watching the bun cooling like a tiny sunrise. The cardamom scent lingers, a quiet reminder of spice and home. Your fingertips tap the surface, a rhythm that mimics your slow exhale. A soft sigh emanates from the old oven door, as if it were sighing too. Historians still argue whether the earliest known written language was Sumerian or Egyptian. You chuckle, imagining an ancient scribe debating over a dusty scroll. The bun's crust glistens, catching the light like polished marble. You lean in, inhaling deeply, letting the flavor envelope your senses. A quirky claim that humming can slow cancer cells makes you smile. The scent of cardamom mingles with the subtle heat of the loaf. Your eyes wander to the kitchen window, watching the slow sunrise beyond. A gentle breeze stirs the dust motes, dancing like tiny fireflies. The hum of the fridge becomes a lullaby for your restless mind. You notice a crumb soft and inviting resting on the counter. You touch it, feeling the tiny grain of sugar whispering sweetness. Your laughter blends with the distant bird calling from the garden. The mainstream fact about the first moon landing glimmer in your mind, soft and distant. You pause, feeling the memory of history warm your palm. Your mind drifts to the idea of resilience, a steady and quiet like a river. A subtle crack in the wooden floor echoes the rhythm of your heart. You smile, remembering that pigeon message theory that some folks love. The bun's glow warms the table, reminding you that small lights can brighten days. A gentle click of a pen on a notebook surface adds a rhythm to the scene. Your ears pick up a faint laugh from somewhere in the building, a soft communal hum. You inhale, letting the scent deepen, letting the moment settle like a blanket. The kitchen clock ticks, a steady metronome for your breathing. You feel the temperature rise on the counter, a gentle heat from the day. The light from the window filters through the curtains like honey on a bowl. A gentle voice from the neighbor's kitchen says, "Morning coffee," with a soft laugh. You respond with a nod, feeling the connection in the shared warmth. A subtle scent of wet stone lingers in the air, a quiet memory of rain. You lean back, letting the light wash over your face like a soft blanket. A soft creak from the fridge door echoes, a gentle reminder of the day's rhythm. You feel the coolness seep into your skin, a subtle invitation to relax. The main idea of resilience shows in this simple, quiet kitchen moment. You laugh softly, imagining a cat that refuses to be petted, a tiny joke that brightens the room. The smell of cardamom becomes a memory you can taste tomorrow. A quiet trick of light casts a shadow, drawing patterns on the wood. You inhale the aroma, each breath a gentle invitation to stay present. The kitchen sounds knit together, a lullaby for your mind. A faint ticking of the wall clock reminds you that time flows like water. You close your eyes, feeling the cool countertop against your fingertips. The memory of the moon landing glimmer in your mind, soft and distant. You feel a gentle pressure in your chest, a subtle hum of contentment. The crackling sound of the stove warms the air, but this time it is silent. The light on the counter flickers like a tiny star dancing in a bowl. The aroma of honey spills into the air, a golden kiss on the morning. You let the sweet scent fill your chest, a subtle sigh of gratitude. A soft murmur of the building's heartbeat reminds you that you are part of something. The main fact of history, that the first successful polio vaccine was released in 1955, echoes softly. You smile, acknowledging how science can quiet the world's fears. The rhythm of the refrigerator hum, and your breath sync, a quiet dance. A tiny puff of steam rises like a ghost drifting off into the kitchen. The aroma of cardamom and honey melds, a scent of comfort, a gentle joke about a loaf that never rises surfaces, making you chuckle again. Your reflection in the glass shows you smiling, as if you are inside the story. The kitchen becomes a sanctuary where quiet and taste blend into one. You breathe slowly, letting the silence wrap around you like a blanket. A soft whistle from the stove whispers that the buns are ready. You lift a bun, its surface glistening faintly under the kitchen light. The cardamom scent intensifies, filling your mind with warmth and spice. You take a bite, feeling the crumb's softness under your tongue. The taste is a blend of honey and cardamom, a gentle hug for your palate. You pause, savoring the moment, letting the softness linger in memory. A faint echo of distant bells rings, a reminder that your day is alive. The kitchen feels alive under the morning sun, every grain of dust holding light. You feel gratitude rise, each breath a step toward a calm day. The rhythm of the clock, the fridge, your breathing merge into one. A soft rustle in the pantry signals that pantry supplies are plenty. You walk over, feeling the weight of the dough in your hands. The scent of yeast rises, promising warm loaf to accompany the cardamom. The soft hum of the fridge remains a constant companion in the quiet. A tiny voice reminds you that laughter is the best seasoning. You pause, listening to the sound of the door sliding open. A gentle breeze carries the scent of late afternoon coffee. You inhale, letting the moment sink in like a warm blanket. The light from the window paints the table with a golden hue. The cardamom buns steam rises, mirroring the clouds outside. You lift the bun again, feeling its weight light enough to rest. The taste of spice carries, reminding you that flavor can be gentle. A soft sigh escapes the fridge as it settles into quiet. You feel warmth, a subtle fire inside your chest, like a small ember. You close your eyes, breathing in the scent of cardamom and honey. The quiet hum of the stove is the lullaby of this day. Your mind drifts, but the scent anchors you to the present. A faint clink of a spoon reminds you that every small sound matters. You feel grateful for the quiet space this kitchen offers. The buns' soft crumble echoes with each bite, a melodic rhythm. You laugh again, the sound filling the room. A light joke about the bread's eternal rise. The wind outside whispers through the curtains, a gentle lull. The kitchen remains a sanctuary, a place where calmness can be found. You sip a final sip of the coffee, the aroma grounding you. The final light on the counter flickers, a tiny star in the dark. You breathe deeply, savoring the hush that follows. The quiet hum of the refrigerator swells into a gentle lullaby. You feel a soft wind blow from the window, a breath from the outdoors. The scent of cardamom mingles with fresh air, a perfect blend. You let the breeze kiss your cheek, a soothing gesture. The light of the day fades into twilight, gently dimming. The kitchen still hums, but now it feels softer. You close your hands, feeling the quiet echo of your breath. The last sip of coffee evaporates, leaving no imprint. You lift your head, ready to start another day, calm. You glance back at the windowsill. Its weathered stones whisper a final farewell. The door creaks softly as you close it, its hinges sigh like an old friend. A breeze filters through the cracked pane, bringing the scent of morning herbs. You inhale deeply, letting the cardamom echo around you. The kitchen fills with a gentle hum of life, muffled dishes, distant traffic, a faint radio buzz. You pause, feeling the rhythm of the day settle like a blanket. You remember the small joke. You told yourself that the loaf never rises, so it just flatters. That joke cracked up the cat, though it seemed unamused. Historians still argue whether the Magna Carta was sealed in 1215 or 1220. Your mind drifts. You glance to the old photo frame. Images of cobblestones and shutters line the wall. You trace the worn edges, each line a story of patience. The photo is of a sunrise, silver, hopeful, unhurried. A quirky tidbit slips into your thoughts. A fringe claim says cardamom can attract pigeons. You chuckle, imagining a flock hopping around the window. The idea feels absurd, yet oddly plausible in the quiet kitchen. Nothing beats a laugh that melts into serenity. You turn toward the counter, where a single cup of coffee steams, half finished, still fragrant. The steam curls like shy ghosts, floating toward the windowsill. You stir, sugar dissolving, slowly blending into amber. The swirl looks like a tiny sunrise of its own. Historians still argue whether the first printed book was Gutenberg's Bible or a different tome, your mind still dancing. You pause, feeling the weight of that debate like a gentle stone. Your thoughts settle on the tangible quiet of the room. You notice the clock, a simple analog face, watching the hour hand move. The scent of cardamom lingers, soft as a secret held in a memory. You close your eyes, breathing in the spice, exhaling worries. You feel a faint vibration, a distant buzz, a passing dog, all part of the melody. You smile, because even the bus can be a lullaby. The last note hangs in the air, an invitation to stay present. You lift the windowsill door, closing it with a gentle click, a final hush. Its hinges bend in a satisfying snap, echoing the door's quiet embrace. The world feels complete, balanced, calm, ready for tomorrow. A fleeting breeze rustles the curtains, sends a feather of dust dancing like a tiny comet. You lean back, letting the softness of the room cradle you. The kitchen light soft, and amber casts gentle shadows on the walls. You hear the refrigerator hum, steady, reassuring like a distant drum. Your mind drifts back to the Library of Alexandria, once a sea of gold scrolls. You think of scholars trembling for knowledge, scribes stirring ink for wisdom. You imagine a bird swooping across ancient ruins seeking warmth. That scene feels distant, yet anchored in this quiet kitchen. The taste of cardamom, warm, earthy, honeyed, envelops your palate. You savor each breath, smelling the spice mingling with coffee. The flavor lingers on your tongue like a whispered promise. You feel gratitude rise, soft, unforced, simple delight. You glance toward the windowsill, now dark, closed, yet luminous. The scent of cardamom. The hush stays hidden like a secret garden. You feel the last note play on your heart, echoing your sense of belonging. You exhale together with the gentle wind. The world becomes still. The day recedes, its edges softening like an old photograph. You lay your hand on the counter, where a gentle warmth remains. The sense of calm, like a blanket wrapped around your mind. You feel the day's rhythm syncing with your breathing. The room holds a quiet conversation between you, the coffee, and the cardamom. This conversation, unspoken, yet so intimate. It reminds you that joy can be found in small, simple moments. You smile because even the silence can be sweet. The last sip coffee disappears like a dream, leaving only warmth. The kitchen empties, yet the scent remains soft, sweet, like a lull. You close your eyes, taking one final deep breath, holding the calm. You open them, ready to start another day, calm. You glance back at the windowsill. Its weathered stones whisper a final farewell. The door creaks softly as you close it. Its hinges sigh like an old friend. A breeze filters through the cracked pane, bringing the scent of morning herbs. You inhale deeply, letting the cardamom echo around you. The kitchen fills with a gentle hum of life, muffled dishes, distant traffic, a faint radio buzz. You pause, feeling the rhythm of the day settle like a blanket. You remember the small joke. You told yourself that the loaf never rises, so it just flatters. That joke cracked up the cat, though it seemed unamused. Historians still argue Magna Carta sealed in 1215 or 20. Your mind drifts. You glance to the old photo frame. Images of cobblestones and shutters line the wall. You trace the worn edges, each line a story of patience. The photo is of a sunrise, silver, hopeful, unhurried. A quirky tidbit slips into your thoughts. A fringe claim says cardamom can attract pigeons. You chuckle, imagining a flock hopping around the window. The idea feels absurd, yet oddly plausible in the quiet kitchen. Nothing beats a laugh that melts into serenity. You turn toward the counter, where a single cup of coffee steams, half finished, still fragrant. The steam curls like shy ghosts, floating toward the windowsill. You stir, sugar dissolving, slowly blending into amber. The swirl looks like a tiny sunrise of its own. Historians still argue first printed book, Gutenberg's Bible, or another tome your mind dances. You pause, feeling the weight of that debate like a gentle stone. Your thoughts settle on the tangible quiet of the room. You notice the clock, a simple analog face, watching the hour hand move. The quiet hum settles, knitting peace into the kitchen's breath. The scent of cardamom lingers, soft as a secret held in a memory. You close your eyes, breathing in the spice, exhaling worries. You feel a faint vibration, a distant buzz, a passing dog, all part of the melody. You smile, because even the bus can be a lullaby. last note hangs in the air, an invitation to stay present. You lift the windowsill door, closing it with a gentle click, a final hush. Its hinges bend in a satisfying snap, echoing the door's quiet embrace. The world feels complete, balanced, calm, ready for tomorrow. A fleeting breeze rustles the curtains, sends a feather of dust dancing like a tiny comet. You lean back, letting the softness of the room cradle you. The kitchen light soft, and amber casts gentle shadows on the walls. You hear the refrigerator hum, steady, reassuring like a distant drum.